Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another qualifier from Master Coliseum 8, the Korean qualifier. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. If you're in the chat, exclamation mark B, and the brackets are live. The brackets are live, the brackets are stacked, and we are jumping to our first series of the night. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of King's Cove, we have our red Protoss player from South Korea. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, every single match is a best of 3, including the qualifying matches. And of these matches, of all these players, only three will qualify. That does mean that the semifinals are going to be qualifying matches. The losers of those semifinals will be knocked down to a bronze match, to a third place match to determine the final player to make it through, to qualify. Oh boy, so it's all about making it to at least the semifinals to have a chance at making it into the main event. We've already held the Asia qualifiers, we've already held the Europe and Americas qualifiers. There's 2 qualifiers left. Here, the Korean one, and tomorrow, the global one. No boy. The pressure is on. The pressure is on. When it comes to our matches, when it comes to our players, I believe most of the casters are jumping into Gumiho versus Nightmare. I don't blame them. It is a very, very juicy series, and honestly, it could go either way. So there's a lot of hype behind Gumiho versus Nightmare. I think most casters are all over that. But I did want to try to head on over to the other half of the bracket instead. But there are some players that are MIA, specifically Classic. I was looking and waiting for Classic. Classic hasn't shown yet, and we'll see if he does show in the coming matches. Otherwise, there's going to be a walkover. That would be very unfortunate. We'll go over the bracket after this series. There's a lot to go over. There's a lot to embrace in that bracket. For now, 2 get open. 2 get open at Rebellion, likewise 2 get open at a Zoun as well. Standard starts. We're loading into King's Cove. King's Cove, of course, being a much larger map of the map pool. Long rush distance by ground. Very defendable 3-base setup. The 4th base is a different story. 4th base is more exposed 100%, but that goes both ways. Does go both ways. So we could see some more mid-game aggression. For the time being, though, we are settling in. We have our units of choice. It is going to be Stalker Sentry from Zoun. Meanwhile, Rebellion going for a single Sentry into a faster expansion. But, oh, he is blocked. Is denied. So Rebellion, he attempted a faster Nexus. At last, he's going to be denied that. Going for a Robo in the main. So as Rebellion was attempting to go for something more economic, he's forced to throw down some tech, and this could turn into a 1-base all-in. This could turn into suddenly a very, very committed 1-base all-in. Never mind, Rebellion, he's banking on minerals, and he will expand. Nexus is on the way, the probe is denied, Zoun is in the dark as to what's going on, and Rebellion will have the faster Robo. With this, I imagine just going to be opening up either Observer or Warp Prism into Adept Harass. We'll see. Keep an eye on Rebellion. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a Zoun settling in, just establishing his natural, scouting for proxies, checking here at the 3rd base location, checking at the 4th base location as well. It's all about that scouting, just ensuring that nothing too intense is going on, as Hallucination will confirm the take of choice. We'll confirm the Robo. Again, as we mentioned, it's going to be the War Prism first. This should be Prism into Adepts. Of course, has a lot of potential to do economic damage. Ideally, the War Prism gets across the map and allows the Adepts to get into a mineral line and to wreak havoc. 2 Adepts, that's all it takes to one-shot a worker. All it takes to one-shot probes, Fappy. See if we can get there. As the Prism has arrived, army's building up. Here we go. Now, I assumed it was going to be for Adept Harass, but he's actually committing here with a Sentry-based move out. This is quite committed. Like, this is quite aggressive here from Rebellion, throwing down a 3rd gateway behind this, and motor production has begun. And Rebellion, now this early on, with this hefty of an army with Force Fields, he can actually break through Zoun. Like, Force Fields are king this early on because there's no Blink. Blink is not ready. In a way, Rebellion has defensive Blink because he can, of course, lift and protect his units with a War Prism. True. So Rebellion has more mobility than Zoun. Zoun is lacking that. Blink is halfway done. Zoun is not quite ready for this. We do have a couple of tank shots there on the hallucinations. Nicely done. Force Fields get thrown down. And Rebellion just has to wait them out. So far so good. Saves all the units. Hasn't lost anything yet. only losing hallucinations. At the same time, Adepts shade across the map, going into the mineral line. Rebellion is already at home. Probes are going to be going down. Yeah, 1, 2 workers lost mine time as well. Rebellion likewise shading into the main. Does he commit? Oh, he does. Does commit. Trying to collapse on the army. Coming in from behind, but the Adepts are going to be cleaned up. Will be shut down. Zoun maintains a worker lead. Across the map, Rebellion does wall off. We'll lose extra workers. Looking at the Unsolved tab, Rebellion lost 5 probes. Zoun lost nothing. So very nice defense here out of Zoun. He holds, he defends. Blink is now done, and Rebellion has to get the hell out of here. He has to back off. He missed his timing, missed his opportunity. And now he's in a rough position. Now suddenly the pendulum swings in favor of Zoun. As Zoun has Mass Blink Stalker. Rebellion backing off, building up his immortal counts, going into Glaive Adepts. It looks like an all-in follow-up. Glaives does not scale into a longer game. So it looks like Rebellion is going for a committed 2-base push. As for now, he's still building up, has to wait for the upgrades. There we go, gateways on the way. Again, Rebellion chose to throw in an extra gateways instead of expanding. And the hallucination will see everything. Ah, the power of the hallucination. Zoun confirms, takes out the prism. No shot, that was the prism going down. War Prism does fall, that's Naruto's pylon, instead just going for the probes. Rebellion trying to keep up, will zone Zoun away. But he just rotates over towards the natural, getting another pylon. At least attempting to. Oh, trading with the army. Nice blinks, saves all his units. Zoun, he does back off, does escape. Breaking in once again. Ooh, will bleed out 1 Stalker. More reinforcements coming in. 3rd expansion. Zoun getting further ahead economically, working towards +1. Charge. As a reminder, Rebellion is all in on 2 bases. And he's building up that immortal count. He's got 3 immortals already. That's a lot of immortals. Might be down in Stalkers, but the immortals, they make up for that. Zoun has to back off. Meanwhile, Glaive's almost done. War Prism as well. And then it's going to be go time for Rebellion. It's going to be all or nothing. Zoun falling back home. Again, he just has to be defensive, going for a counterattack as well. Bold move here and a little bit unnecessary here for Zoun. It is quite risky. Means that supply is going to be across the map, not at home, but he can always recall. True. He can always recall back home if need be. Here comes that all in. We'll pick up more workers. Ooh. Forcing a defensive warping out of Rebellion. That means that much less across the map. Nice blinks out of Zoun. Nice force fields as well. He's holding the line. Zoun, he retreats across the map. And again, he can always recall to reinforce. Or even just turn back around. Or just continue harassing. He has options. Adepts, they cancel the shade. Rebellion pushing in once again into a concave force fields. They lock down the Immortals. Yeah, the Immortals, they barely come into play. They barely had any DPS. Now we go for the dive. Oof, ambitious dive here from Zoun. We'll catch 1 Immortal, gets 1. We'll get 2. Takes extra volleys though. Took a long time to bring them down. There's now 1 Immortal left. With help of the shield batteries, with the concave, with the reinforcements, Zoun, he should have enough. He should, and he does. Cleans up the army. Again, there's still 1 remaining Immortal. Going for the dive. GG gets called, and Zoun takes game number 1. GG. So let's start the series here from Zoun. Does take a lead, and we'll see if he can claim it here. Remember, it is a best of 3, and then needs to amass 1 more game to make it through. Meanwhile, when it comes to an update regarding Classic, Classic was late. He has arrived. He has arrived, which means we'll be delving into some of his matches later on. We'll, again, go over the bracket after this series. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. As we're jumping into game number 2, it's going to be on Ley Lines. Here we go. And again, we'll see if Rebellion can bounce back. Again, he is the underdog coming into this series. Zoun, he's hot stuff, right out of the military, and has been looking very strong, very powerful these past couple of months. But we'll see. We'll see if we can force the ace match this morning. In the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player down in the series after attempted failed aggression in the first game. We'll see if he calms things down or just doubles down once again. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Yes, welcome one and all to the third qualifier for Masters Coliseum. It's been an intense couple of days here, and I was mentioning in the chat earlier, but there is another cast in a couple of hours. We are going to be casting Cheeseadelphia. That is in, how many hours time? 4. Just under 4 hours. So in under 4 hours, we'll be covering another tournament. That also means that if this qualifier lasts a little bit too long, then we will have to cut it short. Now, we should be able to make it to at least the qualifying matches, and at least the first qualifying match, but I'm very on the fence about the third place match. That third place match, hopefully we can cover it as well, but it does depend on the length of some of these matches and how long some of these rounds do last. So it will depend. For now, we're settling in. Alright, going to be settling in. Do have our initial gate expand by Zoun. Okay, yeah, my attention. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Rebellion, so standard opener out of our blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, Zoun is opening up with a more greedy economic opener. He is setting up for a gate into, I would imagine, Stargate, then into expansion. We'll see how and when he does throw down the Stargate. Pylon will block, but we set up the Stargate across the map. So again, as we mentioned, it is a Stargate follow-up, but it is a proxy Stargate follow-up. Let's go. Zoun going to be that much more aggressive. This means that the Oracle takes that much less time to get across the map into a mineral line. Probes are going to be in danger, under fire. On the one hand, sure, Rebellion, he is delaying the expansion. Little does he know that he has to prepare back at home. Now we do have a safety shield. Let's go. Safety shield battery in the main. Now again, Rebellion, he did scout the opener, and as we mentioned, as Rebellion knows, he knows that there should be a Stargate. I'm sure he believes that it's back at home, further back in the main. Doesn't quite know that it's proxied. Despite that, because of the timing of the shield battery, it will be ready. Will be ready in time for the Oracle. Meanwhile, Rebellion, he's going to be throwing down his pylon, 1 base all in. Yeah, he responds with a 1 base all in. Again, this makes sense considering the more economic start here by Zoun. Zoun, he throws down a 2nd gateway further back in the main, but Rebellion will have the army advantage. And Zoun's going to be in a bit of trouble here. Shield battery's on the way, but he'll be overwhelmed. Yeah, Stalkers, they dive in, they bleed back the Stalker. Boys have to be pulled. Zoun is holding on. Force to pull the boys. Shield battery is now done. Oracle's moving in, but again, the shield battery is ready here in the main of Rebellion. It is ready, which means this Oracle, it's going to have a harder time of finding some damage. Going for the stasis. Oh, Rebellion does pull away. Pulls away in time. Now he knows, of course, of the Stargate follow-up. And he should be aware of the proxy. Again, Rebellion should commit. We see Zoun setting up another... Oh my god, never mind! I assumed that Rebellion was going to throw down extra gateways, but no, he throws down an expansion. Rebellion is macroing out of this. Like, okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, Zoun is still committed. He throws down a 3rd gateway of Robo as well. This looks like a 1 base all in, and Zoun, he'll be able to reinforce across the map. He'll be able to reinforce, eventually. For now, ooh, he has to respect that sentry. That's a dangerous sentry there for Rebellion. He can force field and slice up the army. Remember, there's no blink, there's no war prism, so once you get caught, you get caught. Meanwhile, Zoun up to 2 oracles. 2 oracles, they do one-shot probes. 1 shield battery does not do enough to protect a mineral line, but there is an army in position. There are stalkers backing him to defend, so Rebellion, he's ready for that 2nd oracle. Likewise, just keeping tabs on Zoun. We do have Zoun warping in across the map to counterattack. Likewise, it means that he can reinforce these oracles to try to break through a main army. As Zoun does confirm that Rebellion is expanding. Hallucination of Rebellion confirms the 1 base all in. Rebellion now knows, but can he stop it? Oracle's 8. Oh my god. Bit of an overreaction there from Rebellion. Expansion does complete. Zoun can set up a pylon outside of the natural, and here comes the army. Here come the Stalkers. Stasis traps are a little bit far back, but regardless, they're there to support. We'll They dive in, they get one probe goes down. Sorry, one stalker I meant. Probe's under fire as well. You see Zoun threatening a dive, but the army stands strong. Likewise, Rebellion pushing up the ramp, but he runs into a concave. Rebellion getting pulled apart here. He's forced to recall. Forced to recall back home. If he leaves the main, then it's going to be exposed. Stalkers, they do rotate. That's the trigger here for Zoun. As he can still take the fight. Pushing forward, Oracles, they hit the main. They deny mining. Poison being pulled. They have to be. Oh, Zoun has to get out of here. Ideally pulling away towards the stasis traps. Oracles, they distract. More probes going to be falling. Zoun stutter stepping forward, catching a stalker. He commits. It does commit. Now we're down to 2 stalkers. Down to 1. 1 stalker left. Reinforcements have arrived. We don't even need the stasis traps. Oh my god. Zoun doesn't even need them. He breaks on through. He cleans up the army. There's only 1 adept left. And Zoun has done it. GG gets called. Zoun will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Game 1, of course, Zoun flexing his defense, able to survive the 2-base all-in of Rebellion. Here in Game 2, Zoun, in a way, kind of forced into an all-in. He was contained, of course, by Rebellion, and he was able to sneak out a probe. He was able to get a pylon up and running. And, yeah, just really nice moves, not just with the army, but with the Oracles as well. Kind of forcing Rebellion in a really rough position. The reality is, Rebellion, he could have just given up the natural. In that kind of game state, bearing in mind that his opponent was 1 base all in, you can afford to just give up on the natural base and secure yourself on your 1 base instead and play 1 base versus 1 base and have the defender's advantage. Rebellion, instead, he tried to save the natural and he was pulled apart. He was pulled apart then and there. GG, well played. Zoun will advance on. He will advance on into the next round. And the question becomes, who will he face off against? Now we can take this time. We can take a moment here to go over the bracket itself. Exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have a lot of updates coming into this. Here we go. We have, oh my god, we have some walkovers. This is what delayed our start, but there were a bunch of walkovers here. Trigger gets a walkover over Triple. Rogue gets a walkover over Jiyan. But from the beginning, from the top, let's go over some of these matches. We have Mocha versus Creator, leading into Björn, leading into Trigger in the quarterfinals. Scrolling a little bit further down, we have Gumiho against Nightmare. I believe that is being casted by all the casters. I believe everyone's jumping into that, and they're all covering Gumiho versus Nightmare. So if you want to tune into that, there's like all the language casters covering that. There's like Korean streams, English streams, Russian streams, all the streams, Chinese streams as well. They're all on Gumiho versus Nightmare for good reason. Scrolling down, Trap versus Bunny, that is also a tempting match as well. Very tempting. I would love to sink my teeth into that, not gonna lie. But scrolling down, we have some other matchups here. We have Ryung takes on Quanta 2-0. Ryung's up against Cure, Winnie goes up against Rogue. Juicy TVZ there. Cure versus Ryung into Rogue. Ay. Best of luck to all those players. And now we have our portion of the bracket. Now, I wanted to jump into Classic versus Stray Stalker initially, to follow that into Solar, to follow that into Zoun. That was my plan, but Classic was late. Classic, he is here though. He did actually start his first game while we were in Game 2. So they're in Game 1 at the moment. Classic versus Stray, I mean. They're in Game 1, and I'll most likely be jumping into Game 2 of that series, leading it into Solar, leading it into Zoun. My eyes are on this southern portion of the bracket, Classic, Solar, Zoun, to lead into the qualifying match, and to lead into Rogue, Cure, and Ryung. So I'm going to be focusing on the lower half of the bracket. Again, the other streams are covering the upper half of the bracket. So we are split up at the moment, and we're hoping to cover as much ground as possible. As a reminder as well, the semifinals is all you need to qualify. Winner of the semis will qualify for the main event, but the loser of the semifinals is going to be seeded into a bronze match. You can kind of see it towards the end there, 3rd place. Top three do qualify. That means you have to make it to the top 4, and 3 of them will make it through. This tells me that there's 1 extra spot compared to the European and Americas region, and 1 extra series as a result. Now, the matches are going to be happening at the same time. We're not going to be holding any matches whatsoever, but because the upper half of the bracket is progressing a little bit faster, it's possible that they might join us for the lower qualifying match as well, depending on the length of games, of course. Depending on the length of games is the plan. Gumiho just eating all the top Protosses right away. Yeah, there's a lot of Protoss up here, but there's some good Terrans as well, like Bjorn, right? There's Bjorn, there's Bunny. I do favor Trap over Bunny at the moment. But Gumiho is a terrifying player, of course. He's the most recent Home Story Cup champion. You could make an argument that Gumiho is favored to qualify straight up from the upper half of the bracket. I can definitely see that. Yeah, I think I would agree, actually. I think I do favor Gumiho against Bjorn in a TVT, and against Protoss, I think Gumiho's in a nice place. I think Nightmare is maybe his strongest contender. Nightmare has some killer PVT. Like, I'm a big fan of Nightmare's PVT. Especially at the moment, it's looking terrifying. We've seen Nightmare take down Clem. Nightmare, I mean, hey, he made it to the top 8 of Home Story Cup as well. So yeah, that is a really strong, really powerful first round match, which is again a reason why all the other casters jumped on it. But you know, we're just trying to spread out and try to cover all these other matches just because no one else is. So again, that's why we're focusing here towards the southern half of the bracket instead. Is the plan. Here we go. Solely from Home Story Cup. What do you mean? He's the back-to-back champion, Bab. You can't stop the Gumi God. Can't stop it. He'll win it all. It's crazy. But yeah, so now we have some downtime. We do have some downtime here. We are waiting for Stray, Stalker, and Classic to wrap up Game 1, and then we'll be jumping into the rest of those matches. That will be the plan. Will be the current plan. The other tempting series, of course, is to, you know, jump in mid-series like into Cure Ryung, followed into Rogue as well. Like this, there's just so many high-quality matches. Like, there's so many good matches here. It's not too many to pick from. Too many, man. Too many. He's holding Artanis hostage since Home Story Cup. He'll keep him. He'll lock him away. Let's go. As it looks like our players have just gotten out of game. Our players have just gotten out of game. Oh, good. I was too fast. Da. I joined the wrong lobby by accident. It's my bad. But yeah, so we're going to be going in a short break, and when we come back, we should have Classic versus Stray. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this just in. Hold on. I say Classic versus Stray. Looks like they have concluded their match, and we have our round of 16 series instead. It is going to be Classic versus Solar in a ZVP. Let's go. Yo, those must have been fast games. Considering Classic and Stray started much later. Very fast games there, but we have our match. Beautiful. It is going to be that ZVP. It is going to be that Solar versus Classic. Beautiful. Just slipping into all those DMs, making sure I don't get left behind. Beautiful. As vetoes are currently underway. And again, we'll be back after this short break with our match with our best of 3. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're ready. Hope you're excited for a banger of a ZVP that we have ready for you. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And if you're in the chats, Bappy, you know what time it is? It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it's going to be a harder one to call, I should emphasize here. Both Solar and Classic, they're both deserving to be part of the main event. Solar and Classic are some of the best Protoss players in the world, but only one can make it through. That goes to show just how brutal, how intense, and how unforgiving the qualifiers are. Unforgiving, Pappy, unforgiving. Here we go. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. Would not be surprised if this goes all the way to game 3, but we'll see. Keep our eyes on our players. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping for an ace match at least. All the games, Pappy, all the games. For now, Hatch, Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Solar. Likewise, Classic across the map, going for a gate expand as well. Standard openers for the time being, no crazy 15-15, and no Nexus first or anything like that. When it comes to the map itself, welcome, one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is more known for being quite defendable on a 3 and 4 base setup. Despite that, though, the rush distance by ground is shorter. It's tied, I believe, for how short it is, alongside some of these other maps like ley lines, so shorter rush distance by ground, and we have seen Solar go for 3 base all-ins. We've seen him cut drones, commit into like a German taxi with queens and drop loads across the map, or just a Ling Queen Nidus all-in, or just Roach Ravager 6/6 drone all-in. Solar has been quite aggressive on Ultra Love, at least he has been in the past. I'll be honest, I haven't casted Solar in a couple of weeks. Maybe like 1 week, maybe like 1 or 2 weeks, but you know, I mean, time does fly here, and the patch is still relatively new. We'll see how players have adjusted over time. We'll see if Solar is one to embrace an all-in on this map despite its defensive features. It is a risk. It is a risk to take. But now Solar getting his third base is on the way. Likewise, do have our Adept opener here out of Classic, hoping to delay his opponent's expansion for as long as possible. And Solar is forced to expand linearly instead. Now, the plus side for Classic, as Solar expands away from the Protoss, does mean the creep is going to take a little bit longer to get across the map to actually spread towards the 3rd base location of Classic. Bear that in mind. So far, a nice start here for Classic, as Solar does expand away. Behind this Stargate opener out of Classic, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Going for the Stargate, going for an Oracle behind it as well, I would imagine. And there it is, Oracle is on the way. Likewise, Adept threatening a Shade, keeping an eye here on gases, on saturation. Will commit into the main base as well. Bold move. Picks up a Ling. Gets 1 Ling. Heads towards the main mineral line. Confirms gases, confirms no saturation, and gets out. So far, nice scouting here by Classic, as it does threaten the natural. Up! Once the drone won't quite get it. It doesn't get the workers. Nice spore trick there by Solar, saves all his drones. And likewise, Solar gets across the map and gets into the main base. A free full scout confirms the gases, confirms the Stargate and the Oracle production. Here we go. Spore gets thrown down at the natural. Queen's getting ready in the main. Oracle dives in. We'll get 1 drone. Oh, gets 1, gets 2. 2 workers go down, but does sustain some hull damage. At the same time, Lings hit the 3rd base to get another probe. Not bad. Solar's keeping up when it comes to the damage he's taken. Likewise, getting on top of the pylon as well. Can he force a cancel? Oh, not quite. He can get a kill instead. Even better. Yeah, not a cancel. We'll get a kill. Shuts down the pylon. Lings, they get away. Classic will save the expansion, but at a cost. So we do have a back and forth so far. Classic getting a couple of workers. Solar reciprocating that damage. Stasis trap here into the natural. Solar does notice. Does respond. Second Oracle moving out. First one takes a bit of hull damage as well. And we now have the follow-up here. As Classic is establishing his 3rd base, he is taking up and headed towards a Forge and a Twilight Council. Should be +1 in Blink. It should be. So just updating our title. It's all good. As we are settling in, Solo going for his Roach Horn. Roach Horn is at a reasonable time. I mentioned before that Solo, we have seen him embrace Roach all-ins more often than not on this map. But this is, a standard timing with the Roach Horn. He could still cut workers on 3-base saturation. True. We'll keep an eye out for that. We're keeping an eye on the saturation for Solar. He's going for the 4th base. Could just be for Larva. Oracles will delay. Nicely done. They shut down the drone. Going for the Queens. They get 1. No transfuse. Yeah, not enough energy for a transfuse. 1 Queen goes down. Likewise, 3 drone kills in total. Not bad. Oracles do get away. They do escape. Likewise, Solar counterattacking. Ooh, they could threaten the mineral line, but there's a warp in time. He's going to get 1, going to get 2 probes. And not much more than that. I mean, 3 in total. Classic now moving out with a counterattack. These are vanilla adepts. Ooh, and I assumed it was going to be +1 and blink. It is not. It is +1 and charge instead. Charge into Archon production, into Immortal production. This is going to be a much stronger timing from Classic. Something much more aggressive, I should emphasize. Stalkers lead into a longer game state. Here, there's strong timing with +1 and with charge. Meanwhile, Adepts A shaded towards the natural. Lings were keeping up. Solo going for the bold move. Solo going for the Spire. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Solo. This is a big, risky move here from him. 3 drones go down. Probes did fall across the map. Stays trapped here into the mineral line. Solo, no reaction. Late response, massive connection. Ooh, takes down more than half, even most of the gas mining workers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, massive stasis in the mineral line. Solo trying to go for a counterattack. And again, he's going for the spy, but the spy got scattered. Yeah, big scout here from Classic. Ay, ay, ay. Once again, he sees, he knows. He's aware of what's going on. Solo no longer has that surprise factor. And Classic is catching up when it comes to his economy, getting his 3rd base fully operational, taking his gases, and should soon be embracing a 2nd Stargate and Phoenixes. So double Stargate Phoenix production, that is to hard counter the mutas. And Solo, he knows he got scattered. I mean, the stasis trap was here at the natural, he knows. And he's confirming with the Overlord as well. So we'll see how many mutas he makes. I wouldn't be surprised if Solo just doesn't make any. If he even lets the spy finish and just avoids any kind of muta play. Revelation gets eyes on the Spire itself, confirms that it wasn't cancelled. And Solar, he is embracing Roach production. Getting up to full base saturation. Moving out for a counterattack. Is denied, is deflected. And as you can see here, Solar, he's making Roaches. He's making Roaches, making Ravagers. Defending against the Oracles. It might be worth making a Corruptor or a couple of units to deal with these Oracles, but in general he's not really embracing mutas. He can't, he shouldn't. At this level of play, if you get scouted, you know that Classic, I mean clearly he's ready to just shut down mutas at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, here comes the Queen Walk. So Solar, he went up to 4 base saturation, 74 workers, or I guess 3.5 base saturation really, but a decent economy here, and now he's committed. He's moving out, and Classic is taking into Sky Toss with the Fleet Beacon. Classic. He was getting ready for mutas. He's not quite ready for this. We're trying to pushing in. Force Field's going to be knocked down. So far, so good. Solar, can he get on top of those Immortals? He's trying to. As it's all or nothing for Solar. Against Solar, there's no Hydrogen, there's no Hive, there's no Infestation Pits, there's no +2, no upgrades. Solar is all in. He breaks through the Archons. And those Immortals are very exposed. And he wants them. He wants the Immortals. Does push forward. A shield battery within range. 1 Immortal goes down. He gets 1. He's going for the 2nd. He will get it. Yeah, 1 Immortal left. Charges are coming from behind, but reinforcements are coming in. And it looks like Solar has done it. He has broken the back of Classic. Remember, Classic, he was taking into Sky Toss with the Fleet Beacon. He was ready for a longer game state. He was not ready for it all in. Solar, he has done it. He has broken the 3rd. And again, the trend of Solar being aggressive on Ultra Love continues. It does continue here. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Now, to be fair, Solar, he initially didn't want to be all in. Remember, he went for the Spire, which means that his plan initially was to go into mutas, to harass, to get into a 4th base saturation, and to go for a different kind of game state. But I do really like the decision that was made. Basically, Solar, because he knew he got scouted, he lets the Spire finish, make sure I mean, it got revealed, of course, so Classic was aware of that, and Solar, he went for something that's a little bit more inefficient in a sense, right? Like, resources were wasted on a tech structure that wasn't used, but instead, he just doubled down on Roach Ravager, and the Oracles never saw. They never saw the move out. Remember, the Oracles, they were pinned behind the main base, keeping eyes on tech, scouting the mineral lines, but didn't quite see what was being produced and the lack of saturation at the 4th base. And with that, GG, well played. Solar, he does catch Classic with his pants down. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. We are jumping into that second game. And we'll see if Classic can bounce back. Now, what I will say, coming into game number 2, and a big reason as to why Solo was so successful in game 1, as I was trying to emphasize in the lead up to it, is the rush distance by ground on Ultra Love is shorter than on some of these other maps. So that's why we have seen Solar typically be aggressive on Ultra Love. Here we're loading into one of the largest maps in the map pool. We are loading into Abyssal Reef. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is a Classic. And we have mentioned this time and time again, but welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef, a map where it is much easier to defend and to establish not just a 3-base economy, but a 4 and a 5-base economy as well. The 5-base setup here is very secure, very close together, very tight-knit, very easy to rotate between, to defend, to secure yourself, and to get into a longer and later game state. We've had a lot of late game on Abyssal Reef. We've had a lot of 5-base saturation as well. So if Classic were to do something like be more defensive and rush into Sky Toss, I can see that working here. I can see that working on Abyssal Reef. From the side of Solar, I would say that certain all-ins now are far less viable, especially because of the ramp. Like the very narrow choke point coming into natural, the ramp, the force fields, you cannot push in towards this natural. Because of that, Classic can focus his defenses here at the 3rd base instead. There are multiple angles of attack, but because it's easier to kind of position your army and set up your stack defense, it is easier to hold as well. So I feel like going for these like ground-based assaults, whether it's 3-base saturation or even like we saw previously, like 72, 74 drones, mass roach ravager, I feel like that is going to be less effective. But something that bypasses how large the map is something like Nidus play. So if we saw like a Link Queen Nidus all in, Roach Ravager Nidus all in with Queen support as well, like I could definitely see that working a little bit better. Potentially Swarm Host play because of how large the map is, because of how many choke points there are, or so many different like paths, so many cliff faces as well. Something like Nidus play can work quite well depending on the build of the Protoss. So there are like other things that could be more viable than others, right? The map itself does kind of lean in a very different direction than Ultra Love. But we'll see. We shall see. I'm making the assumption that Solo wants to be aggressive. If he wants to macro, then different story, right? Then it's all about greed. It's all about expanding and trying to outproduce your opponent, take more bases. Keep an eye on Solar. For now, Stargate. Stargate has been placed here for Classic. Is good for the Stargate opener. Oh, right. Something that I should mention, the more obvious thing, Mutas. True. Like, if Solar did want to open up and actually commit to Spire and actually make Mutas this time, Abyssal Reef would be a better map for it. True. So that is also on the table. As for the time being, Solar, he's going for his 3rd. Setting up his 3rd expansion. Across the map, first Oracle is on the way. So far, everything looking normal from Classic. Going for the Oracle, going to Scout, into his 3rd. Adept likewise moves out across the map. Meanwhile, Classic, he does fully wall off the natural. Again, like, it's just, yeah, you can just fully wall this area off. Take your 3rd base, focus on your 3rd base defense instead. Should be secure. Last game, we saw Solar achieve quite a bit of damage with Ling Harass. Remember, killing workers here and there, like 2, 3, 4 probes at a time, getting a pylon, applying pressure, forcing warp-ins. We'll see if he's as successful here on Abyssal Reef. I don't think he will be, but, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Solar can make some magic happen here as Lings, they do arrive. They collapse on the Adept, they get us around. Oh, they try to. It does slip away. Does avoid this round for so long. As a result, Classic does trade more efficiently. And Classic will shut these Lings down. So like we'll have to get out of there to pull away. First Oracle gets across the map, gets one drone. Bit of miscontrol there by Classic, but he doesn't take any hull damage, so it's fine. Only shield damage. Gets one drone, pulls away. We'll pull away, we'll meet up with his second Oracle. We do have our Twilight Council Forge follow-up, the same setup so far as we saw in game 1. This can once again lead into charge and +1, or still blink and +1. Ooh, as the Oracle does take a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Flanking Queen! And one more volley. Oh my god, it almost goes down, but it barely does get away. 6 drone kills, pretty nice damage here from Classic. Did take a lot of hull damage, but did survive. Did survive, can regenerate those shields, and dive back in. Very clutch play there by Classic as he gets away. And joining up his Oracles. Oh my god. Flanking Queens don't quite catch it. And we have the answer. Yep, more Mac-oriented, +1 and Blink. +1 and Blink are on the way. Lings, meanwhile, they do hit the third. They get a probe. They get one. They get two. But again, last game, Classic did initially open up more aggressively going into charge. If you remember, he never quite hit any kind of charge timing because he was taking towards that fleet beacon and towards Sky Toss. Classic did shift gears in game 1 to try to be more tech heavy, which was part of his downfall, of course. Here we can see something quite different. You know, with Link Stalkers, you can gain map control, you can get value over time and build up towards a longer game state, or you can throw down extra gateways. Gets, ooh, 2 drones, but the Spore gets punished. Ay. Classic, he does get punished for 1 Spore does go down. Sorry, Spore. 1 Oracle goes down to the Spore, what I meant to say. As the Spore is more potent than it used to be. That is definitely something that Protoss players have to adjust to. Is the power of the Spore, respecting the Spore in general. And how many gateways? We're on 4, soon to be 6. Yeah, 6 gateways, and we're taking up towards Storm. So Storm is going to be the splash damage choice. Basically, from this moment, from 3-base saturation with extra gases, Classic, he can either go into Colossus, Disruptors, or Storm, and he's opted to go into Storm. At least for now. Which again is a much more active style, and considering the introduction of NG Overcharge as well, I mean, you have that many more Storms available. We've seen a lot of Storms here in PvZ, or in general from Protoss players in the new patch. Storms for days back. Let's go. Stalkers move out. They're going to be applying some pressure, shaving off some Lings, trading with the army, ideally denying creep, and potentially denying bases. As 3 active tumors go down, rotating over towards the would-be 4th. Queens are keeping up though, and the 4th base should be able to hold on. Queen's under fire. There's a transfuse. Stalkers, he wants a queen. Oh my god. Does want the Queens. Oh my god, the transfuse just in time. Solar clutch move saves the Queens. Stalkers, they back up for now. More reinforcements coming in. Stage dress behind this. Solar, he's under a lot of pressure. Behind this, Classic is expanding. So far, Solar is keeping up. Saves the Queens once again. Pulls away. Triggers the Stasis traps. Does trigger them ahead of time. So nice moves here out of Solar, and again he's just buying time, and he has opted to go Swarm Host. If you recall, that was one of the options that we did mention on this map. Because of the terrain, because of the just features of the map itself, Swarm Hosts are much more viable here on Abyssal Reef. But you don't want to use them defensively. Up! Stalkers, they rotate towards the natural, going for the Roach Warren. Roach Warren under fire, picking up Roaches themselves. Nice trades here by Classic, but he will bleed out a couple of Stalkers. Swarmers, they have to reveal themselves. They will use their first Locust Wave defensively. And that is a rough moment here for Solar, as he's forced to use them. Meanwhile, back at home, Phoenixes are on the way to hunt down Overlords. Night Storm across the map. Classic is on a 4-base saturation. And Solar, he's behind in workers. Oof. Yeah, Solar, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's down in economy. He invested into Swarm Hosts, and it is a big gamble here, considering that now Classic knows. Like, a big reason why Swarm Hosts can do quite well for themselves in this matchup is like the surprise factor. Like, the first Locust Wave needs to get damage done, and the surprise is not there. Fatty, it's not there. He knows about the surprise. Speaking of, Classic's in position. Locust Wave comes in. Massive storms. And Solo, he gets 4 probes. He gets 6. 6 probes. It's okay. it's okay damage. Still not quite worth it though. Solo, he's looking for more. As Classic, he will find the Nidus. And again, Solo, he gambled a little bit here as well. I'm sure he was hoping that it was going to be a charge-based opener. Nidus Swarms and Swarm Hosts do far better against charge lot play. Blink Stalkers, as you can see, they can just micro so well against the Locust Waves and even keep up with the Nidus Worms. So the Nidus here finishing up on the left-hand side towards the 4th. Meanwhile, Phoenixes, they pick away at the Ravagers. No anti-air. Hydrogen just now starting. No anti-air whatsoever. Ravagers are going down for free. Locust Wave comes in. Can he get the expansion? Can he get the Nexus? Storm goes off. Gonna be 2 storms to defend, and the Nexus will survive. Just barely. It's close, but it lives. Very, very close there. Which means, once again, the second Locust Wave wasn't quite worth it. Didn't get anything. Of course, the chances of that base going down is quite high. It takes like 1 volley. It will go down. And Solo is trying to transition into Lurkers. And again, bearing in mind this entire time the soup has been lying, even though Solo has been up in army supply, it's inflated because of both Stormhosts and Ravagers and Roaches. Like, it's a very inefficient army. I mean, I say very supply inefficient, I should say. Has potential, I mean, at least the Locust Wave does. Gets an Immortal. Not bad. Gets 1 Immortal, going for the Nexus. This time no Storm! He's gonna get it. He's gonna get the base. There we go. Natural finally goes down. Damage is finally being done. Oh, Queen's getting caught out. And again, Solo, he's trying to switch into Hydra Lurker, but he needs more time. Oh, and here comes Classic. He has Storms. He has 4 High Templar with the main army. Another Nidus Swarm. Yo, Solo, he wants that 4th. Beaks, they dive in. They clean up all the Hydras. There's just not enough. Not enough Hydras, not enough anti-air. Queen's going down. Hydra's going down as well. And here comes that Locust Wave. And Classic should lose this base. And he's going to be down to a 2-base economy. To his main and his 3rd. As they bring down the expansion. Another Nidus. Again, it all started with that natural base going down. You know, that one time Classic, he wasn't ready. That's the only time that Solo did need. And here they go. The Lurkers. Lurkers are coming. Now, Solo, he's still in a bit of trouble here. Even though he's morphing in 5 Lurkers, which will help against the ground army, with all the Phoenixes in play, technically, Classic could kill all the Hydras and then snipe all the Lurkers as well. Like, it is possible. As there are 11 Phoenixes. Main army pushes in. Lurker's not quite ready. They have to reposition. Massive storm. Oh my god, the storms! They're brutal! Oh my god, the storms annihilate the Hydras. More storms available, of course. And there's still more storms left. And we spoke about it. Yeah, we can just speak up with the Lurkers. Not enough anti-air. Lurkers get caught out. And Classic can just snowball from here. Takes on the Hydras. Another storm. There's still more storms. He still has more storms left over. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. Yeah, brutal storm with little Hydras are left. And GG gets called. Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Solo, he took a risk, took a gamble going into Swarm Host. As a reminder, I believe Solo made the decision to go Swarm Host before he confirmed it was Mass Blink Stalker. I know that I was saying that the map itself does favor Swarm Host play. I do stand by that. And the Swarm Hosts, they eventually got some damage. They eventually did some damage. That is true. But against heavy Stalker aggression, it can be really difficult to get away with Swarm Hosts. Not just that, but because Stalkers are so mobile, they can hunt down the Nidus Swarms, they can hunt down Swarm Hosts. They gain map control as well. It can be more difficult to get away with that. And we saw that even though Solo was eventually killing bases, it took a long time. It took a very long time for that to happen. If you remember, the first 3 Locust Waves didn't really do anything. The first Locust Wave was spent defensively against the Stalkers. Second Locust Wave was spent at the natural, which didn't get any damage. It killed 6 probes, I think. Yeah, 6 probes, if I remember correctly. And then we had the third Locust Wave that went for the 4th base. It didn't kill that either. So it was just a really rough start there for Solar. Eventually he got damaged, but by the time he did, it was too late. Classic had already reaped the rewards of that. Oh. He had already reaped the rewards of those expansions, was already able to take up into Storm, into High Templar, into a robust army. They just went for the kill. He went for the kill then and there. Solar needed more time. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into the ace match here. It all ends on Whispers of Gold. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons, being forced into the ace match. And I mean, we expected an ace match, but how will the story end? Can he bounce back? It is Solar for Team Falcons. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Tying up the series, can he keep up that momentum? It is Classic. Here we go. Let's do settle in. Seeing the chat, is it me or is it Abyssal Reef the C version of King's Cove, but the ramps are on the other side? I would say no. King's Cove is large, yes, there are a lot of bases, but the third base is defendable on King's Cove. The 4th and 5th base are more exposed on King's Cove. On Abyssal Reef, the 5 base setup is much more fortifiable, much easier to hold on to, just because how close the bases are, because of the choke points, because of the ramps, the points of elevation. So yeah, I would say that King's Cove is more open than Abyssal Reef. The initial 3 base setup looks similar, that is true, but the 4th and 5th base are different. There are some similarities though, 100%. There are some similarities. As from here, we are settling into Whispers of Gold. Now, Whispers of Gold is a much more open map that is favorable towards aggression. There's a couple of features here when it comes to Whispers of Gold. One, the rush distance by ground is short. It is a short rush distance by ground. Likewise, the 3rd and 4th bases here are more exposed. They're more wide open, more vulnerable to aggression. So if Solar wanted to go for like a 2 base all-in or a 3 base all-in or even like a 2.5 base all-in, if you want to be aggressive early on, this is the map to do it on. This is the map where he can have more success. In saying that, Classic, I'm sure, is fully aware, and we'll see how Classic opens and how he responds. We have our tech of choice. What's it going to be? Stargate. Stargate open out of Classic, into Oracle, into a 3rd. So, I mean, so far, everything looking normal. I wouldn't be surprised if Classic goes for a Twilight Council as he takes the 3rd. What does that mean? That means delayed Forge into faster Blink, and the way that lines up is that Blink finishes up in time for a 2 base Roach all-in, assuming that it's going to be 2 base Roach all-in, but it's a very safe way to play. So we'll see if Classic does play safe, we'll see if he does go for the earlier Twilight Council, or if he plays Standard. So my eyes are on Classic. The alternative, of course, could be to just go for an early Twilight Council into Glaives. True. I mean, just be the aggressor yourself. Also viable. As for now, the Adept does threaten a Shade. Second Adept has arrived. Of course, 2 Adepts do one-shot drones, so they can threaten the workers, the mineral lines even more. So he has to keep up. And so far he is, but we do commit to the Shade. So far 1 drone goes down. So he pulls away in time and does save his workers, and he will kill and snipe 1 Adept. So nice defense so far by Solar. So far not worth it for Classic. Ooh, he will lose both. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. Both Adepts go down. Now Solar, he has map control. He can counterattack. He can try and delay the 3rd base. 3rd base is about to be taken, but again, Solar, he will get eyes on that. Now, thankfully, it's only 3 Lings, and Solar, he isn't reinforcing. Thankfully for Classic. Solar had the option to, but for now, just moving in with a handful of Lings, and we'll apply some pressure to the 3rd. Again, usually those 2 Adepts that died would be here to defend, but, I mean, they're not here. They're not here back at home. Solar pulls away, doesn't commit. Oracle's threatening the bases. Solo's keeping up. And the Classic opted not to go for the earlier... yeah, he opted not to go for the earlier Twilight Council. He's throwing it down as the base is halfway done, so this is a more standard timing here. Twilight Council into Forge, Overlord sees everything. Solo, he sees all, he knows all. He's aware of what's going on. This is a standard follow-up here. This can lead into Blink or Charge, of course. Both options are viable for Classic. But he's not being overly safe, is what I am getting at. Meanwhile, Sola just saturating his bases, staying on 1 gas for now. There we go. Lair is now on the way. 5-minute Roach Warren. Pretty standard Roach Warren timing. No major signs of aggression yet. Now, we saw that even with a 5-minute Roach Warren, you can still go for committed play. We saw that in Game 1 on Ultra Love. So I'm still have my eyes on Solar. As you remember, he had a timing with +1 and with Roach Speed on 74 drones. Say between 72 and 76. So we'll keep an eye on Solar, see if he goes for the same build. Lings, they get across the map. We have +1 and Blink on the way for Classic. Not Charge. And from here, Classic, now that he's taking his gases, he has a choice to make. Does he go into Storm again or into Colossus? Robo. Robo into Temple Archives. It's going to be Storm. I mean, again, this is just a lot more popular, a lot more trendy nowadays. Going into Colossus follow-ups are a lot more old school. It's very like 2023 kind of era of StarCraft, where that was all the craze. Nowadays, especially with NG Overcharge, there's a lot more incentive to go into Storm instead. Just because you have more storms than you used to have. Much more. So Colossi are very much so out of meta. Out of meta. As Soli does get across the map, will threaten the expansion. Forcing a defensive warp in. At the same time, Classic does push in, clearing up some creep. Moving towards the 4th. Solo's making a lot of roaches. Yo, how many drones did he have? 72. 72 drones. He has +1. He has roach speed on the way. He's massing more roaches, massing more lings. And this is looking very, very similar to the build that Solo had gone for in Game 1. We had cut workers at, again, it was between 72 and 76 drones. He did not throw down a Hydrogen, did not throw down an Infestation, no +2 either. He went for a +1, just mass, ling, roach, queen all in. And he's going for it. Is going for it. Even going for Overlord speed, that'll be for Dropper Lords. Solar is committed. Again, it's basically like a 3.5 base all-in. And emphasis on all-in because there's no further tech. Like, if this fails to kill Classic, Solar falls behind. Because he wouldn't have any Hydras, he wouldn't have any setup for Lurkers, wouldn't have any Hive tech. Like, the tech that he would need for a longer mid to late game just won't really be there. So Solar, he has to either kill Classic or at least cripple him. That's a lot of Storm. Oh my god, Jesus. That's a lot of High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. As Classic is setting up, throwing down wall cannons and shield batteries. Again, it's all or nothing for Solar. Solar denying the cannons. First Storm goes up. The Biles! Ooh, they do connect. Yeah, they connect with the Immortal. Storms is running back to Rich Ravager. There's still 2 more storms left. Sorry, 3 more storms left. Another storm connects, and the Classic so far, he is holding on. Ooh, that final storm was a little bit lackluster. The other, less so. Just slowing down the army. Shield battery is done. There's another storm. There's the NG overcharge on the High Templar. Ooh, High Templar get exposed. One High Templar goes down. The Immortals are falling, and Solo, does he barely have enough? Ooh, barely not. But Classic is out of storm. Archons are morphing in instead. No more storms. Nice dodges on the Biles. Oracles, they pop off. They catch the Queens. Yeah, Queens are going down, and Classic he has held. Ooh, does overextend though, losing his Oracles. One of them barely surviving. Creep is being denied. Classic pushing out onto Creep out of range of his shield batteries. He does know he has some momentum here. Still no more High Templar. And Solar, he's still not droned. He's not droned. Not got another base. He hasn't taken gases. He's not taking up. Solar, he's still in kill mode. He's still all in. And again, the soup does lie. Like, the soup is inflated because of the Roach Ravager. So Classic, he can still pull off his defense. He can pull it off. Up. File zone away. Roach Ravager getting into the mineral line. High Templar exposed. One High Templar goes down. Oh, Biles connect as well. My Classic with a bit of miscontrol here. Losing High Templar, losing Immortals. Storm goes off, but Classic, he's in trouble. And Solar looks like he has done it. He's getting himself the Immortals. Again, too many mistakes at once there for Classic. As he will lose another and almost another Immortal down to 1. And from here, Solar, he can back off. He can just remax. He can just remax and rebuild once again. Just a really clutch hold here from Classic, but there's very little room for error. Can't take files like that, Fatty. Can't lose High Templar like that either. And Solar, he may have just done it. Pushing forward. Takes down an Immortal. Storm goes up, but there's just not enough support. Not anymore. And Solar, he's looking to eliminate Classic here in the qualifier. As files go up, they take down the shield batteries. And we spoke about how much more difficult it is to defend this 4th base as well. I mean, both 3rd base locations. But how much more exposed they are, the base will fall, and Solar will overwhelm, taking down the entire mineral line, and he's done it. He's broken the back of Classic. Classic down to 1 Immortal. You can see Classic trying to drag Solar apart and trying to pull him towards the cannons. But it's not going to be enough. So he collapses on what little is left here on the Stalkers. There's 4 Stalkers remaining. Takes down the cannons. GG gets called, and Solar will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Solar. He will take it. A Classic. He did have an impressive defense initially, I will say that. He was able to deflect. He was able to shut down the maxed out army of Solar, but we saw that in the aftermath, he was a little bit too cavalier. Just, there was some misunit micro, I should emphasize. There was some miscontrol when it came to his Immortals, when it came to his High Templar. He lost a little bit too much too quickly at the wrong moment, and very quickly it snowballed in favor of Solar from there, as he was able to get on top of the High Templar and get on top of the Immortals as well. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Solar, he will take it. And with that, we advance on to the next round. To the round of 8, where Solar has his next opponent. Just slipping in some DMs and making sure we don't get left behind. Here we go. As we can switch our scenes over and catch up with the bracket itself. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. We have plenty of updates here ahead of us, plenty to dive into. Let's quickly catch up on our match though. Again, Solar takes down Classic 2-1, and we have our next series. It's going to be Solar versus Zoun in the next round. Let's go. That is going to be our next series here on the stream. Meanwhile, Rogue is still waiting for Cure versus Ryung. Ooh, Cure versus Ryung has been going on for quite some time. They had started before Solar versus Classic, and they're still mid-series. I mean, it's a TVT, so I can definitely see mech occurring in that matchup, 100%. So, best of luck to Cure and Ryung as they are going to be slowing things down a little bit there, and we'll eventually move in towards Rogue. Meanwhile, scrolling up, Gumiho takes down Nightmare 2-0. Big win there for Gumiho. Very impressive to not drop a map. Meanwhile, an upset I was not expecting. Bunny. Trap has been on fire. Trap has been on point. We've seen Trap even take down Clem, but for Bunny to take down Trap 2-1, that is very impressive and very unexpected. Bunny has been less active. Like Bunny is like borderline retired at this point. Like Bunny, he rarely competes in tournaments. He rarely plays in online events. Like Bunny is a rare sight nowadays. We see him like once a month or maybe once every couple of weeks. So I'm very excited to see Bunny. I'm a big Bunny fan. You know, I was a big CJ Entus fan back in the day, and of course Bunny, Shin, Hero, they're all ex-CJ boys. Big fan of CJ. So always great to see Bunny doing well. But that is an upset, and that's quite impressive. Bunny advances on to face off against Gumiho. I do favor Gumiho in that series 100%, but yo, if Bunny's taking down Trap, I'm curious what else Bunny has up his sleeve. So really excited to see how that series unfolds. Meanwhile, Creator takes down Mocha 2-0, and Creator is mid-series against Björn in the next round. Battle of friends there. Both Creator and Björn are very good friends. If you've been following them on social media, they have been traversing throughout the weeks. Basically, it's like every other week they do go like mountain climbing, you know, to get some fresh air, to touch some grass, and to, you know, experience life outside of StarCraft. So it's always fun to see them out there climbing mountains in Korea. So now they have to face off against each other here. They're also ex-Prime boys. For those who don't know, a lot of the players like Björn, Creator, and Maru, they're all very good friends. You know, they all, of course, were teammates back in the day on Prime, and that friendship has persisted for a very long time. So it is known that they spend a lot of time together. In general, like a lot of the Korean players, a lot of the ex-teammates, like those friendships have lasted over the years. Not just these ex-Prime players, but ex-CJ players as well. We do see quite often Hero, Shin, Bunny, like they all spend time together, like outside of the game. Like they all go out like to drink and stuff like that. Every now and then, especially after big events. Yeah, always great to see. Always great to see like these ex-teammates still hang out. But those are our matches. Those are the final matches here. The soup didn't lie. The soup didn't lie, Pat. He didn't lie. I mean, it did lie initially. Then it did not. So asking who's next. As we mentioned, I mean, the title should be updated on the Twitch title. The Twitch channel should be updated with the current match. As we did mention, we're going to be following Solar into Zoun. Vetoes are underway. As we jump into our next series. And again, we're going to be following that into the lower qualifying match. But again, depending on how long Kira versus Ryung is, we might be able to catch the winner of that series against Rogue. We might be able to catch that as well. And then that might lead into the qualifying match. We'll see. We shall see. As looks like the Vitas are done, and we're jumping into game number 1. Jumping into game 1, it's going to be on Ultra Love. Meanwhile, I believe the other casters are, because they casted Gumiho series, I believe they're following that into Bunny. Almost said Björn. Almost said Björny. But they're following Gumiho into Bunny, so they got you covered there with that TVT. Meanwhile, we have our ZVP. We know what we want, Pat. We know what we want. Here we go. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 3 series. The winner of this series will advance on to a qualifying match. And it's in those qualifying matches where you do have a second life. You do have a second life available. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our red Protoss player. Freshly returning from the military, looking on fire as of late. Can he make it to a qualifying match? It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Just look down classic. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, oh wait, first things first, if you're in the chat, if you know Korean, if you know Hangul, I would love to know what the players are talking about, what they're conversing about. So if you can have some translations, we'd love to see them. Otherwise, if you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are underway for the next minute or so. Best of luck, as we are going to be settling in. Oh my god, that's a lot of... Jesus. I understand. He's TTing. I understand that. TT, baby. TT. He's expressing sadness. That's all I know. For now, though, 15 hatchery here into gas pool, so still a standard opener. Did go for a slightly earlier expansion to make sure it doesn't get blocked, but outside of that, going for a standard follow-up. Meanwhile, Zoun just going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Everything looking normal so far. Now, when it comes to Zoun's play, if you haven't been watching him, he has been back for the past, I wouldn't say 2 months, maybe 3. Like, time flies in StarCraft. Like, Jesus. Time flies in general. But like 2 to 3 months, Zoun has been back. He has been competing. He's been looking very strong in certain matchups. What I will say is that Zoun, he's looking quite comparable with some of the best players in the world in PvP and PvT. Like Zoun, we've casted him recently take down Clem. That was in the Libra League like 2-3 weeks ago. Zoun's been taking down players like Clem, players like Bjorn, players like Hero in PvPs. Zoun has been getting some really strong results, specifically in PvP and PvT. But what he hasn't been getting good results in is PvZ. Like Protoss vs Zerg does seem to be Zoun's weakest matchup. Not saying that he's like awful at it or anything, but like everyone has a weakest matchup, and this is the weakest matchup for Zoun. So it is unfortunate that he's up against Solar here in the quarterfinals. Give him any other player, and I mean, he might have more success. But still, though, I want to believe that he has been working on this matchup. Overlord is going to be safe. Back at home, Twilight Council. Aggressive build here by Zoun. No Stargate. No Stargate opener. Solar Scout is denied by the Stalker. The Stalker is a tell that something is wrong. It's not always a tell that something's wrong, but it is a little bit suspect. It is a little bit suspect here. Typically, when a player opens up Stalker, it's to deny the Scout. It's to keep the Zerg player in the dark as what's happening. And we can see it's leading into Glaive Adepts. So Solar, he isn't fully aware of what's going on, but he has an idea. Does have an idea. So far, just keeping up with the Adept. How many gateways are finishing up? So far, we have 2 gateways at the natural, soon to be 2 gateways in the main, and should be 4 gate glaives. Now, something important to bear in mind, I don't see a robo. There's no robo with this, so this looks like an economic build. It may sound crazy, but this is a little bit old school. This was trendy back in early 2023. This is 3 gate glaives into a third. The reason why you get a third base is because you didn't make a robo. So the money that would have been spent on a robo and a war prism is instead spent on an expansion. Speaking of, here it is. So this is a less committed version of Glaive Adepts. Now, because there's no war prism, one, sure, you get an expansion, you get your third base up and running a little bit earlier, but it also means that you can't reinforce. It means that there are going to be less adepts and reinforcements are going to be much more delayed. It means it's going to be more difficult to actually gain value with these adepts. So there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, it looks less aggressive. It looks like more like a normal build. On the other hand, it is also weaker. As adepts, they will soon move out. So far, trading against the Lings. Roach Warren gets placed. And we'll see what Zoun can get done. I want to say Strange popularized this build. I want to say Strange was doing this build a lot on the European server, like last year. And then it kind of like hit the mainstream a little bit for a while. And now like it's a build that players they whip out every now and then. Not very common, not very popular, I should say. The downside here of going into glaives like this is that your tech is late. Like your +1, your charge, your blink. Your mid-game tech is going to be far later. And so far the Adepts, they haven't been able to get much done here. They head towards the queens. They do go for one of them. Up! They will bring it down. 1 queen falls. And Zoun has to get the hell out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. Sola is going to try and chase down the Adepts. Oh, won't quite get them. Thankfully, they do get away. And they will at least protect the third. So now we're going to be settling into a longer game state. Ideally, Zoun wants to force Solar to make units and not to drone. I mean, Solar, his 4th base is a little bit late here. Was delayed because of the aggression. Likewise, Solar making extra roaches. Zoun taking a worker lead. Slightly. And now we can settle in. Oh, that's a gateway explosion. That's 5 gates. And there's no extra gases here. Interesting. 5 gates on the way. That's going to be an 8 gate +1 blink attack here from Zoun. I'm going to say 3 base all in though. We'll see if he even saturates. Okay, we'll saturate his gas on the right hand side. Doesn't take the gas on the left, but no further tech. No splash damage. He's 8 gating. Let's go. So what's happening? It's 8 gateways, pure blink stalker. Overseer will scout the gateway explosion. Big moment here for Solar. Likewise, he doesn't quite see much more than that, but he may have just seen enough. I think he's seen every gateway, actually. Yeah, he has seen every gateway so far. Ooh, Solar, he's droning, he's teching. If he drones too much, if he techs too much, then he will just fall over. He will just die to this. As Zoun moves out. Again, behind this is no further tech. There's no splash damage, no Colossus, no Storm, no nothing. It's purely Blinkstalker. I mean, purely a gateway army. And here he comes. Here he goes. We'll see if Zoun can break through. So far, the Plaza didn't quite connect. Overseer goes down. Nice force fields, getting us on the roaches. Ravager's being denied. Solar, can he hold on? He's getting us off the Adepts at least. They will fall. Zoun has to back off at the same time. Lings to get into the mineral line. Yeah, they bust into the natural, forcing defensive warpins instead. Meanwhile, Solar is running out of roaches. Ravagers are getting exposed. So far, Solar, he's holding the line. Lings, they bust in towards the main. Probes did go down. And Solar's holding. Yeah, he's holding on. He's shutting this down. And again, Zoun has nothing left behind this. It's all or nothing. Solar is taking it to Hive. He's droning. He's got a Hydrogen on the way as well. Solar looking very comfortable here. He has weathered the storm. I mean, there is no storm. And he's getting ready for Lurkers. Like, taking up into Hive, into Lurker tech. He's going to be outscaling Zoun. Zoun forced to throw down the Bay, but it's a very late Bay here for Zoun. He needs more damage. He needs more value. He's not going to get it. Lings, once again, they get across the map. They force more warp-ins. Yeah, Zoun is trying to push forward. And I mean, his blinks look good, don't get me wrong, they're solid. But Zoun has run out of steam. This is the reality here. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. As we have Hydra upgrades on the way, Hydras themselves being produced. Lings are reinforcing. Zoun going into disruptor production. I mean, what else can he do? Oh, not bad. Gets into the mineral line. Solar not ready for this. Drones are going down. Uh-oh. Solar is getting pulled apart here. The Adepts, they're the MVPs. They shed into the natural. And more drones are falling. There's no WSS game hard, but Solar, he will lose 10 workers. Oh my god, the Biles do connect though. But the Hydra are exposed, the Ravagers are exposed. And Zoun, has he done it? As he has been 3-way all in this entire time, he's been A-gating and he is breaking through. It's still so close though. Adepts are cleaned up, now Solar can focus on the defense. As the Adepts are no longer an issue. And there it is, GG gets called down. He breaks on through, he breaks the back of Solar. And Zoun takes game 1. Whew. GG. Solar getting caught with his pants down. Again, the Adepts really did a lot of damage. They killed workers. More importantly, they distracted Solar as well. And you could definitely argue that maybe Solar was being a little bit too greedy tech-wise. I don't think it was necessary for him to head into a Hive, for example. I think the Hydras were fine, but heading into a Hive, working on further upgrades, droning as well in the middle of the all-in. It did feel like maybe Solar didn't respect the all-in enough. And with that, was punished for it. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Zoun takes the lead, and Zoun only needs one more game to take the series. Una más, papi, una más. But now we go from one of the smaller maps to one of the larger maps. Up next is Abyssal Reef. Now, if Zoun wanted to 8-gate, this is not the best map for it. I'll be honest, this map, it's not as ideal. We've spoken about the defensive features of this map before and the rush distance by ground as well, so we expect a different build out of the Protoss. But here we go, we're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, who was able to pull off the all-in in game 1. We'll see what the plan is here in game 2, as he does have a lead. And he's one game away from from making it to a qualifying match. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And Solar, he's up against the wall. One more misstep, one more mistake, and he will be out of it. And again, initially Solar, he was defending quite well against the all-in game one, but it did feel like maybe he was being a little bit too greedy, that he wasn't taking it seriously enough, in the sense that he was droning, he was teching, getting a hive, saturating his fourth base, taking gases, like he was looking a little bit too comfortable there, and in the end it wasn't warranted. Clearly, as we saw, in the end Zoun did punish. But now we're getting into game number 2. As I mentioned, I don't see Zoun opening up. I mean, initially, I don't see him opening up Twilight Council again. Going for that 3-gate Glaives is something you do once in a series typically, so I don't see that happening for a second time. Likewise, an 8-gate 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker, I don't see that happening here on Abyssal Reef either. I can see it working really well in smaller maps like Ultra Love or Whispers of Gold, or Ley Lines as well. I do see it working quite nicely on those maps. These larger maps, though, difficult to pull it off. Not impossible, but difficult, as the map is working against you. That's where the mind games come into play, and like, you know, because your opponent doesn't expect it, they're too greedy, and then it works, for example. Like, there's definitely gambles that you can take. But we'll see. As for now, yeah, Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener from Zoun, so much more standard this time. Much more standard. As he's going for the Stargate. Setting up back at home. Into Oracle. Into his third. Now, we have seen Zoun rush into Sky Toss. That is a build that he has been quite fond of. Even before he went to the military and post-military as well. So, if there were a map to really embrace that kind of style on, I feel like it would be this one. Remember, I brought it up in Classic series, but Classic never really had the chance to go into it because Solar was going for Swarm Host, if you recall. But we'll see if Zoun finds a way in. We'll see if he's able to cut those corners and get away with that. Rushing Fleet Beacon, I mean. Now, just going for the Oracle. Likewise, back at home, Solar droning, getting his third, spreading his creep. Oracle will soon move out across the map. And we'll see what Zoun can get done. As he's just going to be poking and prodding, making sure that Solar hasn't taken extra gases, making sure he doesn't throw down an early Roach Warren. Lings, they will delay the third. So Zoun, he will keep the probe alive. Does keep it alive. Likewise. Ooh. There we go. The third base is going to be delayed, but only by a couple of seconds. As Zoun does throw it down. Likewise, Solar being active. Lings are forced back. More Lings on the way. That tells us Solar, he does want to apply more pressure to the third. But still droning. Still saturating. Meanwhile, Twilight Council and a Forge on the way. Zoun taking up. Again, a much more standard follow-up. This should be plus on and blink, but it can be charge. I'm not too fond of charge-based play on Abyssal Reef, but we'll see. We'll see what Zoun embraces. See, Oracles are keeping tabs on Solar. Now going to be forced back. We have 5 adepts moving in towards the left-hand side, and it is going to be Blink. So Blink is confirmed for Zoun. So then Blink. Lings, they collapse in. Zoun, he kites well. Shaving off a lot of those things even. Oh my god, very nice control. Maneuvers his depths. Trays the Lings. Oracles, they threaten a dive. So far, so good. Solar is keeping up, minimizing any economic damage. So far, at least. Zoun does shut down those active tumors. We do have a gateway explosion behind this. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count. So far, it's going to be 6 gates. Oh my god, he's doing it again. Never mind. If you recall, I said, I don't really see Zoun going for an 8 gates, 3 base all-in, 2 games in a row, like especially in Abyssal Reef. He's going for it. And that's a lot of gateways. So yeah, 6 gates on the way, 2 gates already done. So this is not going to be an 8 gate 3 base all-in. It's going to be a 9 gate 3 base all-in, as he's going to be setting up a proxy 9th gateway here in the center of the map. So it's going to be all or nothing for Zoun. Meanwhile, the Lynx slowly moves out. He finds a proxy, and he will force a cancel. Yeah, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickoff, and now Solar knows. He knows not to drone. Yes, yeah, he's canceling his gases. Oh, he is investing into tech, though. That's a hydrogen and an infestation pit. That might be a little bit too greedy. He needs to focus on purely... Oh, he's getting supply blocked. Aye. 6 overlords on the way. Solar, he's massing up Roach Ravager, and he needs an army here and now. Again, he needs to get it soon, fast. Lings, they do hit across the map. They get on top of the shield battery. Force a defensive warp in. Good pick up. Shield battery goes down. Main army pushes in. Can a Solar hold on? So far, zoning back the army with those Ravagers. Building up more Lings, more Roaches. Another Overlord does fall. Solar will not get supply block, not anymore. He's got plenty of Overlords. How's it didn't quite connect? Lings, they hit the expansion once again. This time probes are falling. No shield battery, the Zealots are gone. Oof. It's gonna be 5 dead workers. Around 5. That will slow Zoun down. Likewise, stasis going off does catch most of the roach. Or I should say a good chunk of roaches. Do get caught out. And Zoun can use that as a force field basically. That's a choke point. Meanwhile, Lings, they once again hit the 3rd. And this is taking too long. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Solar, he's close to maxing out. Trading with the army, losing Lings. Roaches are holding their own. Stasis traps going off, but not the best stasis traps. Not the best connections. That's not quite connecting. Hydra's now in the mix. Solar making more Lings. Oh, he's squeezing out a couple of workers, and he throws out a second infestation pit. And a lurker dead. Bold move. Oh, he canceled the first one. Okay. Makes sense. Did cancel the first pit. Now he's rebuilding. Taking into lurkers, droning as well. Similar vibes to last game where he's being quite greedy here, but this time he's getting away with it. Or is he? Ravagers going down. Hydras as well. The Valley Picos here from Zoun. Likewise, he should take down these Ravagers. Oh, never mind. Yeah, not quite in position. Ravagers able to escape. Zoun unable to punish. And Zoun, he's trying to transition out of this. We do have a 4th expansion and Storm on the way. He's working towards Storm, working towards +2. But again, all this tech that Zoun is getting is late. It's all late here for Zoun. Because he was all in. I don't see Zoun breaking this either. Not anytime soon. Solarite does catch one of the Oracles. Taking into Hive. And Solar getting a 5th expansion. Just freely mining is up to almost 80 workers. Lurkers are now morphing in, and with the arrival of the first wave of lurkers, I mean, that's just a hold for Solar. As he's from 5 low enough to get into lurker tech. Yeah, lurkers are here. Stalkers, they cannot push in. It's not going to happen. And Solar holds, and now we can counterattack. Or even try to surround the army. Collapsing on the gateway. Coming in for the surround. At least trying to. Zoun, he will slip away. But the gateway falls. And again, Zoun is in a lot of trouble. He does have Storm, though. That is going to be, what, 5-6 High Templar back at home. Zoun is still in this. But now Solar has gained map control. He has stripped map control away from Zoun. Knocking down those rocks. Pushing towards the natural. Storms are coming in. That's a lot of storms. Ooh, meanwhile, Lings, they do get caught out by the stage. That's a lot of stage traps. Jesus. The traps, they pop off. Zoun coming in for the surround. And it will clean up these lurkers. The storms as well and the hydras. Oh my god. Solar, he gets caught out. He will try to counterattack here, but this fourth base, it looks like he's going to be able to hold. And Zoun, he defends the fourth, catches out all the Lings. And now we have a back and forth. Now we have 4 base versus 5 base. We have a comparable economies here. Zoun actually up in drones, or up in probes. Has plenty of storm. Pushing into lurkers is still not going to be easy, though. Not with this kind of army. Not with this few immortals. As there's only 2. Only 2 immortals. But the lurkers are quite in position. Storm's popping up. Lurkers do rotate. They do respond. Black Man's hand just coming in from behind. Lurkers, they hold their own down. He has to back off. He has to retreat. He can deal with the Hydras at least, and he will. A very efficient trade. All the Hydras go down. Massive pickles here for Zoun. And is he going to try to break this? The answer is yes. he's pushing in. Oh, Storm's going to be going up. High Templar, they lead the charge. We're going to throw away every single High Templar. Was it worth it? Oh god, the spine shots are brutal. Oh, it was not worth it. It was not worth it. It's Zoun. He just rams into a brick wall. He gets punished. Zoun, he was actually up in supply, by the way. He was up in army supply as he was pushing and he lost everything. Respect the lunkers, Pappy. Respect them. And with that, Solar holds. Getting to his hive upgrades. Ooh, nothing to defend the mineral line. Drones are going down. Let's force Solar back. Does force him back. Zoun trying to build back up. Does need a 5th base though. Oh. Lurkers, they almost catch the army. Waddling forward. Again, only 3 immortals with this army. Storm will zone. Solar pushing in. Oh, one High Templar gets 1. 1 High Templar got sniped. Solar headed towards that 4th. Behind the mineral line. Likewise, you have a lurker here at the 3rd base as well. Drones are falling. Spine shots go up, catching out one of the immortals, almost. Nice catch here from Solar. As he's going to be overwhelming. He's up to how many lurkers? Up to 16! 16 lunkers for Solar. Zoun cannot push into it. He cannot engage with the main army, so he counterattacks. You have Zealous towards the main army towards the 4th. Solar, he does leave. He moves out with his lurkers. Going for a counterattack? He's crazy. Is coming to a counterattack instead. Will lose his 4th base. Zoun, he turns back around. He's racing back home. Can he surround the lurkers? He's gonna try. We'll catch him out. Oh. They do borrow. Decent spread here from Zoun. He's getting on top of lurkers. They're exposed. They're all on their own. Massive loss for Solar. He plummets in supply. Losing every single lurker. Where was the support? The support was elsewhere. We needed the Roach Hydra. Needed it with the lurkers. And now Solar's in trouble. He's down to how many lurkers are left? 2. 2 lurkers remaining. They're racing back home. And Solar's in trouble. Solar, he plummets in supply. And the soup, it's not lying, Pat. It's not lying. Oh no. Storms are coming in. They shut down the Hydras, down to 1 lurker. Okay, 2 more Jumorph in, but it's not going to be enough. Zoun has done a GG, gets called, and Zoun will take the series 2-0, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. As Zoun will take the series and will advance on. Very well done, very well played here from Zoun. And with that, and my condolences to Solar. Again, Solar, he played well in both games, I want to say. He was able to defend against the 3-base all-ins, initially at least. But if you remember, in Game 1, Solar was a little bit too greedy. Here in Game 2, Solar was too cavalier with his lurkers. Again, Solar, there was that point where he had 16 lurkers. He had 16 lurkers, he had a supply advantage, but he had Zoun on the ropes, and Zoun counterattacked. He counterattacked, he hit the 4th base, if you remember, and instead of coming back home to defend, Solar, he attacked with purely lurker. And we saw what happened. He attacked with the lurkers, and he got surrounded. He lost 16 lurkers, or technically he lost 14, because 2 were back at home. So it was 14 lurkers then and there. It was a much more efficient fight there for Zoun. Solar, he got caught with his pants down there. I don't think he expected Zoun to turn around and to come back home, and that was game. That was game. Then and there, losing 14 lurkers in a brutal fashion. With that, GG. GG, well played. And now let's catch up on the bracket. I do see someone in the chats, replays. If we ever cast replays, then we do state it in the Twitch title. Usually it is stated, but it's very rare. It's a little bit more rare for us to ever cast replays. So this is live. For those who are unaware, the qualifiers, they go through the entirety of the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sorry. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 days straight of qualifiers. Here, we're live with day 3. Tomorrow is the final qualifier, the global qualifier for Masters Coliseum. Tomorrow is the global qualifier. Wardy just lazy. If I'm not mistaken, I think Wardy wasn't casting yesterday either, right? I think if I remember correctly, Wardy was only casting the Asia qualifier. He casted the Asia qualifier. I think he missed the European qualifier and today the Korean one as well. I would imagine just to maybe taking a break, taking some time off even. I mean, it's the end of the year, it would make sense to take some time off at some point. Here we don't take any time off, Fabi. No time off. We're the most active channel for casting StarCraft. We have to maintain that, Fabi. Aye. Meanwhile, looks like we have Cure versus Rogue. It looks like they're still mid-series. Let's find out. Let us find out. Oh, okay. So we're getting ready here for Cure versus Rogue. Now, if you recall, Cure and Ryung were taking a long time. They were taking a long time to actually update and to get things going. That series has concluded, and fun fact, Rogue versus Cure is a fresh series. So we're jumping into game 1. And we may as well embrace some of those updates. Here we go from the top. Cure, of course, takes down Ryung 2-0. It was like 2-0, but still a very long series. It was like an hour-long best of 3. Crazy. Scrolling over, Gumiho takes down Bunny 2-1, advancing onto a qualifying match. No surprise there, but the score is surprising. Remember, we were shocked to see Bunny took down Trap, and Bunny took a map off of Gumiho. Very impressive play here by Bunny. Unfortunate that he doesn't qualify, that doesn't make it to a qualifying match, but I'm very impressed nonetheless. Very impressed. Meanwhile, heading on over, we have the PvP, Creator and Trigger. They are currently mid-series. They're facing off in a Protoss versus Protoss. It looks like Rotterdam joined late, but he might be joining that series. As we have only 2 matches active. We have Cure and Rogue, and Trigger and Trigger. Likewise, both qualifying matches will be played simultaneously. As I mentioned before, we'll be focusing here on the lower half of the bracket. So we're going to be going Cure versus Rogue into Zoun. That is going to be our setup here on the CranKy Ducklings. And that leads into the 3rd place match as well. The loser of the qualifying matches will be facing off against each other in a final 3rd place match, as top 3 do qualify for the main event. Now, I will once again preface that if the tournament or if the qualifier does last too long, then we will end it early. We have a 4-hour limit to this qualifier, and we're halfway through. We're 2 hours in, and we got 2 hours left. We should at least be able to catch and finish the initial qualifying match, but the third place match is the one that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about casting the third place match. I'm concerned. The reason why we have a hard cutoff is because, as always, we have another cast tonight. We have another cast. Cheeseadelphia does start in 2 hours. So Cheeseadelphia is starting in 2 hours, and we are going to be covering that tournament, of course. That is a LAN event happening in the Americas. So we do have that kind of hard cutoff, and we'll be switching over. Once that does begin. Ideally, we're able to wrap everything up here in 2 hours, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm confident in at least these two series. Like, an hour a series is usually, like, you know, that's typically fine, like, scheduling wise. But there's 3 series is the problem. Aye. Why 4 hour limit? Right, truly MVP. Ah, thank you. VIP. What's the difference between score 99 and 2 and question mark? 99 signifies a walkover. So you can see here, Rogue got a 99 score against Ji Yang. That means that Ji Yang didn't show. Ji Yang did not show. They were not available, so that's a walkover. Likewise, up here, Trigger got a 99 over Triple. That means he got a walkover over Triple. As Triple didn't play out his matches. Just as a heads up. Is what that does signify. Literally every weekend, throw the stream on and you're balling out. Every weekend, every day, papi, every day. Always. Our weekends are busy though. Our weekends, like, it's very standard for us to have like 2 or 3 events a day. What I will say is that I did turn down a cast today. If I really wanted to, I could have casted 3 events today instead of 2. KSL was a couple of hours ago. But because Cheeseadelphia is going to be a longer event, I think Cheese is going to be like an 8-hour cast. It's like 4 to 8 hours because there's like group stage into playoffs, it's a bigger event. It's a longer event. Because Cheeseadelphia is going to be so long, I did want to sleep, so I decided not to cast KSL, and I slept instead. I got as much sleep as possible, and I will be covering KSL via replays on Monday. So. Again, after the weekend on Monday, we have some free time, and that is when we're going to be covering KSL. If you're curious, and if you didn't watch KSL live, we got you covered on Monday. That is the plan. Yeah, just wanted to make sure I was energetic and, you know, awake and alive and everything for the match. For Cheeseadelphia. Oh, Oliveira's call. Let's go. Oliveira's casting. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen him cast before. For those that are curious, Oliveira, of course, he's casting with SE Boys, casting in Chinese. But yeah, that's really cool. Oliveira, he's joined the casting couch. Jesus, there's a lot of casters getting involved as well, by the way. We have Inu casting in Korean, we have TKL in French, Crank in Korean, we have Glide, we have Saber, of course, Indy in Polish. I didn't see you on during the week around this time. When it comes to, yeah, we're live during the week around this time, like Wardy TV Monday, for example, Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Alima League, true. Pondcast, Sea Duckling Open, Master Coliseum, MSO, yeah. we're live every day at this time. Every day. Link, what are you referring to? What are you referring to, Pat? What do you need a link of? Oh. Here we go. As we are jumping into our next series, into our ZVT. Again, it is a fresh best of 3. Just making sure that the predictions were paid out. Just making sure. And here we go. We're getting into our Zerg vs. Terran. And this morning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Zoun. Sorry. Rogue. I was just looking at the predictions for the last series, so my brain was on Zoun. But yes, it is Rogue. Let's go. We have our TVZ, and if you're in the chat, speaking of predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, the winner of this series will face off against Zoun. So Zoun is waiting in that qualifying match. Looks like some of the casters are conversing, and Saratobi is most likely telling him the trigger is mid-series against Creator. No, not Creator. Is he up against? No, yeah, sorry, I glossed over it. Creator took down Bjorn. Big win there for Creator. He takes down Bjorn 2-0, and Trigger is competing against Creator in that upper quarterfinals match. Here we go. We're calming things down. We're settling in. Once again, welcome one and all to Abyssal Reef. A very large map in the map pool. Very defendable as well. And I'm excited to see some more Cure. Again, we don't get to cast enough Cure. We've been casting a lot of Cure's TVT recently. We've seen Cure against Bjorn. We've seen him against Oliveira, of course. This was in this week's Alima League. Or last week's Alima League. But his TVZ, we've seen it a little bit less so. So I'm ready, I'm excited. When it comes to Rogue, he's going to be opening up Gasless. So he's going to be going for a hatch pool into third hatchery. Gasless opener here by Rogue, very greedy, but it does make sense. You can cut corners like this on a map like Abyssal Reef. Basically what's happening here is we're opening up without gas. That means no link speed, and you may be curious like, oh, can you defend without link speed? I mean, in this kind of setup, when you have a very narrow ramp coming into the natural, which means you can just fully wall this off with 2 queens, that means there's only one avenue of attack on the right hand side. With queens, slowing defense, so you can get away with it. You can get away with defending against Hellions. So very greedy build here by Rogue. This usually leads into roaches, as there's no gases, of course, and link speed is too late, so this leads into roach play later on down the line. Reaper dips in, gets deflected. So far, links are keeping up. So far, so good. Rogue is holding on, and Cure, I believe he's scouted. Oh, for the most part, he should be aware. Cure, he should be aware that this was a gasless opener. Now, as a Terran player, what do you do when you scout this? Typically, you want to punish this. You want to punish the greed of the Zerg. How do you punish it? Oh, actually, never mind. Cure, he responds with a third CC on location. So you can do one of 2 things. You can either punish it, or you can try to out-greed your opponent. And that is the approach that Cure is taking. So third CC on location. This is typically illegal. This is usually not something you can get away with but because there's no link speed, he can. No link speed to punish, so the third base will be able to get up and run. The other way to punish this would have been to commit into earlier and heavier Hellion production, into a delayed third, into a faster Banshee, into aggression, into a dive into a mineral line, and just roast everything up. We've seen many a Zerg player punished by doing so. But alas, Cure did opt to go for the third base instead. Oh, the Rax was on a trip. Looking for the Overlord. Alas, it was not in position, so is racing back home. Because of this, looks like it's not going to be Banshee. So 3cc into, I imagine, Lib or Viking. Yeah, there we go. Viking's on the way. Into Vi. Into that bio. Well, that is huge. Creator Bjorn, yeah, 100%. Creator has been on vacation recently. If you haven't been tuning into social medias, Creator has been less active. Creator, he went to France. He went to watch some football matches there and hang out with some friends. I think it was even the week before that he went to Japan as well. So Creator just recently coming back to like active play. He hasn't been active in online tournaments for the past, like basically like a month, maybe 2 months post EWC. So Creator, he has been back, and yeah, for him to take down Bjorn, very impressive. Considering that Bjorn, instead of Creator, Bjorn has not been on vacation. Hasn't been on vacation, has been, of course, focusing on competing, focusing on improving, and yeah, so massive result there for Creator. Big result. As Curie does gain map control, does spot the roaches, as I did mention. Again, because of the gasless opener, it is going to be a roach build here by Rogue, as Rogue even did wall up and wall off. So from here, we're settling in. We have Curie hunting down overlords, establishing his third base on location, and Rogue building up, getting into his own roach production. Now, with this roach base opener from Rogue, or with this gasless opener, this can lead into a roach all-in if Rogue cuts workers early on. Otherwise, this can lead into Roach Ravager Ling Bane, or Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker Viper. Rogue has two kind of like tech parts. He has two tech options to embrace. We'll see which one he does go for. We do have our 1-1 upgrades on the way, which is quite standard, even if this leads into Banelings, plus on range and plus on carapace is a standard follow-up here, as Rogue has to maintain himself with Roach Ravager. And there's the first tell. There is Link Speed. So Link Speed is on the way. This tells us that most likely Rogue will throw down a Baneling Nest and get into Ling Bane, as the Roaches are merely an opener, not something to commit too hard into. Behind this back at home, again, it is going to be Bio. We have Stim finishing up. We have our 5-rack setup, 1-1, into Bio, into Stim, into Combat Shields. 4 CCs on the way. Secure, he's not going for a 3-base all-in. He's taking up towards a longer game state. And again, on Abyssal Reef, this makes plenty of sense. It's a massive map. Long rush distance by ground, very defendable 4th and 5th base. So there's no reason for Cure not to play this out in a more macro sense. So Cure is building up towards a later game. Meanwhile, Banshees, they do hit the natural. Oh, getting 4 drones, 5 drones even. Very nice damage. 5 workers go down. Hellies, they dive in towards the 3rd. Queen's out of position. More drones, they're going to get roasted. Ooh, 2 of them going down. Some of them do line up. 11 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Did I say 11? Up to 13. 13 workers going to be falling. Very nice damage here by Cure. Will maintain an economic lead, and now the pressure is on Rogue. Also, I did mention that because of Link Speed, I expected a Baneling Nest. That is not the case. Instead, we saw a Hydrogen. As I believe the Hydrogen has been placed here at the 3rd. Hydrogen into Lurker. So it's going to be Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker, which means +2 range should be on the way. Meanwhile, Banshees, they deny mining. No Spore. Rogue, he gets punished. And Cure, so far, is looking good. Like, he's looking very strong here, just pulling Rogue apart, crippling the economy, denying mining time. He's all over this. Now, the one thing that Cure doesn't have is scouting information. He has not seen the Hydra Den or the Lurker Den. So, for all Cure knows, it could be Ling Bane. He's still in the dark as to what the follow-up is going to be. Double drop here behind the natural, in towards the main. Headed towards the main base. Diving into the mineral line. Does get the hive at least. We'll get a couple of workers going for the queens. He gets 1. Ooh, we'll lose the medevac though. Medevac goes down. Gets 2 queens. Gets the hell out of there. Does trade. Is at least aware of some of the tech. As Banshees, they hit the 4th base once again. Last no anti-air. Losing a drone. Nice valley here by Cure. And back at home, he's just been building up into his bio production, into more tanks. Likewise, so is Rogue, getting into his lurkers. Viper production well underway. He's going to have 2 Vipers, gathering energy. He'll have a more secure answer to these drops as well, as he can abduct and parabomb. Getting his 5th on location. Again, like, this 5-base setup is very secure, so he should be quite free here to expand. And now he's moving out. For the first time, he's moving out with his main army here at the 9-minute mark. Changeling does confirm. Rogue getting in position. Drop comes in. Does distract. Trying to pull the attention of Rogue away. Lurkers are ready. Vipers coming in. They get a yoink. And you can also see why we often do get late game and split map scenarios here on Abyssal Reef. So we're kind of headed in that direction. Both armies are maxing out. So far, Rogue, he has his line of lurkers. Kira, though, looking for a way in. Is rotating. Trying to sneak up behind the base. Can get his tanks within range of the mineral line from the low ground. True. Can set up. Young climbed a mountain with Greater. That did happen. Multiple times. Did happen. Oh. So we have one tank going off. Nice abduction here from a Rogue. Likewise, we see Cure coming in from behind, but lurkers are in position. Yeah, Rogue is ready. He is contained on 4 bases, and his crease spread is very lackluster. He has almost no active tumors. Army steps in, going for the upgrades. Nice concave, but pushing into lurkers is not going to bode well here for Cure. Has to respect the lurkers. Going for a Nidus across the map. Nice Blinding Cloud. Blinding Cloud on the tanks. Marines, they can hold their own. Nidus Storm will finish in the main. And lurkers, they barely pop out. Tanks are within range, though. They get 1, they're going to get 3. Ooh, 3 lurkers go down, only 2 lurkers left. But Cure, his attention is forced back home. And Rogue, he's holding. Shuts down the army. Gets into the main. Ugh, that is now a lot of lurkers here in the main base. And Rogue, this is not going to be easy to clean up. Sorry, Cure, I mean. Not going to be easy to clean up. Trying to push in. Oh my god. Vikings get shut down. More Nidus Storms finishing up. More lurkers are on the way. Nice snipes going up. A couple more lurkers reinforce. Rogue getting 15 SCVs. Okay, the ghost. He gets 1. Just the 1 though. Looks like finally Cure, he will shut this down. But it took a lot of time. And again, it forced Cure all the way back home. Getting 20 SCVs. You know what, Rogue just keeps pushing in. Yoinks the tanks, gets 1, gets both. Takes on both tanks, no detection. The 1 Banshee going ham, let's go. Banshee does what they can, but the Overseer comes in. Here he's holding the line. But Rogue, he will back off. He'll rotate. Looking for another way in. Cure, he's fallen far behind in supply. It's not going to be an easy hold for him. And Cure, he was doing so well until the Nidus runs finished. And I feel like that's typically what happens with Rogue. It's like, it's all looking good against him, and then the Nidus works. Like, true. Yoinks on the Liberators. Nice abductions. Lurkers pushing forward. That's Rogue. He does step forward, does take down one of the tanks. Will lose a lot of his hydras in the process. But he's within range of the Ghost Academy. Ghost Academy goes down. No more ghosts. Oh, Planetary falls as well. Massive pickup. And the slow siege is here. Has arrived. Ooh. Yeah, lurkers getting within range of the tanks. Within range of the planetary as well. And again, that's all that Rogue wants, is the planetary. We'll lose another Nidus. Sorry, another lurker. Snipes going up. We need those abductions. He gets 1. Gets 2. Gets both tanks. Even the ghost. Let's go. Shuts the ghost down. And Rogue, he's just snowballing out of control. He's just overwhelming Cure. Cure, he's up against the ropes. Planetary falls. Backup orbital as well. Under fire. Force to back up. Cure trying to bypass the main army. But Rogue is maxed. Rogue, he's maxed out, Papi. Pushing in once again, just waiting for those Vipers to gather energy. Cure going for a counterattack. There are links to defend. He can respond. can, and he will. Oh. Saving the medevac. Also, my apologies, I just realized that, there we go. Just realized that the title was a little bit misplaced. We got it though, we got it. Did anyone bring it up? We had Spirit versus Lambo in the title, like the entire time for 2 hours. Shaking my head. Okay, it's fixed. Have fixed it. So good. Nah. Nice into the main. I mean, Cure, he is at least holding on to his somewhat 4-base economy. He's trying to hold on. But the win condition for Rogue is just deny the 5th. Deny the 5th base and deny mining at the 4th for as long as possible. Rogue doesn't have to push into the 3rd or into the natural. Just starving Cure out. Oh my god, going mass drop lord even. So we have 15 overlords on the way. He just goes in. He just dives in. No care in the world. Blinding clouds of tanks. Power bombs the metamax. And GG gets called as Rogue. He will take game number 1. GG. Very impressive game there by Rogue. I mean, initially, Cure, he was popping off. Remember, Cure, he was killing workers. He was pulling Rogue apart. He was able to push in towards the 4th base. He was gaining value. It was, again, good start for, a solid start for Cure. And then the Nidus Worm. So we spoke about it. The first Nidus Worm did finish in the main. Lurkers got out, so they came to the production. They forced Cure back, and more Nidus Worms finished. More Lurkers came out as well, and again, it just took so long for that, for those Nidus Worms to actually be dealt with. By the time they were, Rogue, he was able to, you know, he was able to revitalize himself, able to max out, gain map control, and just pull Cure apart. GG. GG, well played. The Nidus Worms, they were just brutal. And with that, Rogue is 1 game away from making it to a qualifying match. One more game is all he needs. And we'll see if Cure can recover. A lot of this, I'm sure, is going to come down to the map itself. Game 1 was on Abyssal Reef. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline. Let's go. Frostline is coming up next. Here we go. Again, Frostline is a large map, but unlike Abyssal Reef, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base are all more exposed. The fringe bases are more exposed on Frostline. So we should be seeing a very different dynamic here. Should be seeing a different dynamic. I see in the chat, much more to cast in November, it seems. Yes. November was a little bit lighter for us, a little bit. By that I mean, like, every now and then in November, we had like 1 day off from casting. It was crazy. I think we had like 2 or 3 days off in November, which almost never happens. But here in December, much more intense. Much more intense. Here we go, we're getting into Frostline, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Go. And we saw his teammate Solar go down earlier. Bunny has gone down as well, so there's only 1 Falcon left. It is Rogue. And we'll see if he can qualify. We'll see if he can make it into Master Coliseum. Shout out to Team Falcons, by the way, for picking up Solar. For those who do not know, Solar, he left Team Vitality like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago at this point. It has been quite some time. But did find a nice new home at Team Falcons. As Rogue, a little bit paranoid, even drone scouting for a proxy. This is rarely seen. So, yeah, Cure kind of winning out in the mind games. That is a bit of an inefficient start by Rogue. But it looks like he has been scarred by Cure in matches past. So he's had some bad experiences against Cure. So he scouts, he checks, he comes back home. This time, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. Now, this makes sense. As a reminder, we saw Rogue go for a gases opener in game 1, and part of the reason why he could get away with a gases opener was the map itself, Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef, as you saw, is very, very defendable on your 2, 3, 4, 5A setup. In general, there's just a lot of choke points and a lot of ramps on Abyssal Reef, so you can get away with purely Queen slow lane defense. Here on Frostline, the natural is wider open. There's a massive entrance towards the natural. There's no ramp. There's no point of elevation. Likewise, when it comes to the third and when it comes to the fourth base locations, also much more wide open and multiple angles of attack. There are ramps, true, but the ramps are also very wide as well. So in general, it is more difficult to defend, so it makes sense for Rogue to invest into gas, into link speed. So we do have a much more standard opener this time out of Rogue, which means he might not open Roach. Big maybe on that one. Despite the link speed opener, we could still see Roach play. As Rogue, like many Rogue players nowadays, is a bit of a Roach boy. Do you see Cure going for a third CC before Starport in the main? Economic opener here by Cure. And we will soon see the tech of choice of Rogue. We will soon confirm that tech. But now, just joining up, saturating his bases. Do have our Starport follow-up here into potentially an add-on swap into Banshee play. As a reminder, Cure did open Viking last game. But this time we have the Tech Lab on the way on the ranks, so we are primed for that add-on swap. We'll see if he commits. We'll see if he does open Banshee. Meanwhile, Reaper does barely get away. Yep, there's the add-on swap into Banshees. So very standard opener here, just 3cc Banshee out of Cure. It's the go-to. Economic, standard, common. No flare this time. And this, again, just keeps you safe. It gives you map control with all the Hellions. It helps you defend against Roach play with the Banshees, and even allows you to counterattack and harass the mineral lines with those Banshees as well. So just very robust overall. And Rogue, so far, is just staying back at home, droning up, and defending. Getting his 3-base economy up and running. Still just droning, no tech of choice yet. Getting his third base saturated, pulling back into gas. And we should soon be seeing either a Bailey Nest, a Roach Warren, or a Lair. Or a double Evo Chamber. There are options. Rogue does have a couple of options here with how he wants to tech. But we should be seeing that soon. And there it is. It's going to be Lair first. Okay, Lair first out of Rogue. With this should be leading to a Bailey Nest. And typically your Bailey Nest finishes up with the Lair, so you can start bailing speed immediately into delayed upgrade. So just really safe play here by Rogue. I mean, I say safe. Kind of middle of the road. A little bit safer than this would have been a faster Bailey Nest in case there was like a Hellbat push or something. So we're just calming things down, we're settling in. Jeff Cure going for his Rax Explosion here, getting into his 5-rack setup. Curious. Talking about builds earlier, and again, a big reason as to why Rogue didn't open up Greedy here, because these bases are more exposed and more vulnerable. Suddenly, I'm reminded that for TVZ, from the Terran side of things, 8 Raxes can be very powerful on Frostline, so we'll keep an eye on the Rax count of Cure, as he does take an extra gas here at the third. Okay. Taking an extra gas geyser. This is a sign of further tech, of potentially a second factory and a 4th CC. We'll keep an eye on Cure. For now, he's on 5 Raxes. We'll see if he takes another gas geyser. As Cure is being active. Takes down most active tumors towards the north. Means they're keeping up. Banshees, they do head towards the main. And yeah, there it is. We do have the second factory, which means Cure should be working towards a fourth CC. Dips in, gets 2 drones. 2 workers go down. Armory's on the way for Cure to get into 2-2. Again, I'm assuming that he's setting up for a longer game state, but we'll see. Yeah, there it is. 4th CC. He's headed towards a longer game. We'll soon be moving out. We've reached the 7-minute mark. Should be moved out with 2 tanks. Speaking of, yep, there we go. Second tank is on the way. But Rogue, he's pretty well set up here towards the south. His creep is looking solid. Do see a Link counterattack across the map. Rogue setting up, getting into his Link Pain. Of course, there's a small window here where Cure has upgrades over his opponents, but Lings, they do hit the 3rd. They get into the mineral line. SCVs, they are going to go down. SCV's going to be falling. Cure trying to respond. Ooh. Do apologize for dropping some frames here, as my internet does lag. The Lings, they do get the mineral line. 16 SCVs go down.
Game paused.
Yeah, and that is me. Hopefully it clears up. Okay, good. Just keep my eye on OBS, but my ping did spike for a moment, and I'm still... Oh wait, no, it wasn't me. Crank, no. Wait, is it all of us? Because my ping did spike, but looks like Crank's ping is spiking as well. Oh, it might be the Blizzard server. Oh. That's... yeah. Okay. If it's affecting all of us, it might just be the server itself. Okay. Looks like it has cleared up. There we go. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. 18 SCVs go down. And now we can focus on our main push. Again, we do cripple the economy here of Cure. Marines, they do push forward. Army diving in, coming for the surround. Ooh, Bailey's do connect. Okay, they catch out the Bailey's, the Hellbats. They catch out the Hellbats, they clean up the tanks. Roki's holding. He's holding on. And Cure's economy is looking lackluster. Banshees, they do hit the northern base. Double drop into the main. Someone call the Blizzard intern. There's a fire in the server room. Aye. See, chat, someone took the hamster off the wheel of Blizzard. It's very possible. It's very possible. Someone feed the hamster. Curie's probably... oh my god. Curie does hit the 30. It's the main. Both bases are going to be under fire here. Drones are going down. Yeah, drones are falling. Rogue was out of position. He's racing back home. And the 3rd base, can he break it? He's going to trade well. Lings do fall. GG, and Cure, he will take game number 2 and tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played again. Rogue, his army was in the middle of the map. His army was in the middle of the map. He was not back at home prepared to defend against the drop or the move out either. Rogue completely torn apart there in the aftermath of the defense, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Cure does tie things up. I do apologize for, again, the latency in that game. It did look like it wasn't... I was about to leave the game, actually. I was worried that it was just me, but it looked like it was affecting other casters as well. But hopefully... smooth sailing. So hopefully we're okay moving forward. Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So everything's looking stable on our side at least. From here, we are getting into the ace match, the final game of the series. We're jumping into game number 3. Oh boy. And again, despite the amazing counterattack that Rogue went for, despite killing the entire mineral line, getting, what was it, like 16 to 18 SCVs, again, he was just not ready back at home for the follow-up. Not really expecting it, and with that, we find ourselves in the ace match. When it comes to other results coming in, it looks like we have those results. Trigger takes down Creator 2-1, and it will advance on to the qualifying match. So Trigger, he advances on, and we have Trigger versus Gumiho in a best of 3. So best of luck to Trigger, best of luck to Gumiho as they're duking it out in those, or in that qualifying match. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Cheeseadelphia, the Dolph himself. Gah, papi gah. The mech apologist. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good ladder session as well. Welcome one and all to the Master Coliseum Korean qualifier. We're here to determine which player does advance on to a qualifying match. Zoun is waiting for the winner of this series. Zoun is waiting. Everyone with CranKy in the name. True. Here we go. Lai doesn't believe in much Zerg scouting. If you've seen his stream, you haven't even seen my. What are you talking about? that's what we do, papi. That's all we can do. You're clowning. Wasn't as good now. I kind of used the bug Cyclones. Oh, no, it's okay. They're still Cyclowns, papi. You can still pull it off. I didn't actually get to talk about it, but for those of you that missed out, I do recommend the VODs. We casted a Lima League a couple of days ago, and in a Lima League, we casted a ZVT between Rogue and Honmono. And fun fact, Honmono 2-0'd Rogue with Mass Cyclone. With the fixed Cyclone, by the way. It was crazy. But Honmono did Cyclone Rogue to death. It was definitely something to behold. But here we go. We're getting into our ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, tying up the series and forcing the ace match. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Rogue. We go. But yes, the VODs of Elite League, they are now on YouTube, so if you want to tune into those VODs, I do recommend it. Otherwise, the next Elite League is in a couple of days, right? Let me just double check. Next Elite League cast is on the 10th of December, this Tuesday. Oh, let's go. So yeah, for those who don't know, we do cast Elite League live. We are the official English casters for Elite League, and usually we do hand over the replays to Wardy, and I think Wardy does like a Twitch cast like the next day. So that's usually how things turn out. Unfortunately, we can't cast Elite League on Twitch just because it's sponsored by a Korean streaming platform, so we have to stream it somewhere else. But the VODs are on YouTube. VODs are uploaded to YouTube. As a heads up. For now, though, we're settling in. But now we do have our Hatch Gas Pool standard opener out of Rogue. Likewise, Cure going for a Rax Expand. Here we go. So openers are looking normal. We're loading into Amygdala. Amygdala, of course, one of the big features is the rush distance by ground is actually a little bit longer than some of these other maps. The other maps I'm referring to are maps like Ley Lines, Ultra Love, and the other one, Whispers of Gold. That's it. So long rush distance by ground, but that does become shorter once you knock down the rocks. Whether it's the center rocks or the giant creep tumors as well. The rush distance by ground can be shortened, and you can threaten the gold. Now the Reaper going to be dancing with Rogue. We'll be threatening that mineral line. So if our Rogue is keeping up, was forced to make 6 lings instead of 4, so that's a bigger investment here by Rogue. I'm sure Kyria's feeling good about that. Behind this, 3rd CC, before Starport, economic build. So far, so good. We're just following up with that 3rd CC. There's that Banshee as well. We're getting ready for an add-on swap. Most likely going to Cloak once again. And Kyria, he isn't really taking any weird twists or turns. Looking very similar to game number 2. Very similar. Likewise, so is Rogue. Rogue taking his 3rd, droning up. The first big tech choice we're waiting for here is whether or not Rogue does once again open Lair first. If he goes Lair first, or if he goes double Evo Chamber, or Roach Warren. So our eyes are mainly on Rogue here. as he's just establishing his third. He's got that third base up and running. Likewise, Cure back at home, saturating his bases. There's that add-on swap into Banshees. Hellion Banshee going to be on the way once again. We'll see if Cure can find some damage. Now, because the base layout, because the map layout as well, it can be quite awkward rotating between the third and the fourth base here for Cure, or for any player really. Can be very awkward, as his Hellions are stuck here on the left-hand side. We can see Rogue is working towards the gold. Once again, once you gain access to the center location, the gold base can be abused, and it can be quite difficult to actually maintain the gold, especially if you do not have map control. So we'll see. We'll see if Rogue can get away with it. Now he's investing into some Lings. Once again, it's going to be a lair first, just like the last game. Faster lair into delayed upgrades. As a Zerg player, if you want to cut corners, you can go double Eva Chamber first before lair if you wanted to be greedy like that. But we can see Rogue just being safer. Is going to be safer. From here, can go into the faster Baneliness, into Baneling speed. There it is. Baneliness follow-up. Into that Overseer Scout as well. As rocks get knocked down. So far, so good. Rogue trying to maintain himself. Banshees, they do head towards a natural, but there is a Spore in position. We'll be able to deny some gas mining, though. They get 3 drone kills, not bad. 3 drones go down. Rogue spreading out his queens. He's keeping up. Do have our 5-rack setup here back at home for Cure. Again, the same setup that we had in Game 2. Building up towards 5 Raxes. Hellions, they do rotate, they do deny the 5th. Nice pickup. 5th base is denied. Creepers cleaned up as well. Rogue did not go for the gold. Knocked down the rocks, but didn't commit more than that. Again, as you mentioned, it can be quite difficult to maintain that gold base. Ooh, and Rogue going for a faster Hydrogen this time. Interesting. Okay, that is going to eat into his overall Baneling counts. Bear that in mind. So going to be investing into earlier Hydras. Now just focusing on his Ling Bane, trying to secure himself. 1-1 upgrades on the way. Double expanding, or I should say throwing down his Macro Hatch and his 5th. But here comes Cure, and his goal here is to knock down that 5th base, and there's barely any creep here. Just Cure doing a great job at just denying all that creep, clearing it up, and as a result, the base will not finish. And hatchery is denied. From here, pushing forward, we'll find those Banelings. Can focus them down. And there's no Baneling speed. Baneling speed still a ways off. And more creep going to be falling nice around though. Oh, the Hellions get caught out. Nice catch from Rogue. Shuts down the Hellions, and Cure, he will retreat. Will pull away, consulting his army. He can try to push in towards the 4th base, but he did lose a lot of his support. We'll see if he commits. As Rogue is just going to collapse on the army, going for the tanks. And Cure, he did stick around too long. Did overextend. Should have gotten the hell out of here. It does reinforce though. Rogue is running out of Banelings. No more Banelings. We have 15 Hydras on the way instead. 6 Banelings, and Cure, can he push in? He can. Push forward. Denying creep. Going for the Queens. Tank is sieging. There's going to be a handful of Banelings. This is going to be enough though. Oh. Yeah, nice target fire. Cure, he will focus down the Banelings. Tank goes down, but now he's going for the Hydras. Stims once again. That's a lot of Hydras though. That's 15 Hydras. Ay. Rogue holds. Whew. Rogue does hold. If Rogue didn't kill the tank, different story. But did barely snipe the tank towards the end. Rogue will force this back. At the same time, Banshees, they hit the 4th. Cure rotating over as well towards that 4th base. Setting up for a split push. Going to win in my production instead. 2-2's more than halfway done. There's going to be a window here where Cure will have that upgrade lead. He's still setting up. Oh, what am I should say? Don't get baited out. Nicely done here by Cure. Does on borrow in time. Mind shots on Ling Bane. Curry pulls back. Bit of friendly fire. And Rogue holds. He does hold on. Curry meanwhile pushing in towards the south. Goes for a dive, but Rogue is ready. Somewhat ready. Bailings, they don't connect. But he does have enough time to respond. Yeah, he holds on. Rogue, he holds back. He holds. Now, what's important here is that Rogue has been trading his Ling Bane, so he just hasn't had the time to tech up. Because that infestation bit at the 10-minute mark, it's quite late. It's a bit of a later infestation bit, which means later Hive, later Lurker tech as well. Cure already has 3-3 on the way. Cure has momentum. And Rogue needs a good fight. Oh, Macho going up. No major connection. Nice kiting here from Cure. He shuts down most of the Ling Bane. Once again, pushing in from the south. But there's an army waiting for him. Mind shots going up. Ooh, massive connections. Rogue, he's still keeping up. He's still holding on. Forces back the armies. Lurker Den now has begun. Rogue is just trying to work towards that Lurker tech. He's almost there. Almost. Likewise, as Rogue starts a Lurker Den, we have a Ghost Academy on the way for Cure. So taking into Ghost. Getting his 4th. Sorry, his 5th even. Jesus. I mean, that's the biggest advantage that Cure has, is that Cure, he's on an even base count with a greater SCV count, a greater economy. So he's looking to just outscale Rogue. Especially with the gold base. Rogue trying to take his own. What am I setting up? Forcing Rogue back. Lurkers are still not ready. Ling Bane coming in from behind. Look, he attempts this around. Doesn't quite pull it off. And Curie can hold his own. Reinforcements on the way. He's just overwhelming Rogue. And so much of the Ling Bane was just caught behind the Hydras. Lurker Den is done. Banshees, they hit the gold. And Rogue's being pulled apart. Yeah, Curie's stumbling out of control. Massive connections with the Banelings. Oh my god. And Banelings, they just can't engage. They're trying to though. The wide shot. Oof. Catches the Queen. Banelings still stuck behind the Hydras. Now they're trickling in. Oh. Getting a better surround. And better connections here towards the end for Rogue. But Curie is still just rallying in, just still snowballing out of control. He has broken the Ling Bane, getting on top of the Hydras. It looks like it looks like Cure might just have too much. Did go all the way to the ace match here, but Rogue, he's treading water. He's barely treading water. Morphing in 6 Lurkers though. True, 7 Lurkers. Can he survive long enough? Let's get into those Lurkers here. Gold base is denied. Rogue going for a counterattack. He is heavily down in supply, but can he dream? Can he pull this off? Ling Rumbai gets into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. This is going to be dragging Cure back home, which means Rogue, he's buying enough time for his Lurkers. And here they come. Oh god. They take some mind shots to the face, but they're okay. They're alive. 7 Lurkers, soon to be 10. And without Ghosts, then Cure would have a hard time, but Ghosts are on the way as well. They're in production. Expansion is denied. Cure, he's maxed. How many ghosts does he have? None so far. He's getting 3. Carrying on creep, pushing forward. You can't break the lurker line. Not like this. Oh, but he has Liberators, and there's no anti-air. Yeah, there's no answer. The goal base is denied. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Spore. They're just going for the hatchery itself. And there shouldn't be a way for Rogue to save it. Likewise, Rogue building up a higher lurker count, getting up to 13 lurkers. Overlords are denied. No counter Nidus Worms. Not this time. Crew even going for a third starport. Let's go. Triple starport production. Lib range on the way. Cure calming things down. Just consolidating his forces. And again, technically, with all these lurkers, Rogue can out-trade Cure. It's possible. Especially because Cure, he's maxed out, but with a more inefficient army. What I mean by that is that he needs more ghosts. 100%. Does need more ghosts, and he only has 3. He's got mass lib instead. Jesus. He's got the freedom. He's got a lot of freedom back. Oh my god. There's so much freedom, it's oppressive. It's crazy. Takes down 2 lurkers. And Rogue, he can't engage. It's not gonna happen. He cannot push into. It's not into all these liberation zones. Trying to push forward. Liberator siege up, and the Zerg army melts. GG gets called, and Cure will take the series 2-1, advancing onto a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Cure, he will take it. Again, just being hyper aggressive or hyper assertive, I should say, just able to out-trade Rogue, just deny 5th base time and time again. Rogue had a very hard time expanding and actually getting to a solid economy. We spoke about it, but at a certain point, we had a 4-base versus 4-base setup here, where ideally the Zerg player wants to be up in expansion and up in workers to be able to keep up with something like mules. But that wasn't the case. That was not the case. Rogue was denied time and time again, just couldn't maintain those fringe bases, and Cure just outscaled him. Cure, he was able to out-trade, and he was able to just outpace the economy of Rogue. GG. GG, well played. Cure will advance on to a qualifying match, and up next we have a TVP. Up next will be a best-of-3 series between Rogue and Cure. Let's go. Just setting up. And again, things going. Looks like we have vetoes underway. Vetoes are underway. Likewise, at the same time, Trigger versus Gumi here, they already began. They already did start their series, and their series is continuing. So they should wrap up by the time we are done. And again, I do feel confident that we should be able to finish casting Zoun versus Cure, but we have an hour and 20 minutes left. I feel so. On average, a series best of 3 lasts 45 minutes. So technically, we might have enough time for both qualifying matches. Maybe. We'll see. It's going to be close. We're going to be cutting it very close. Very close. We'll do our best. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. The players need time, of course, to conduct their vetoes. Likewise, they're going to take a moment to breathe as well after that last series. I don't blame them. Do not blame them whatsoever. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our qualifying match. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the qualifying match of the Coliseum 8 Korea Qualifier. Oh boy, there are 3 slots available, 3 qualifying spots available in this qualifier, and we are here to determine one of those players making it through into the main event. Oh boy, we've already held the Europe and Americas qualifier, we already held the Asia qualifier, now we are here with the Korean qualifier. And we have our 2 players, we have our TVP, we are jumping into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but returning from the military. It is Zoun. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 3 qualifying match. Now, the plus side, especially if you're a fan of, either player, even the losing player, the loser of this series will have a second chance. They will have a second chance in the 3rd place match. As a reminder, there are 3 players that qualify and there are 4 players left. So it's kind of like we have like a little bit of a group stage here, but we have 4 players. We have Trigger, we have Creator, we have Cure, and we have Zoun. Sorry, we have Trigger, we have Gumiho, right? Yeah, we have Trigger, we have Gumiho, we have Cure, and Zoun. 2 Protoss, 2 Terran, 3 will qualify, and 1 will bow out. So that is the setup that we do have here for you. We're going to have 2 Terrans and a Protoss, or 2 Protoss and the Terran. We're here to find out which. So now we do have an economic opener out of Cure, going for a Rax Expand. Single gas opener out of our Terran player, likewise Zoun, opening up with a Gate, Cyber Expand. Standard openers and economic openers all around. So far, so good. See someone talking about TVZ early game, referring to the previous series. We have already spoken about that before, about how typically in the current meta, in the current state of TVZ, there's a lot more incentive to open up Roach early on because it is an easier way to secure yourself and to defend in the early game. Fun fact, the one game that Rogue did win was the game on Abyssal Reef where he did open Roach. It was a gasless opener into Roach, but Roach nonetheless. It was game 2 and game 3 where he did open up Ling Bane, and Ling Bane openers or Ling Bane early game has been definitely weakened over time when it comes to the Baneling nerf, which was 2 patches ago, when it comes to the Queen nerf currently as well. It's one of those things where I'm of the belief that the meta of TVZ is, again, leaning more towards Roach-based openers, and if you don't open Roach, then it is just a little bit harder to maintain yourself and keep up. But we'll see. It's still, we're 1-2 weeks into the patch. We'll see how the meta does shift. We'll see how the meta does stabilize in regards to early game CBT. Regardless, I'm sure it's something that everyone knows. Everyone's aware of it. Everyone knows. And definitely something that I'm sure that the Balance Council is aware of as well. Whether anything is done about it, that's a different story. That's we'll see. We'll see. But that is why, for example, Serral, he opens Roach almost every TVZ or ZBT, I suppose. Dark does the same. Shin does the same. In general, just Roach openers and Roach play have been more common for good reason. There is a reason for that. Meanwhile, we're going to be settling in. We do have our initial economic open out of Cure, going to a 1-1-1 into a Widowmine drop. Hallucination does confirm the initial 2 Widowmines, the medevac, and the drop play. Now, this is going to be a more committed, more dedicated drop here by Cure, going for 4 Widowmines across the map. Hallucination does see everything, and Zoun should be prepared back at home. Oh my god. Setting up his SimCity, opening up Blink. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener into 3-gate Blink, back at home. Very safe play here by Zoun. And it's going to be on Zoun to minimize losses and to defend. Now, we'll see if Cure goes to the mine drop into the mineral line or towards that Stalker at the wall. Goes to the mineral line. Does unload. Mine shots soon to go up. They get 2 probes so far. Up to 3. Hellions, they dive in, but they get deflected. Nice force field. Force field goes off. 1 Stalker goes down. But Zoun will defend. Cleaning up the final Widowmine. So that's 4 Widow Mines and a Hellion for 3 probes and 1 Stalker. I would say a better trade here for Zoun. At least Cure is able to scout. At least he does confirm the 3-gate, at least 3-gate opener. There could be 4. There could be a 4th gateway in the main for all Cure knows. But Cure knows at least to be defensive. So he's setting up his wall, bunkers on the way, tanks are on the way, he's securing himself on 2 bases, and getting ready for the counterattack. And the counterattack, it's coming. Counterattack is coming in. At least Cure did actually preserve two of those Widow Mines. I wasn't too sure, but does save 2 of them. As Zoun picks off 2 SCVs, but Cure likewise is ready for another dive. Zoun behind this going to be expanding, taking his 3rd. Again, his 3rd base is delayed because of his 3-gate opener. There is a tank further back though, and Zoun does confirm. With that observer, he does get eyes on the tank. He's aware. He backs off. So from here, we're just going to calm things down and build up. Calm things down, build things up. Colossus production has begun, so Zoun just opening up 3-gate blink into Colossus. Working towards the mid-game. Takes down a Deeper. Nice pickup. Will trade a Deeper for a Stalker. Zoun will pull away at the same time. Autos have to harass in the main. Gets 2 probes. Two workers going to be falling. But so far, Zoun hasn't taken any major losses yet. He's establishing his 3rd. Likewise, Cure getting his 3rd CC at the natural. Breaking out from his contain. And from here, can move out across the map. It's going to be on Zoun to try to slow this down. So far, hasn't been able to. Only 3 Stalkers. Going for the medevac. Medevac does take a couple of hits. Colossus moves out. Zoun has got 12 Stalkers, but again, he needs to slow this down. He needs to force a siege. Oh, the medevac! Oh! Can he get it? Oh, not quite. Barely not. Medevac takes a lot of damage, but barely does survive. Barely does live. As Zoun is forced to just tie up and keep 5 Stalkers back at home to deal with a medevac. So his army is actually smaller than it should be. It's quite small. Cure pushing in. Plus 1 is done. And he has Stim. Does have Stim. He has yet to use it. He's holding on. He's holding on to that Stim a little bit longer. Zoun, he's got 2 Colossi. Will Zelda to overextend. 3rd Colossus on the way. Behind this, Cure is establishing his 3rd. Still looking for an opening. Raven harass into the main. Alright, getting a couple of Stalkers. Tank shots going off. Oh my god. Tank volleys on the army. Zoun hasn't lost too much yet here. Building up towards 3 Colossus. Looking quite secure. You can try to fight head on, ideally with a surround. Speaking of surrounds, Zelda coming from behind. They get on top of the tanks. Tanks will fall. Nice force fields. And Zoun, he will break out. He will clean this up. Takes down every single tank. At the same time, though, we'll lose 11 probes. Mine shots went off. Big connections. 11 workers do fall. Zoun, his economy still in the gutter. Down almost 20 workers. Ay, ay, ay. But can Cure survive the counterattack? As now Zoun's committed. Like Zoun, he's lost a lot of probes back at home. He has to push in. No tanks. No Widow Mines. Boys are being pulled. Cure trying to break out. Nice kiting with the Colossus. Vikings have arrived. Zoun, he holds on. So does Cure. Cure forces Zoun to back off. Zoun hasn't lost any Colossus. But Zoun does need another base. He needs a 4th. Desperately needs a 4th expansion. As Zoun is still down in workers. Working towards disruptors. Down in supply. Cure finding his army, not just with Vikings, now with Ghosts and the EMPs. Let's catch the Observer. Zoun now taking his fourth. We'll see if Zoun can survive this, because Cure, he's about to max out. He's about to max. That's a terrifying army. Zoun at the same time moves out. Uh-oh. Zoun has not spotted the main army. He doesn't know where it is. He's on the wrong side. Fourth base is going to be denied. Yeah, massive pickup. Forces a cancel. Oh, that's a kill! A bit of a misstep there from Zoun, but that's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. A nice snipe, so nice pickups there on those Widow Mines. Novas did go off. But again, Zoun was out of position, and now he's contained. Now he's stuck on 3 bases. And that's all that Cure has to do. Just contain the Protoss and make sure they cannot expand. Zoun taking bottom right, and Cure can rotate. We'll see what he goes for. See what he does embrace, and so far just securing himself. Bringing out reinforcements. 4 CC on the way for Cure. Zoun moving out. Now, even though Zoun is behind and Zoun is in a really rough position, he has disruptors. He has, what, 4 or 5 disruptors. He can still take a fight if he's able to catch Cure out of position. Now rotating around. Moving towards the 4th base of Cure. Cure does spot. Does spot the main army. Might just going up. No major connections. Zoun pushing in. It's going to be 2 Novas. There's going to be 3 Novas left over. There's three Purification Novas with the main army. Knocking down the tower. Cure, he attempted a surround. Has to back off. You're going to be retreating. Novas are reset. There's 4 Novas left. He rotates. There's no major connections. Down to 2. You're hunting for the army. Zoun is maxed out. He's establishing his 4th base. He's getting up and running. Getting a 5th as well. Double expanding. Zoun is back in this. Catching out some Marauders. Up to 6 Disruptors. That will zone Cure away. You cannot just dive in, especially through these choke points. Likewise, neither can Zoun. Oh, trying to force his way through. Goes off, gets a Marine. Cure's got to be careful. Being out of position a little bit here, we do see Zoun just going straight down mid. Rotating over towards the 4th. Cure coming in from behind. 4th base is exposed. It's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. Planetary under fire. That's EMPs though. EMPs go up. Novas, we get some connections. Oh, but Vikings, they collapsed in. Yeah, massive connections with the Novas. Marauders go down, but so do the Colossus. And Zoun has to get the hell out of here. Get some decent Purification Novas. He will lose every Colossus. Colossi go down. From here, Cure can keep pushing. Just rallying across. How many Disruptors left? 2. Only 2 Disruptors. 2 more on the way. Zoun is remaxing. It's building back up. Again, he got a solid economy behind this. Cure coming in from behind. Respect the Novas. But there was only 2. Only 2 with the main army. So let's get the hell out of here. Meeting up with the rest of the Disruptors. So far, so good. I feel like Zoun needs to break these rocks. Like they're, it's just so awkward to maneuver. So awkward. Going for a counterattack instead. Cure once again out of position, not the first time. He's not at the third base. Third base is going to go down. At the same time, June drop into the main. And we're going for a pseudo base trade. Third base is going to fall at the same time. The main base as well. The production. EMP on the Nexus. No recall. Zoun has to commit. He has to commit into Liberators. Does go for the dive. Flings on forward. Boys are being pulled. Never goes up. They're bringing down the Marauders. And Zoun, he will break through. He will break the natural, pushing in towards the main. These Vikings that supply, they land on the Disruptors. Disruptors get caught out. Massive pickups. And the main army of Cure is still breaking through. And with that, no more Disruptors left. Cure, he will defend back at home. He will clean out this army. And across the map, he's not done. And Zoun, he just can't keep up. But Zoun does have more bases. Does have more expansions. Zoun has that going for him, but the main army is lacking here. Zoun is down to one Disruptor, a handful of Stalkers, a handful of Zealots, and in a head-on fight, I have to favor Cure. Outside of that one Purification Nova. Up. Can he get it off? Rotates. Trying to come in from behind. Nova goes up. Up. Does connect. Grazes the Vikings. Another Nova goes up. But not the connections that we're really looking for. There's one Disruptor left. Just now pops out. And gets a decent connection. But at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's too late. Curious pushing in. Going for the natural. We'll snipe the Robo. Liberation zones are set. Mineral line is falling. And again, Zoun cannot engage with the main army. It just can't happen. Not with this. Now, Stalkers are being forced back. We attempt to recall. More liberation zones. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Zoun might have some hidden bases, but I don't think it matters. GG gets called as Cure overwhelms, and Cure will take game number 1. GG. Does take lead in the series, and a shout out to Blakerdoos in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for subscribing. Resubscribing for how many months? 15 months. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Blakerdoos, been supporting us for a long time. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. As we are getting ready for game number 2. And we just got an update. Looks like we have our first qualified player. Went all the way to the ace match, but Gumiho has taken down Trigger 2-1, and Gumiho has qualified for Masters Coliseum. If you're a fan of Trigger, do not fret, do not worry, because Trigger is knocked down to the bronze match, and Trigger will face off the loser of this series for another chance to qualify. Is going to be another chance to qualify. As we are getting ready for our next game. Do we have enough spots in the... Jesus, I didn't... There are so many observers. Yo, our party is a group of 15. Can we all fit in? Again, the upper qualifying match just concluded, so the rest of the casters, they're joining us now, and that's a lot of observers. I'll be honest, I'm not too familiar with the limits. Is the limit 18? I want to say it's 2 players and 16 observers, but I mean, we're about to find out if we reach that limit. Okay. We're all fitting in. We're squeezing in. Suck it in, Papi. Suck it in. Ah. Okay. We're good. Jesus. We have all our observers. And game 2 is going to be on Frostline. Just catching up. Always somebody with a hot take. If you're referring to the comment in the chat, I feel like that's a very cold take. Like, I mean, most of it's cold. It's a little, slightly misguided, but like, The core is there. But here we go. We're getting into game 2. Let's go. And we'll see how the story ends. Do we go to the ace match, or do we have a cure qualifying for Mass Coliseum? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Here we go. But my biggest concern coming into Mass Coliseum, I don't know if you noticed, but Dark signed up. Dark signed up to the qualifier, but he didn't check in. There is still a chance to see Dark in the global qualifier. If you remember, during the podcast, we were theorizing because we saw that Dark wasn't invited to the main event, whether or not that means that's indicative of Dark's military service. It's one of those things though where it's hard to like predict that sort of thing, because like people have been saying like, oh, is Dark going to the military now for like 2 years? Like it's been a couple of years here since like Dark got his notice to go to the military and just hasn't happened yet. But the fact that he wasn't invited and the fact that he didn't check in for the qualifiers today might mean that it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I guess we'll find out once the global qualifiers come around to see if Dark does attempt to qualify through that instead. We shall see. Can you switch scene? There's nothing to switch. What do you? I could switch scene. What do you want to see? Like Pappy, can you switch like the break screen? I mean, I guess. Aye. We are waiting to get into game 2. As it looks like someone has lagged out. So for those that are curious, if you're ever in a lobby like this, and if you're ever loading into a game, and if the loading screen does pause, usually it means someone has lagged out. I just heard the start round, was wondering. Okay, sure. I mean, the answer is yes, I can switch the scene. No, there is no game happening right now. We're waiting for the person to lag out, basically. The way that it works, if someone lags out when you're loading into a lobby, the way that it works is the game waits for the timeout. So the person disconnects, and then you have to wait like a minute for the countdown timer to conclude, and then it kicks them, and then you load into the game. So right now internally in StarCraft, we're waiting for the countdown timer to reach its end. Oh, and there it is. It was Rex, I think. I think Rex timed out. Yeah. Rex DC'd, so we will be remaking the lobby and remaking the game. So it's a game of Russian roulette. Like who was the observer that timed out? Who was it? It was Rex. So we'll have to remake, and hopefully all 16 observers are able to stay connected. Hopefully. One. True. We're tied up. We're going to the ace match, Pappy. Let's go. Zoun takes it. Kappa. We're going all the way, Pappy. All the way. But shout out to all the other language casters, of course. Shout out to all the other language casters. Shout out to Inu, TKL, Glide, Crank, of course. Pomi, Sadotobi, Saber, Oliveira. For those that don't know, Oliveira is also casting in Chinese. Do love to see it. Or in his own native language. As we get ready for that next game. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if Dark does sign up for the global qualifier. I should also emphasize that as well. For those who do not know, once this qualifier concludes, there is still one more qualifier tomorrow. And of course, we're going to be there. We're going to be there to cast, as we always are. In less than 24 hours will be the final qualifier for Master Coliseum. Because it's going to be a global qualifier, that means the European players that didn't make it, players like Showtime, players like Lambo, Hero Marine, a Laser, they should be returning to attempt to qualify once again. Likewise, all the Korean players that didn't qualify, like Rogue, Solar, Dark, they'll be making it back here to try to Classic as well. Byun, they'll be back as well, and they're going to be facing off against each other for those final spots. That is tomorrow. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Zoun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And shout out to Peanut Butter Jesus in the chat. God, baby, God, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, Papi. We appreciate the support. This might be a short game, though, because what do we have here? We have not just one SCV, we have two SCVs. It's going to be a committed proxy here by Cure as he's setting up a 2-Rax proxy out on the map. And Zoun, he's scouting. Zoun is scouting. He will see. He will barely see this on top of the... No, he doesn't check. No, he missed. He was rallied towards the edge, but he does pull back, and Zoun, he will miss. He will miss it. Not like this. He's scouting, he's checking for proxies, but barely weren't scouts. And with that, we do have a standard setup here. It's going to be a gate into Cybercore into Expand, and Cure, he will be able to build up and get ready for his assault. Behind this, gases are being taken. I'm curious, do we commit into just a 2-Rax Reaper, or do we commit into Marauders? There it is, Tech Labs and Marauders are on the way. I am getting IM Katowice Cure versus Hero flashbacks, not gonna lie. We've seen this before, Pappy. So Marauders going to be amassing, and Bunkers are going to be available as well. Oh boy, not like this. As, yeah, Proxy 2-Rax and Marauder here from Cure. If you remember, this is how Cure knocked Hero out of IM Katowice at the start of the year. On, oh god, what map? Was that on Golden Aura? Yeah, it was on Golden Aura. Jesus. That is burned into my skull, that game. that was such a sad game. Ay. Ah, no. But here we go. The Marauders are coming. Concussive Shell on the way. Cure getting ready to dive in. Yo. I bring this up every now and then because I mean I don't get much opportunities to do so, but I was fortunate enough to be in the crowd at IM for that series, of course, and the crowd was so hyped for Hero. They were so behind him, and it was so soul crushing when the Proxy Marauder hit Hero. And here we go, the Marauders, they have arrived. They're gonna shut down the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. And Zanny has to recall back home. He does recall, setting up here in the main, down to 2 Stalkers. Can he hold on? 3rd Stalker's on the way. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. Boys are being pulled. Oh. Last Cure is setting up on the low ground. He's gotten up to, Jesus, up to 5 Marauders. Takes down the pylon. Definitely thinking about pushing up the ramp. He's going for it. Goes up the ramp. Oh, catches a Stalker. 1 Stalker goes down. 2 Stalkers left. Nice target firing though. Catches a Marauder. The eBay is on the way for high ground vision. SCV goes down, but the eBay persists. Nice shuffling there of units from a Cure. Takes out another Stalker. Oh, there's a force field. Up. Force field the ramp. Does lock the army in. Oh my god. Army gets locked in. The boys, they shut down most of the Marauders. There's 2 Marauders left. He gets the final Stalker. And it looks like it's just too much. Yeah, Cure, he will overwhelm. Takes down every single Stalker. Takes down the Sentry as well. The boys, they do lock down 1 more Marauder, but only for so long. Ay. As that's going to be 14 probe kills. Cure back at home, he has a greater economy. Straight up, he's ahead economically. He's got 26 workers plus mules. He doesn't have to destroy the main. He can just take control of the natural and then macro from here if he so chooses. He has done enough damage. We'll have to trade. He's locked in. Gets a stalker. Ah, no. Gets one. We'll get both. Yeah, both stalkers go down. GG gets called. Game-ending damage, and Cure will take the series 2-0. Cure qualifies for Masters Coliseum 8. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Cure. He does take the series. Will qualify for the main event. Congratulations to Cure. And with that, we have our 2 qualified players here. Switching our scenes over, !B in the chat. If you guys wish to have a look at the back yourselves, you can see here our qualified players. We have from the upper half of the bracket, Gumiho. Gumiho took down Bunny, took down Nightmare, and Trigger. Gumiho, the reigning Home Story Cup champion, is the first to qualify, followed by Cure as the second. Cure does qualify alongside Gumiho, but there is one final spot left. You can see it's barely off screen. You can see the word third PLA. There's a third place match. There is one final spot, which means we have a Protoss confirmed into the main event. It'll be either Trigger or Zoun. Trigger and Zoun, they have one final series to duke it out to make it to qualify for Master Coliseum. Let's go. Let us go. We have a PvP, Pat. PvP. As we are setting up for that Protoss versus Protoss. Man, beautiful. TBT, no, Gumiho and Cure already qualified. They won't play. Gumiho and Cure, they will not play out to their game. They've already qualified. They're already done. There's no necessary match for seeding or anything like that. They have made it through. Up next is a PvP between Zoun and Trigger. Let's go. I predicted Zoun. Of course, Cure is winning. Oh, smurge. I mean, Zoun could still qualify. He has one shot left. One chance left here to qualify. I mean, technically a second chance as well. For those that are curious, just to reiterate once again, for those that are maybe tuning in a little bit later here, this is the final this is the final regional qualifier, but there is another qualifier tomorrow, which is a global qualifier. Now, it is more difficult because it's open to all regions, so you get all the remaining American players, North American players, European players, Korean players as well. They all come into the final qualifier, and they all duke it out for those final spots. So there's still another chance tomorrow for whoever doesn't make it through. Whether it's Trigger or Zoun, they can come back. They can come back. So it's not all doom and gloom. The 3-second faster stalkers made this an easy hold. Cab. You don't have to talk about that, Coliseum. But it was really unfortunate that Zoun wasn't able to scout, right? Like, if you remember, his probe was rallied to scout that proxy, but then he re-rallied it. He re-rallied it closer to the edge of his third, so he wasn't quite able to get eyes on what was happening. So he had a later response, later reaction to the proxy marauder. Was unfortunate. Is there a third place match? There is. That's what we have here. The PvP. The PvP. Third place. Trigger and Zoun. Vitas are underway. After this small break, we're going to be jumping into the final match of the qualifier. We have 40 minutes left. It's going to be close. But we can barely squeeze it in here. We'll see. Depending on how long or how short these matches are going to be. We'll see. You know what? We'll commit. We'll commit. It's all good. It is all good. We'll commit to the series. we go. So we're going to be going in a very short break. When we come back, we'll have that final series. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final qualifying match of the Master Coliseum Korea Qualifier. Master Coliseum 8, of course, Korean Qualifier. And here we have the final best of 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time, papi. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this final best of 3. Oh boy, it's all here, it's all on the line. As a reminder, once again, there is going to be a final last chance global qualifier tomorrow. So there's going to be that final global qualifier that, of course, either player can compete in and can try their luck at that final spot. But ideally, you want to be, not worrying about that final global qualifier. You want to be qualifying here and now, tonight, in the Korean qualifier. We'll see who it's going to be. But now we do have our 2-gate opener. 2 gateways here by Zoun, 2 gateways by Trigger. So far, so good. Standard openers, mirrored builds for the time being. 2 gate openers apiece. We do see Trigger skirting around the northern half of the map. We'll see if he throws down a proxy pylon or not. Likewise, Zoun comes in with a probe scout, does confirm the setup, does confirm the build, and also will confirm the placement of the second pylon. There it is, second pylon next to the gas geyser. Zoun knows there is no proxy. No proxy whatsoever. Zoun is aware. Likewise, Zoun also throws down his own pylon in his main, so standard openers, standard setups, no cheese. Not yet. Catching up with the chat. You have a nice voice and move to watch the castings. Love to watch. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Boss StarCraft. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoy. And we're doing what we can. A lot of casting this weekend, as always. Lots of cast. My biggest concern is hoping that I have energy like 6 hours from now to keep going. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll be good. Hopefully. Zoun being annoying does go for the pylon block. Likewise, across the map, Zoun should be able to freely expand and take his own natural. As a Trigger, he may be forced to take up first as the pylon does complete. That's going to be a big delay on the expansion. Oh no, we lost TKL as our French caster has left us. Hopefully he'll join us for the next match. Fingers crossed. As Zoun is going to be the first to expand, and Trigger, it looks like he refuses to tech, I should say, and will throw down his own Nexus. It is going to be a later expansion only by a couple of seconds. We have our tech of choice from Zoun going for a Twilight Council into Blink. Twilight Council has been placed. Likewise, Twilight Council for Trigger as well. Again, Trigger, he has a slightly later expansion, slightly later tech. But only, again, not the biggest of deals here, as he can recover, can keep up. Likewise, Zoun back at home, securing himself. Saturating his bases. Hallucination Scout will confirm everything alongside him. So Trigger is aware of the Blink-based opener and is aware of the expansion. Trigger knows. From here we can calm things down, we can settle in, we can build up our economy, and we'll keep an eye on the gateway counts more than anything. We'll see if either player does throw down a 3rd or 4th gateway. That would signify a higher aggression and a delayed expansion. We'll see if either player does cut corners and go for a faster 3rd. As Trigger does throw down the robo. Does rush into that tech. And with this he can get into a faster observer, into immortal production, and we can see that Zoun, he does skip the robo in favor of a 3rd. Okay, so we have our main point of deviation here. Zoun expands faster, being a little bit greedy and rushing into his 3rd base. Trigger staying on 2 bases that much longer, playing safer instead. Trigger, he doesn't respond with a 2-base all-in. He takes a 3rd, is expanding. And Zoun confirms with the hallucination. Again, PvP nowadays in modern StarCraft is all about hallucinations. It's all about hallucination scouts. Trigger is confirming, and likewise Zoun reconfirming as well. It's all about making sure that you actually get eyes on saturation at the 3rd, on extra gateways, extra tech. And both players should have full information, as it is very difficult to deny this kind of scouting. Again, Zoun, he sees everything in the main. See everything going on. We do have a follow-up gateway explosion here, throwing down 2 extra gateways, getting up to 4. Likewise, so is Zoun. 4-gate setup. Both players knocking down those rocks, building up towards their expansions, their 4th base. And we're just taking a slower approach. Just macroing up, calming things down, and getting to the mid game. Going to be embracing that mid game here. Both players taking into charge, which means both players should be taking into Archons as well. Now, there is an alternate route. You could try to skip Archon production and go into Disruptors instead. It can be quite risky to do so, but it's also viable. It's available here to our players. Speaking of Archons, there it is. Temple Archives for Trigger. He will have faster Archon production. Zoun has yet to embrace his own tech, though. As Zoun throws down extra gateways instead. And still no Temple Archives, which is a little bit concerning. Just focusing on a purely gateway army. He's moving out. Doesn't take gases. No gases here at the 3rd. Likewise, only 1 gas here at the natural. Likewise, Trigger is the same. But Trigger will have access to at least 1 or 2 Archons. And that can make or break a fight. So now moving out. He gets spotted. Trigger responds. There's that first Archon morphing in. And again, one Archon could be enough to swing the fight in his favor. Does move forward, forcing Zoun back. Archon gets started down. So say type in. Nice spin control, but we do need another Archon or more reinforcements. Both players reinforcing. There we go, backup Archon on the way. Trigger getting forced back. He's in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, Zoun, he will overwhelm. Takes out the Zealots, forces Trigger back. Oh. Nice save on the Archon, preserving it. Ooh, Prism goes down. Yeah, brutal dive here, and Zoun, does he have enough? Takes down the Prism, the Archon, the Immortal as well, and Zoun, he will break through the main army. Just barely. Again, a much more aggressive stance from Zoun, throwing down extra gateways, just going purely Stalker Zealots. Breaks through, and Zoun has done it. Zoun, he has done it at this point. Trigger needs more time, and in a mirror matchup like this, he just can't keep up. Not anymore. Zoun here evolves the main army, breaks through the shield battery. GG gets cold, and Zoun takes game number 1. GG. Whew. Zoun will take a lead in the series here. Again, Trigger, he was set up and ready for a longer kind of game state. Trigger, he was working towards his 4th base. He was building up his Archons. As we saw, Zoun did throw down extra gateways, and he struck just before the Archon count got too heavy. Trigger, he never had more than 1. Never had more than 1 Archon, and with that, so they got targeted down immediately. Zoun, with that killer instinct, was able to break through and take it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2 here, and does Zoun take the series, or does Trigger fight back? And does he force the ace match? Oh boy. Pressure is on. I'm hoping for a game 3. I'm hoping for an ace match, but again, the pressure is on Trigger here to bring it back. And we'll see if we get a more aggressive start as we are loading into Ultra Love as game 2. Ultra Love is coming up next. And this could go either way, for sure. Ultra Love can be a little bit more defendable. Ultra Love has a shorter rush distance by ground compared to Amygdala. So, in a way, you can be more assertive. But there are some nice defensive features at the 3rd bases. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. We'll see what kind of approach our players take this time. As it had a pretty passive start. A very passive start to game 1. There we go. We're getting into game 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Protoss player from South Korea leading the series 1-0. We'll see if he can close it out, or if we have the ace match. We're here to find out. It is Zoun. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player representing Basilisk down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Trigger. And of course, we are on Ultra Love. What does that mean? That means gate expands. We have ramps coming into the natural, so we can set up for a gateway into Cybercore, into expansion. We could even see a Stargate before Nexus. If we go Stargate before Nexus, if both players copy each other, then we could be entering Phoenix Wars. It is very common to go into Phoenix Wars on maps like Ultra Love. The reason for this, because of the ramp coming into the natural, it is very common to open up economically, to not open 2-gate, and to instead open Stargate. And if both players open Stargate, then you have to make Phoenixes, and then you're locked in. You're just locked into Phoenix Wars then and there. Now, very rarely do players enjoy Phoenix Wars, so if they can avoid it, they will. So we'll see if either one does go for a 1-base all-in, or tries to rush into a faster expansion. Cybercores are thrown down, and we should be seeing pylon blocks. Should be. As we only have a single gas opener out of Zoun. So Zoun wants to expand faster. Trigger went double gas, so Trigger is willing to go Stargate. But Zoun, you can see he's up to that 300 minerals. A couple more seconds, and he will get the Nexus. He has 400. Do we get the pylon block? Oh, barely not. No pylon block. Probe moves out of position, and Zoun will expand. Likewise, so does Trigger. Both players, they get their Nexus. And do we open Stargate? At this point, we don't really need to. See if we go for a Twilight Council instead. So far, we are mirroring each other, and we are waiting for that tech of choice. Trigger does have a gas advantage, as he did open up double gas, and Zoun did not. Zoun's gas was delayed, so we can go for the tech momentarily. And there it is. Ooh, not a Stargate, going for a Robo in the main. Hello. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a Robo open out of Trigger. It's going to be a Twilight Council out of Zoun. Zoun going for something more standard, working towards Blink, working towards map control. With a Robo opener Trigger, he's got a couple of options here. On the one hand, he can go for early Immortal production. If he starts an Immortal early on, this could be the beginning of a 2-base all-in. On the flip side, he could go for a Prism first to harass with the depths, to get into a third and just go for a more macro game. I'm curious which direction Trigger goes in. Scout is denied. Ooh, Trigger does pick off the Stalker. Nicely done, but he will be chased down. We'll be trading 1-to-1. See, that does clean up. Extra gateways on the way. Zoun getting up to 3 gates. Meanwhile, early Immortal production. Okay, we have the answer here. Trigger, he's building up that Immortal count early on. Forger +1. Interesting. So on the one hand, Zoun is going to have map control with Blink, that is true, but Trigger, he's going to have a very, very early and very high Immortal count here instead to counteract that. First Immortal has arrived. Zoun going for his own Robo. We should be soon seeing a second Immortal. Actually going for a War Prism first. Okay. Immortal into Prism. +1 is on the way for Trigger. Trigger will have the upgrade advantage as well. And it looks like Trigger, he's going to slowly build up and eventually move out on 3 bases. What I mean by that, I mean, Zoun obviously taking his third much faster. Trigger can go for his own. Trigger going for a Twilight Council. Yeah, this is going to be a later move out as we're building up on upgrades. But still no third. Still no third expansion. Adept gets eyes on the army. I'm curious if is this Twilight Council only for Archons? Okay, no. Glaives. Okay. 2-base all in. We have a gateway explosion. Glaive Adepts on the way. We're getting up to, what, 6 gateways on 2 bases. Immortals are massing, and Trigger will soon pull the trigger. No pun intended. There's going to be quite a lot to work with here. Again, Glaives, they don't scale well into a later game. They don't scale well whatsoever getting into the mid-game. But they can pop off early on. do have Zoun threatening the Immortals. And again, Zoun, for the most part, he's seen everything he needs to. Zoun, he saw the gateway explosion, so he knows that there's an all-in coming his way. It's all on Zoun to slow it down. He has to slow down the push. Ideally, pick off the Prism or pick off an Immortal on the way across the map. You see Zoun repositioning, trying to come in for a flank. But he gets spotted. Does get spotted. Interesting choice. Zoun responding with his own glaives. Let's go. Responding with his own glaive adepts. So here we go. Zoun breaks out. Pushing towards the natural. I should say Trigger moves out, pushing towards the natural. Zoun, he will catch an adept. Does catch some reinforcements. But this is a hefty army. No shield batteries at the natural base. Oh, sorry, this one. There's one shield battery. Meanwhile, we rotate over towards the third. Shield battery does fall. Adepts say shade into the main. But these adepts are going to be cleaned up. Not the best shade here from Trigger. At the same time, Zoun, he busts into the natural. Probes are falling. And Trigger, he's pushing in. He commits up the ramp. Adepts say get into the mineral line. Immortals, they bust down the cyber core. No more adept warp-ins. No more adept reinforcements here for Zoun. Immortals are pushing in. They shut down the sentries. Trying to break through. Boys are being pulled. Chaos all over the place. We do have a recall. Stalkers a recall back home. Coming in from behind. The Prism goes down. And Trigger, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. He's down to 3 Immortals and barely any Adepts. And again, Trigger, he just cannot reinforce. Not anymore. As the final Immortals are targeted down, and Trigger, he's losing everything. And with that, it's looking like Zoun is going to be the final player here tonight to qualify for Masters Coliseum. Trigger, he did, do his best. Unfortunately, he got scattered, right? He got completely scattered. He was seen. He was spotted. Zoun able to respond, able to react. Doing a great job counterattacking, crippling the economy. Trigger does have a higher probe count, true. Does have a better economy. But he's contained. He's contained on 2 bases. And Zoun has a 3rd. Even within range of the cyber core. We'll focus it down. Thankfully there's a backup cyber core on the way. Likewise, Zoun's backup cyber core just not finishing. Shades into the mineral line. Immortals break through the Artosis pylon. No, the pylon! Artosis pylon goes down. Depowers everything at the natural. Not like this. There's still 4 gates in the main. The Adepts, they shade in. They focus on the probes. Probes are falling left and right. And Zoun just pulling Trigger apart. Nice force field. Locks down one of the Immortals. And we'll get a kill. Not bad. Even might snipe a second Immortal. Oh my god. Trigger, calm down. Doesn't quite get it. Trigger will lose his own. Shades in. Dives on the Immortal. Trigger will clean this up. But Zoun did overextend. He has to pull away. Still maintaining an army supply lead. They're head on fight. Stalkers, they will take it. Catching 3 Adepts. And Trigger, he's down to 0 Immortals. He has a War Prism on the way. Mainly a gateway army. Trigger does have that upgrade advantage. He has +2 on the way. But Zoun, he can just keep pushing in. Takes down the gateway. Pushing towards the natural. He can watch on Stalkers. GG gets called as Zoun overwhelms. And Zoun will take the series 2-0. Qualifying for Masters Coliseum. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Zoun will take it. Again, unfortunately, Trigger, he committed quite hard here, especially in game 2, and unfortunately got scouted. Zoun responded very nicely when it came to his Stalker aggression, whether it came to either trying to chip away at the main army or even counterattacking as well. forcing defensive warpins out of Trigger, which means he had less across the map, of course. Trigger, he was gaining some ground, but we also saw some, I would say, misplaced shades. If you remember, Trigger had the initial shade into the main, and he lost like 6 adepts. He lost like 6 adepts almost immediately. So it's a really rough start there for Trigger, losing most of his buffer zone for his army, and with that, was picked apart. And GG, well played. Zoun will take it. And if you're a fan of Trigger, and I mean I myself am a fan of Trigger, do not worry, do not fret, as I'm sure Trigger will be back tomorrow. Again, tomorrow is the final global qualifier, where there are no restrictions for regions. All regions are available, and they can all jump in and take part in that final qualifier. GG, well played. And with that, I do have a little bit of time here. We do finish with 14 minutes left to spare. Let's go. We can head on over to the Wikipedia page and catch up on the main event. Especially for those who maybe haven't checked out the Wikipedia page yourself. We can catch up on the players that have made it through. Okay. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. As we have the main event. Of course, we are going to be casting the main event here on the CranKy Ducklings, as always. It has a massive prize pool, a prize pool of 15,000 USD. First place is 6K, followed by 3K, 1.5, and 1K, and thereon after. Again, a pretty hefty prize pool. There's a lot on the line. This is the big major online event, and because it's online, that means we can have everyone getting involved. There's no restrictions based on travel. You know, Home Story Cup was a great offline event, don't get me wrong, but a lot of players were not able to take part in Home Story Cup, but they can take part here. We have the initial invited players. We have the top 2 Protoss players in the world. We have Hero and Max invited in, alongside Lancer, who qualified through the Asia qualifier, and Estrella, who qualified through the European and Americas qualifier. So we have 4 Protosses making it through so far. Alongside Zoun through the Korean qualifier as well. Looks like this has not been updated. Wikipedia, what's going on? Hold on, I'll refresh. It looks like has yet to be updated, but you know, we at least know. So Zoun has also joined the other Protoss players and has qualified. We have the invited Terran players. We have Clem, Maru, and Oliveira invited to the main event. Pretty hefty Terran representation, alongside Spirit from the European and Americas qualifier, alongside Kyor and Gumiho through the Korean qualifier. They're no longer TBD. It is Kyor and Gumiho making it through, so we have some more Terran representation. And for Zerg, we have Raynor, Serral, and Shin. Thankfully, we have some invited Zerg players because we have yet to see a Zerg player qualify through the qualifiers, but there is, of course, that final global qualifier. And as you can see here, there are 2 spots in the global qualifier. My eyes are going to be on whether or not Dark takes part. I mentioned before, Dark did not play in today's Korean qualifier. He was not invited. It's possible that maybe Dark is unavailable. Something that's been looming over Dark's head for a long time is military service. So is it time to go to the military? Is it not? Still yet to be determined. We'll find out. You know, I'm sure we'll find out soon as to what does occur with Dark and what's happening there. Likewise, Solar and Rogue are the other top Korean Zerg players that do have a chance to make it through. Likewise, I know I'm focusing a lot on some of the Korean players, but we have European players as well. Players like Showtime, Big Gabe, Lambo, Alasia. There is going to be a lot of competition from all around the world. And Trigger, of course, repping Canada, most likely will also be there as well. So there's going to be a lot of competition in that final global qualifier. Oh boy. There's going to be a lot of competition there. Meanwhile, before we do go on a break, a big shout out to Rodin, thank you so much, Rodin18 for subscribing for 14 months. Thank you. Do appreciate the support. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the casting as we are getting ready for our next broadcast in 10 minutes time. I have 10 minutes to set up. 10 minutes to get everything ready for our next event. Un momento. As we are getting ready here for Cheeseadelphia. For those that are curious, what is Cheeseadelphia, papi? Oh, we got you covered. Cheeseadelphia is an offline LAN event happening in the Americas. We're in Philadelphia. In the Americas, there's a big offline LAN event occurring, and we are going to be casting that here and now in 10 minutes time. I believe they are currently getting everything ready. Looks like we will be entering the group stage, followed by the playoff bracket thereafter. So there's a lot to go over. A lot of StarCraft tonight. The night is still young. Who's going to be playing in Cheeseadelphia? Who do we have? Okay, we have Dolan. Our boy Dolan is going to be there, of course, the American Terran player. Future is going to be there. Creature is going to be there, to name a few. Holden is there. Starkiller. Yo, who remembers Starkiller? Starkiller used to be a very active American Zerg player back in the day. He used to play in everything. And he did retire for a time, but now Starkiller is back. Starkiller is going to be there. Jehefe as well, and many others. So Rob is there. Rob is there. Let's go. We have Rob. So we will be embracing the group stage in a couple of minutes. So we're going to be going on a break. I have to set up all the overlays, set up all the scenes. Again, the night is still young. We're not even halfway through the broadcast, mate. As it's going to be group stage, then the playoff bracket as well. It's going to be like at least 6 hours, probably like an 8-hour cast. Let's go. We're going to keep on going. On top of the 4 hours that we've already casted. So, yeah, there we go. Also, for those that are curious, that is the reason why we did not cast KSL today. The Korean StarCraft League was earlier this morning, and usually we cast it live, but we opted to skip it today just because I wanted to be well rested coming into Cheeseadelphia, because it's going to be a long cast. So, wanted to be well rested. I want to take a break. And we will be catching up on KSL on Monday. So if you missed out on the Korean StarCraft League, if you want to tune in, we're going to be casting those replays on Monday to catch up on that tournament. Otherwise, thank you for watching. If you have to head off, we bid you adieu. If you want to stick around for some more StarCraft, we got you covered in 10 minutes. We're going to be going on a break. I have to set up all the overlays, and then we'll be live with Cheeseadelphia. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. We just wrapped up with the Master Coliseum 8 Korean Qualifier, and now we are jumping right into the 2024 Cheeseadelphia Grand Finals group stage. I'm, of course, your live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to an offline LAN event in Philadelphia, in the Americas, family. Let's go. We rarely get LAN events nowadays. We just had Home Story Cup, and now we have Cheeseadelphia. Let's go. We're diving into our first series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Chelsea fan. He's a fan of Chelsea. Is it the team or someone else? Who knows? And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran, the ex-CranKy Duckling himself. Let's go. Oh my gosh, it looks like we have a bit of a pause. Might have a hotkey issue. As a reminder, it is a LAN event, and our players have to set up. They have to set up their peripherals, set up their hotkeys, and there might be a slight issue here as we get into our introductions. We're getting there, Pat. We're getting there. Oh, yep. Speaking of bugs, there we go. We can, of course, yeah, all good. Did you see? Apparently, Chelsea had no audio, and Dolan, his keyboard became unplugged. So, speaking of technical issues that can happen at an offline event, they can pop up from time to time, and we're more than happy to restart the game. It's all good, man. It's all good. As we are just now beginning the group stage. Again, !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. We do have some key players here that can, of course, compete and that are going to be favored to have a deeper and deeper run in this tournament. We have, of course, players like Dolan, Future, we have Rob, we have Creature, we have Caleb Aracos. I haven't casted Caleb in years. I want to say that last time I casted Caleb was like 2021 or something. It's been a long time. I miss him, Pappy. I miss him. We have Caleb, we have Holden, we have Zen, we have Jehefe, we have Zesty, we have Starkiller, and many, many others. So again, we have a lot of amazing players looking to rise up and looking to step to the plate here. Oh, and we'll see. We'll see how this tournament unfolds. Again, as a reminder, we have a Swiss group stage. We have a pretty long group stage initially. Then we'll take a break to get some food, get some rest, allow our players to recover before we jump into the playoff bracket. Oh boy. Initially, for the group stage, we have how many players here? I believe 16? Yeah, 16 players. 16 players for the group stage. And the playoff bracket is going to consist of, I imagine, half of that. I would imagine. I have to double check. For now, though, we are diving into our next game. We're into game one. Are opting to set up here. And again, I'm sure the players just want to make sure that they actually have audio, that they have their sound and everything set up before we jump in. All good. All good. Just catching up the chat. The anticipation. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Once the game starts, then we'll start predictions. We'll get the predictions going once we jump into the first game. Just making sure that everything is nice and solid here. And again, the first round is going to have these kind of teething issues. Once we get further into the group stage, we will be able to more smoothly embrace these matches and these series. Do not worry. Oh. But yes, of course, Dolan, he was a CranKy Duckling for a very long time. He was one of our own. For those who are maybe tuning in and who are maybe unfamiliar with the CranKy Ducklings here, we do have a pro roster, a pro side of things. We did have players like Vindicta, like Patty Mac, Dolan, Eric, Ryu, Oreo, Starduck. We had, you know, an American, Latin American, and Oceanic roster. That was, of course, in years gone by when we could actually afford a roster. Nowadays, less so. And since then, a lot of players have gone to greener pastures, but we always do support them, always big fans of them, always there for our boys, even if they're no longer a duckling, you know, duckling at heart. Always. Once a duckling, always a duckling. And here we go, from the beginning. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is a Chelsea fan. And, we do get a misplaced pylon, less than ideal. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, the ex-CranKy Duckling. It is Dolan. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, I'm a little bit biased, but obviously going to be favoring Dolan. Coming into not just this series, but in the entire tournament. Dolan is the one to beat. Dolan is the one who was the reigning Cheeseadelphia champion, by the way. He's already gotten the big cheese once before. Can he do it again? I want to believe he can, but for now, we're settling in. We're calming things down, we're settling in, and Chelsea fan is definitely someone that can threaten Dolan. There's a reason why we dove on this series to begin with, not just because of our ex-CranKy Duckling, but because Chelsea fan is a worthwhile opponent. Here. As for now, we are moving out. Do have our initial opener is going to be an economic opener out of Dolan, going for a Rax Expand, only one Gas Geyser. Likewise, Chelsea fan going for a Gate Cyber Expand as well. Everything looking normal, everything looking standard so far. Now, when it comes to Dolan's playstyle, he has a very aggressive and very assertive playstyle in TVP. We often see 2-base all-ins, often 2-base play, even 1-base cheese as well, proxies all-ins. Dolan can be a very frisky player, specifically in this matchup. In other matchups, he's more standard, like TVT, he's much more macro-oriented, for example. Same with TVZ, but against Protoss, he's a little more in the face of the Protoss player. Speaking of being in their face, Bunker. Bunker has been thrown down behind the middle line. Reapers are on the way. The probes do confirm, though. They do get eyes on the bunker itself, and we do pull the boys to try and deny, try and delay. SCV is going to be turned back. Chelsea fan, he's on this. He will deny the bunker for the time being. Oh, SCV will get a little bit more progression on it, but it looks like it should be denied. Reaper has arrived, but here comes a Stalker. Reaper going for the probes, gets one. Reaper gets one probe kill, gets the hell out of here, does pull away. Bunker is cancelled. Ooh. Is that a kill? Okay. Was cancelled in the end. And behind this, interesting, we have not just our expansion on the way, but we have extra racks as well. Not just 2, 3. It's going to be 3 racks. This is a little bit old school. We rarely see 3 racks nowadays, but it can be still quite potent, I'm sure. I'm a little bit on the fence, though, on the potency of this 3 racks, specifically on Ultra Low. Now, for those that are curious about what's going on, 3 Raxes. 3 Raxes here get thrown down for Dolan. This is going to be a stim timing. Mass Marine Marauder stim timing from the Terran player. This can hit quite hard, but at the same time as the Reaper dives into the main base and threatens the workers. Guess who gets up? He wants 3. Gets 3 probes, so finally he's going to be shut down. But nice damage nonetheless. But again, this is going to be very strong bio timing. This can hit like a truck. The problem, though, if Chelsea fan scouts, if he confirms what's going on, then all it takes is a couple of force fields on this ramp to completely shut it down. You know, the army could try to dive in, we can have a force field, ooh, a shield battery as well, but it looks like we do have a bit of a pause. And again, you know, it looks like sound is still not available. It might be like an in-game like software issue. It could even just be maybe a driver issue if he brought his own headset, if he brought in his own earphones. That is sometimes it does happen. Is that you do need like a certain driver sometimes to actually make use of it. Maybe it has something to do with the connection and he has to like reconnect or something. But yeah, hopefully he's able to find a solution here. Playing without sound can be quite difficult. Like, unironically, there's a lot of sound cues, not just when it comes to like being alerted of an attack, but even like knowing when an upgrade finishes, knowing when you get supply blocked. I think, was it Sal? Was it Upper Tree Zelda? He had like a really good critique of Stormgate where he was able to go a little bit more in depth as to just how important like audio cues are in a game like StarCraft and how much we like unconsciously rely on that sort of thing. So yeah, something like sound, it's important. It's important. It's crazy. It's important to hear things. Crazy, I know. So hopefully Chelsea fan is able to fix those issues. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. As I believe we do have other matches underway. As the group stage is, again, still just beginning. Still upon us. We do take it for granted. We do take it for granted. I love the Sal audio breakdown. Yeah, it was nice. It was really well thought out and really well put together. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. So we'll just sort that out. Oh, let's spy on the players. Can we spy on them? Hold on. Let's have a look. Oh, look, they're convening. They're colluding. You can see in the background. They've got their little circle going on. Shouldn't they be playing their matches? But I see Star Killer there in the background. There are definitely some players that I'm not too familiar with, like visually. Like I know Star Killer, I know Dolan, of course, I know Future, but some of the others less so. Oh, as we are jumping back in. There we go. Looks like the audio issues have been since resolved. We can settle into our game. It's going to be a blink here from a Chelsea fan. But yeah, what I was getting at, referring to the strength and the potency of this 3 ranks that Dolan is going for, will rely a lot as well on Chelsea fans scouting and confirming. As for the time being, Chelsea fan is in the dark as to what's going on. And I'm a little bit surprised, but Chelsea fan has not made a sentry. Like, especially when it comes to the energy overcharge and the changes. There we go. The changes made to Protoss in the new patch. There it is. Energy overcharge on the sentry. Hallucination moves out, and Chelsea fans should confirm the build of choice. Send it, Matthew. Send it. Hallucination moves out. Back at home, the ranks is well underway. We have Sim, we have Combat Shields, Marauder production well in production as well, well underway for Dolan. And Chelsea fan does confirm the 3 ranks. Now, scouting is knowing is half the battle. The other half, of course, is going to be the execution of the defense. Ideally, especially with a blink-based opener, Chelsea fan wants to be active. He wants to move out with these stalkers, engage the main army ahead of time, force out an early stim, pick off a Marine, 2 Marines, 3 Marines, a Marauder if at all possible. Ideally, you do want to be active here and slow down the push well ahead of time. Otherwise, that's where things get difficult. That's where things can get quite risky here for Chelsea fan. This is a really fun response. He responds with a Dark Shrine. Now, because it's very committed on 2 bases, because it's very crisp and very clean, and like typically there's like the build itself is quite tight, the likelihood of Dolan having a skin available is quite low. Like DTs defensively and offensively, especially with that pylon finishing up, can do very well here against A3 racks. Stalkers move out, they run into the army. Oh, Blink is a little bit late there, so a bit of miscontrol there from Chelsea fan. 1 Stalker goes down, so far not worth it yet, and the Marines, they maintain themselves, and Dolan, he pulls the trigger. He's moving out. He's moving out across the map. Chelsea fan, he has to consolidate his army. How many gateways? Oh, just 2 gateways, so that was 2 gate into a 3rd. A very greedy build here by Chelsea fan. Well, he has those force fields. Has a high ground. He does not have the 3rd, though. The 3rd, it may just go down. Massive pickup here for Dolan. Going for the expansion. Nexus will fall. Instead, we have 3 Zealots warping in across the map. Sorry, 3 Dark Templar warping in across the map. Chelsea fan, he's going to be committed here. So he has lost his 3rd. Force fields, they stop the push. They don't cut the army in half. Meanwhile, we have a scout. We have a scan back at home. Shuts down 2 of the Dark Templar. 1 DT does barely escape, but do we have another scan? Not quite yet. Oh, not quite yet. Getting 4, getting 5 SCVs. Dolan, he races back home. DT's wreaking havoc, getting 7 SCVs. Not bad. 7, 8, up to 9. 9 SCV kills. Now, this would be good damage if this was only 1 Dark Templar. Unfortunately, if you remember, it was 3. It was 3 DTs, though each Dark Templar basically got 3 SCVs. That's an okay trade, but ideally Chelsea fan did want more. Ideally Chelsea fan did want more damage. As Zolan moves out. And still has a terrifying army. Chelsea fan just now retaking the 3rd base, but can Chelsea fan even hold on to it? Dolan to just rotate. You just rotate over, hit the 3rd once again. At the same time, Chelsea fan moving out towards the 3rd CC of Dolan. Dolan doesn't turn around. Fans back at home, catches our Templar, denies the 3rd base. That's all Dolan has to do. Just deny the 3rd over and over again, contain the Protoss on 2 bases, and starve them out. There's the recall from Chelsea fan. You can see Chelsea fan, he's got 35 workers here at the natural. Like, the drone count, the probe count is actually quite solid for Chelsea fan. It's just the base count. Like, the amount of workers you have doesn't matter if you have no bases to mine from. And Chelsea fan, he's mining inefficiently here on 2 bases. Desperately needs that 3rd. And Dolan is just not going to let that happen. Not going to allow Chelsea fan to expand. Reinforcements on the way. Dolan setting up a Doom Drop. We'll get eyes on the expansion. We'll collapse in. Dropping into the main. And can even snipe the Dark Shrine, going for the Twilight Council. Ooh, we'll trade with the army instead. Takes down the Zealous. Nice kiting here from Dolan. Meanwhile, that's a kill, not a cancel. Nexus goes down, and Dolan, he will just overwhelm. Scans for the Dark Templar, breaks through the defensive line, and GG gets called. Dolan will take game number 1. GG. Dolan will take a lead in the series. We'll take game 1, and we'll see how Chelsea fights back. Again, when it comes to the build of choice, I mean, I do think that Chelsea was fine when it came to his build overall, going 2-gate Blink into a third, into DTs, scouted the aggression, scouted the 3-backs. Unfortunately, wasn't quite able to stop it, wasn't able to slow it down. We spoke about it before, but ideally Chelsea fan wanted to be active with a massive amount of Stalkers, and chip away at the army, was unable to, and yeah, Dolan snowballed from there. Did snowball from there. And with that, Dolan takes a lead. Dolan does take a lead in the series. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. We'll see what map we do spawn into. Whether we load into a larger map or a smaller map. Where we headed. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Likewise, we have plenty of other matches underway as well. We are slowly getting updates. Getting there. Getting there. As a reminder, because we have 16 players, I believe this is... Yeah, we're going to be working through that group stage. We'll try to catch maybe like another series, like another match mid-series or something. But most likely just one at a time. And from my understanding, because it is not round robin, because it's a Swiss format instead, I believe that over the course of the group stage we get less and less matches, if I recall correctly. If I recall. Yeah, 6 rounds. 6 rounds of Swiss. There we go. Just confirming. But it looks like our players, they had to restart their PCs. It's all good. Do hope the other matches are going by without much issue. Hoping so. But yeah, just to confirm, the playoff bracket is going to be quarterfinals. So it looks like we will be determining which 8 players make it through. So we have 16 players and only 8 will advance on. Cutting the player pool in half. Oh. Here we go. We have our map here for game 2. It's going to be on Ley Lines. Ley Lines coming up next. The hero DT was doing what he could. Doing what they could. Factory before 3rd CC? Yes, yes. He went 3-backs factory into Starport before 3rd CC. Did occur. Did happen. And here we go. We are embracing game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the American Protoss player, the blue Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is a Chelsea fan. Say Chelsea or Kelsey? Spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. Oh, the danger, Dolan. Let's go. As a reminder, last game Dolan did open up economically, going for a Rax expand with a single gas, and looks like Dolan may be embracing the same here Rax has been placed. And we'll see if he stays without single gas geyser. Meanwhile, does move out with his SCV. Skirting around the edge of the map. Is spotted by the probe. And is going to be chased down. If Dolan wanted to go for an eBay block, well, he's going to be having a bit of a harder time getting it going. eBay gets thrown down. Boys have been pulled. And Chelsea fan is all over this. Survivor good response gets a kill. Kills the SCV and will force a cancel as well. So far, just really nice scouting out of Chelsea fan. Very nice shutdown as well. Does force some inefficient mining, but this could have been so much worse, and this could have been a bigger and greater delay on the Nexus. So far, so good here from Chelsea fan. Back at home, because of the investment into the eBay, that means that back at home we have to go for a factory. So there is factory before natural, but that's just the natural progression of the build when you go for the eBay. When you go for the engineering bay. So it's going to be Rax into factory into a more delayed CC. And we'll see if Dolan does open up with initially Widow Mines, with a heavier Hellion count. How many Reapers does he invest in? Going Marine first, not Reaper. Interesting. Does open up with a Marine. Looking for any stray pylons, any stray proxies. Confirms there is none. I just realized, true. See in the chat, how appropriate to have a Swiss rounds at an event called Cheeseadelphia. You're not wrong. That was totally planned, right? Beautiful. Really, I mean, we couldn't have it any other way. We couldn't. It was impossible. Had to be the case. Behind this, ooh, okay, so despite going for a Marine opener, is going into Reactor to Hellion Reaper. So a little bit more aggressive here. We'll see if Dolan does go for a third and fourth Hellion as well. We have the answer. The answer is yes. He is committing here into additional Hellion production. CC on the high ground. And as a reminder, when it comes to Hellion aggression, it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. 3 Hellions here, so we'll see if he does get into a mineral line. Hellions are spotted by the Stalker. Dolan does attempt to chase him down. Oh. Shaves off the shields. Hellion's getting low. Dolan does pull away. Oh! Reinforcing. Hellions are in production. Well, they're moving out here, and it looks like he's going to be able to hunt down the first Stalker. Ooh, does trade. Stalker for a Hellion. Better trade for Dolan. Back at home at Twilight Council opener, we have our tech of choice. Twilight Council into Blink. And how many gateways? 2, 3, or 4 gate Blink. What do you have for us, Chelsea? Oh, we have the answer. But the Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. At Chelsea fan, he evacuates the natural. Force fields the ramp. He holds. Does hold on. We'll lose 1 probe, but does save the rest in the main. Oh, we do see Dolan. He wants in. Force fields a little bit too late. They bust into the middle. They light up. No! The probes, they light up. And one more volley. They will get roasted. 6 probe kills already. Oh my god, getting 7. 7 workers go down, and Dolan, he gets enough damage, gets out of there, back at home, building up towards his tank follow-up. We have our 2 soon to be 3-1-1. Tanks are on the way. And this was a rough start for Chelsea fans. Losing 7 probes. Just now embracing additional gateways. And we'll soon attempt to expand. At this point, after losing all those workers, I wouldn't be opposed to Chelsea fan even throwing down an extra gateway and just committing a little bit harder here with Blink Stalkers, but based on the only 3 gate setup here, Chelsea fans should be expanding and should be working towards the mid game. Which means Dolan has free reign. Dolan's looking quite secure back at home, getting to his 3 Raxes. eBay's on the way for +1. And Dolan is just getting ready for his eventual move out. Likewise, Dolan being active, trying to get eyes on the would-be third. Up! 2 Hellions go down. I would expect a Chelsea fan to be an EU player. I mean, again, is he referencing the team or someone else? Who knows? could just be a big fan of someone called Chelsea. It's possible. Hey. We'll find out. We'll get an interview. Kappa. As for now, are settling in to see Dolan harassing the natural. Oh, we'll go for the auto turrets. We'll get a couple of probes. Delay reaction from Chelsea fan. That's going to be 2 probes going down. And we're just waiting for those upgrades to kick in. Waiting for Stim, Combat Shields +1. The upgrades are on the way, and eventually Dolan will move out. Just biding his time, still building up. He's going to be quite committed as well, bearing in mind there is still no 3rd TC. Now he can throw one down as he moves out, but it's still going to be quite a dedicated, quite a committed push here from Dolan. And here it comes. Already one Stalker going down. Not the best start for our Protoss. We'll pull away. Back at him is massing up more Zealots. Charge is done. Unfortunately, no upgrades, no +1, no Forge. Can warp in some Archons. Dolan moving out. There's our 3rd CC behind this. But still very dedicated. Dolan, he at least wants to trade well against the army. Ideally wants to break the 3rd. As he's pushing into a wall of Zealots. Tanks are setting up, Widow Mines as well. Stalker's under fire. Here comes a dive. Zealots they dive in. Mine shots going off. Brutal connections. The Zealots they melt. The Zealots they get annihilated. Tanks they hold their own. And Chelsea fan is in trouble. Dolan can snowball from here. Takes down the Zealots. Does for extend the Archon. Barely survives. Now Chelsea fan, he's up against the wall. Oh, like this. Double jump towards the natural. Dolan going for a split push. Likewise, you see Chelsea fan building on more Zealots. Charge gets baited out. And the next is it's going to go down. Chelsea fan has to commit. Mine shot's going off once again. This time we'll clean up all the tanks though. Tanks go down, but GG gets caught as the double jump hits the natural, and Dolan will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will claim his first series of the group stage. My condolences to Chelsea fan, but again, it is still a Swiss format group stage, so plenty more matches to come. And I do think that Dolan is one of the heavier hitters coming into this tournament, so regardless, it would have been a rough start for any player to face off against him. Regardless, do wish him the best, and we will most likely be casting more of Chelsea fan in the coming rounds. GG. GG, well played. With that, we can have a look at the bracket and try to catch up with what has been going on in the group. Let's go. Exclamation mark can be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Well, as we do have these updates coming in. Okay, from the top, we have Future. Future takes down Pardessa 2-0. Likewise, Dolan takes down Chelsea fan 2-0. We have Jehefe taking down Zesty 2-0. Caleb Baracus taking down Warflag Kai 2-0, and Snarkiller taking down Gloopglorp 2-0 as well. The players that I'm naming are the favorite players coming into this. Players like Jehefe, Future, Caleb Baracus, Starkiller, Dolan, Starkiller. They're all either GMs, pro players, or ex-pro players. They are the players that we expect to go far in this tournament. But there's still more matches to wrap up here in the first round. We still have a Creature versus Galgatine. We have Creature versus Galgatine. Creature is going to be favored there. Again, Creature, I would say is... who do I rate higher? Creature or Rob? I would say Creature is top 2 Protoss at Cheeseadelphia. Maybe number 1? Hard to say. The thing is that a lot of these players are relatively inactive, so it's hard to gauge their skill. We did cast a lot of Creature coming in towards this weekend. Did cast a lot of Creature. But, yeah, it's hard to say. Regardless, I would say that Creature and Rob, I mean, how you want to place them would be 1 and 2. I guess I would place Chelsea fan as number 3 Protoss in the tournament. But they are top 3. Likewise, we have Dolan and Future as the top 2 Terran players in the tournament, followed by Jehefe. I believe Jehefe is Terran, if I remember correctly. I'd have to double check. Un momento. Yeah, he's Terran, right? Yeah. Has my life been a lie? What's... yes, he's an American Terran player. Yeah. I remember. So yeah, I would say Jehefe alongside them, but just underneath Dolan in Future. And when it comes to Zerg representation, that is where Starkiller comes in. Also, oh my god, my apologies. I don't know why. I glossed over Holden, of course. my apologies. Holden, he's in the tournament as well. My eyes were on Robin, Creature, and Chelsea fan, but no, Holden is there. Actually, do I rate Holden higher than Robin Creature? Maybe. Like, Holden, he's been on fire, and he has been a lot more active these past couple of years. True. My apologies. Yeah, I can't forget Holden. And when it comes to Zerg representation, that's where Caleb Aracus and Snarkiller come into play. Those are going to be the 2 more notable Zerg players. But my eyes, of course, are going to be on everyone involved, and we'll see who makes it into the following rounds. Shall see. Was that a Rush Hour reference? What did I say? I don't think so. I was not referencing Rush Hour. I don't think I was. No. I see the chat. Maybe they're a fan of Chelsea Cutler. Nah, he's a Chelsea fan FC guy, unfortunately. Cap. Unfortunately. Good to hear. I hope you're enjoying yourself, whether you're at the event or not. Thank you for tuning in. And we're still here at the start of the broadcast, the start of the group stage. Still plenty more matches to come, plenty more matches to go. We'll get there. We're just waiting for one of these matches to open up. Once all of round 1 has concluded, then round 2 will be seeded. Do we spy on the players? What's going on? Let's go. Shout out to Joe, by the way. Big shout out to Joe for organizing and hosting the event. Very passionate StarCraft fan out there in the Americas. Big shout out to Joe. Likewise, I can see Starkiller playing his match in the background. For those that are curious, I believe Future is... I saw Future earlier, but I think he moved elsewhere. Who else do we have? I think Dolan is in the back right. I need to see their faces. No. I think that's Dolan. But yeah, shout out to the clean feed that we do have available to us. We can spy on the players. Let's go. We just got an update. Creature did take down Galgatine at 2-0. Big win there for Creature. And yeah, it looks like we're just waiting for some of these other rounds to wrap up. So we're going to be going on a short break. Looks like we're waiting for Rob versus Stagger Dish, and Holden versus Zen. So we're just waiting for 2 more matches to wrap up. Once they do, we will have round 2 available. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready for a night full of StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we returned with our second round of the group stage of Cheeseadelphia, the grand finals. Here we go. We're in still the group stage, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Matcherino Esports. It is Future. We go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time, as predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you have 2 minutes to place those predictions. Meanwhile, I do apologize for not getting for not even realizing the reference that I made earlier, but yes, I do see in the YouTube chat referring to Chelsea or Kelsey. Yes. the first time those words came out of my mouth, I was thinking of Chris Tucker. I was thinking of him. I think it was in the if I remember, I think that was in the bloopers of Rush Hour 1, right? Like during the credits. I think that's when that scene happens. But yes, that was crossing my mind at the time. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. It's going to be double gas opener out of Future. Double gas means faster factory, delayed CC from the Terran player. Meanwhile on the flip side, we have a Creature opening up with a Gate Cyber Expand. Standard opener out of Creature, more tech heavy opener out of Future. Here we go. Ooh, and again, I'm excited to dive into this series just because both Creature and Future are some of the stronger players in this tournament, and we expect them both to make it to the playoffs. It'll be shocking to see either one not advance on into the further rounds of the event, but I'm excited to see how they face off against each other early on, how they compare in the group stage. Here we go. As for now, we do see Creature attempting to delay the expansion, but again, Future went for the factory. As a reminder, he was not expanding. Creature is unaware. We'll now confirm, I mean, there's no CC now. There could be a CC further back in the main, technically, so Creature is still a little bit in the dark as to what is going on. As Reaper moves out to hunt down the scouting probe. Creature is going to be hunted down. Likewise, back home with this factory, we can go into Reactor Hellion Reaper production. We can go into an earlier mine drop. We can set up for an earlier Banshee opener instead. Future has options. He has a lot of options here in Future. Again, he does often come up with his own builds, with his own playstyle, so I'm excited to see where he goes from here, as Reaper does dip in and does get a full scout of the main. Diving into the mineral line. Oh, going for the probe. Gets one. One probe goes down. Reaper will back off. 2 probe kills so far. And will juke against that adept. We'll go for another probe. He wants it. Did he get it? Up, we go first round, but alas, the third probe does fall. The Reaper does not get surrounded, does get out, just barely will escape the clutches of that Stalker, going for another probe. It gets a little bit too greedy, gets a probe, and does get away. Does he get away? No shot. Nah, there's no way out. There's no way out of this. The Reaper will fall, but 4 probes for 1 Reaper and a full scout is well worth it. Second Reaper has arrived. Gonna be a Twilight Council opener, of course, and again, the future confirms. Future, he does confirm so far a strong start for Future. Back at home, getting to his 1-1-1, going for the early Cyclone. Again, Cyclones have their place in the early game of TVP. Welcome one and all to the old Cyclone, as now you do require tech labs for the Cyclones themselves, but they have quite a long range available to them. The lock-ons are brutal, and Cyclones alongside Medevacs, alongside good control, can wreak havoc and really tear a Protoss player apart. Alas, only going to be the 1 Cyclone. Okay. So a bit of a safer follow-up here by Future. Has a lot of potential, don't get me wrong. He's moving up with the Cyclone alongside the Medevac as well, followed by early tank production. Oh boy. So an aggressive follow-up here by Future. I mean, it makes sense. He did go for the faster factory for good reason. Into that drop play. And we'll see what Future can accomplish. Has achieved so much already with 1 Reaper, and soon to achieve even more with that follow-up. So here we go. The tank has arrived, Marines as well. Future does move out across the map. Hallucination will get eyes on the drop. Creature knows. He does know. He's getting ready. Shield batteries on the way immediately. He's on how many gates? He's got 4-gate blink on the way. Okay, a very hefty gateway count here for Creature. That means that if he can defend well enough, he will be able to counterattack quite hard. He's going to have a lot of Stalkers available. A lot of Stalkers. Meanwhile, that's going to be 2 pylons under fire. Blink should not be denied. Shouldn't be denied. Yeah, Blink is finishing up just in time. Thankfully, pylons will go down. Will depower some of these gateways. Speaking of, one of the gates is going to fall as well. Is within range. But that's both pylons get picked up. That's 3 gateways depowered. Okay, thankfully 2 of them get repowered. We have extra warp-ins, and here we go. Creature attempts to collapse in. But Future gets away. A blink! Oh! Gonna get the Medevac. It's gonna be close, but last the Medevac, it will unload in time. Will get away. Lock-ons on the Stalkers. Nice kiting. Likewise, Lock-on gets broken by the blink. Model tanking a lot of shots. Cyclone is barely saved. Future has to get the hell out of here. Pulls away. But does have reinforcements. Has 3 tanks sieging up. Massive tank volleys. Creature is forced back. As it all settles, I do think that Future still came out on top. He killed 2 pylons, a gateway, 4 probes before that, traded against the army, and Future saves all of his high-tech units. What does he save? He saves his tanks, his Medevac, his Cyclone. He lost Marines. A Heli and 2 Reapers and 4 Marines. This is a worthwhile trade for Future. Now he's getting ready. He's gearing up for his next step, for the next wave. He's got his 3-1-1 setup. Stim is in production. Tanks as well. He's building up for that second push. And can Creature hold on? It's going to come down to whether or not he scouts the move out. War Prism is set up for a counterattack as well. I do love this. If Creature spots the army moving out, then he can move in with a drop into the main. Speaking of Future, already pushing. And Creature had no observer. He does have the Zonaga though. True. And he does spot the army. Spots the army moving out. He knows now it's go time for that War Prism. Unfortunately, we're lacking some warp-ins though, just the 1 Zealots. Oh, Raven overextends. First Raven goes down. Nice pickup. Raven does fall. Force fields to slow down the push. Logan gets broken. Creature buying time. Meanwhile, again, there's only 1 Zealot. Prism counterattack doesn't get much done. And Future is pushing in. We see Creature coming in from behind. Does attempt to, but gets punished. Massive tank shots going up. Yeah, Stalkers, they get shut down. Marines pushing in. And Future is going for the kill. He does have a 3rd CC behind this. He's not all in, but committed nonetheless. Oof. Dives on the army. Bleeds out that Cyclone. Bit of miscontrol here out of Future. He committed a little bit too hard. Lost a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines went down. Medevac as well. Immortals is trying to come in from behind, and Immortal does get picked up. Both Immortals, that's going to be too much. Too many losses here. Future, he has broken a creature. He lost both Immortals. The bunkers, they finish. It's been a while since we've seen a bunker push like this. It's been a while. And the third base, it's going to pull. It's forfeit. It is forfeit at this point. Creature pulling away does save all the workers at least. Does save his probes. But this main army can still just not be... It cannot be dealt with. Creature moving out for a counterattack. Future rotating around. Back at home, he has reinforcements. Has kept his production back at home. Future will pick up a couple of SCVs, not bad. But alas, there are Marines or Marauders, and Creature, he has to respect it. Oh. Oh no. Thankfully, not much anti-air. The medevac, sorry, the Prism will get away. Just one Marine. Oh my god. Crazy. Calm down. Only the one Marine. Prism will survive. Future rotates over, heads towards the third. Oh, the mine shots. Mines just go up. And the tank boys, they're brutal. Oh, the storms. Good storm in the army. Second storm as well. But Future, he just stims in. Stims in, snipes a High Templar. Drags the army within tank range. And Creature is still up against the wall. Still trying to hold on, struggling to hold on. Trying to force some friendly fire, alas, isn't able to. And Future, once again, he has broken the third base. The army down to one Immortal, one Archon. He's juggling his heart out. Warpin will complete. But again, there's just too much Terran. There's too much bio. GG gets called, and Future will take game number 1. GG. Future will take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive build here by Future early on, able to get some nice economic damage, but it led into the early tank drop, which was able to depower some of the gateways, deal some damage, and slow down the push, the production of his opponent, which led into the eventual 2-base move out, which led into the 4-tank push with bunkers, with bio, with 4 tanks. It's crazy. And unfortunately, Creature, he was unable to slow it down ahead of time, and unable to save his third. With that, Future does take a lead, but we'll see where this takes us here as we're getting ready for game number 2. And we'll see if Creature can bounce back. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping we can get a back and forth here, but the pressure is on, and game 2 is going to be on a much larger map. We're going to be loading into Abyssal Reef. Here we go. Abyssal, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, has a lot of bases, has very defendable 3rd, 4th, and 5th base as well. If Creature wanted to embrace a longer game state, this is the map to do it on. You know, if you wanted to embrace, you know, a 3-base economy, a 4-base economy, and get a comparable army to that of Future, this is the map to do it on. Likewise, I'm curious how Future will adjust his approach. In general, Future is a very aggressive player. He's very aggressive, very in your face, and he's going to have a hard time pulling that off here. He might just switch gears and just be hyper greedy and just head towards the mid game instead, going for a faster 3rd CC, or we might see something different, something crazier. We'll see. We'll see. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into game 2. We go. He really wanted that Prism. He did. He did. There were a couple of missteps there from Future as well, Drew, when he overcommitted to the Prism, which he did not get at the time. I mean, but he still maintained what mattered, right? Which was a tank count. For the most part, his tank count was healthy throughout the entire game there. But we'll see how things change here in game 2. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from the Americas, representing Mandarino Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Future. We go. As a reminder, last game, Future did open up double gas into a faster factory, into the eventual tank drop across the map. And this time, I'm imagining he's going to be opening up with something more economic. But our eyes are going to be on Future. So on Future here. Oh my god. I mean, it is not a double gas opener. We're going to be opening up 2 racks here instead. I'm feeling a 3rd racks and maybe even a 4th racks as well. On Abyssal Reef, he's crazy. But okay. We'll see if he can miss extra racks or if this is just 2 racks Reaper into a natural. True. This could just be 2 racks. Yeah, we have Reapers on the way. So 2 racks Reaper into a natural. This is an aggressive build, that is true, but this is not all in. Not all in. If we were making Marines instead, mate, 100%. So 2nd and 3rd racks. But I guess we wouldn't have seen a gas geyser with that, true. If this was just like a mass Marine, like 1 base all in, and you pull the boys. So from here, just 2 racks Reaper into an expand. And see the SCVs rally to the low ground, and we'll see what Future can get done. If you remember, last game, the first Reaper got how many probe kills? 4. 4 probes went down in the early game of game 1. So Creature, it's going to be on him to tighten up his early game defense and survive. And see Future scouting for proxies. Making sure nothing crazy is going on. What is that copy pasta? Spam this Future man to help out Future man? Okay. Okay. Let's go. As Reapers will soon move out. Meanwhile, back at home, we do have our Twilight Council opener. Same initial start here by Creature as we saw in game 1. Getting to his Twilight Council, into his own Blink. There's the NG overcharge to move out across the map. Well, here come those Reapers. Again, triple Reaper opener. They get spotted by the Oracle. Creature knows. He responds. Shield batteries on the way. But that's still only 1 Stalker and 1 Sentry. Oh. Head towards the natural. Boys are exposed, but there's a shield battery in the low ground, and with that, Creature will hold. Will hold on. Nice force fields. He locks down one of the Reapers. Locks one down, the other 2 bust into the main. And so far, this has not been worth it for Future. He's being locked down. Oh. Creature, he holds well. Meanwhile, across the map, Creature, he does scout. He does confirm the 2-1-1 setup. This is something not seen too often in this matchup, but it does have its place in TVP. Working towards Stim, working towards an add-on swap here into medevac production, into an eventual 16 Marine medevac drop. We're getting there. So 2 Rex Reaper into 2-1-1. The Reapers were lackluster, but at least they scouted his opponent. Oh my god. As Reapers are cleaned up, and how many gateways are we on exactly here? Okay, 2 gate. Oh, did I say 2 gate? 2 more get thrown down. 4 gate Blink Stalker now. As a reminder, Creature also opened up 4 gate Blink in game number 1. But he was disrupted and he couldn't really get into his build. Here he can. He can warp in extra Stalkers, and Creature can attempt his best max impression. We should be seeing a Warp Prism behind this to reinforce, extra Warp-ins, extra Stalkers to move out across the map into a more delayed 3rd expansion for Creature. But we'll see. As Creature has not made a prism. Oh wait, Immortal production? Okay. Okay. Interesting. So he's going for a bit of a different approach here. I'm caught between 2 worlds as we have a Bay on the way as well. So safety Immortal into Colossus. Very safe play here out of Creature. Okay. I do think this is hurting him a little bit more because he's going for a very delayed 3rd in favor of this. Meanwhile, Widowmine drops towards the natural. Creature, he pulls away in time. Nice on Burrow. The medevac is zoned away. Nice shot once again. It does on Burrow. Probes, they come back. No! Oh my god. 1 probe kill so far. Meanwhile, you have a Widowmine into the main. And we get 4 in total. Not bad. 4 probes for 2 Widowmines. But the medevac does fall. That's a okay trade here for Future, as he does scout the 3rd. Not just the 3rd, he also scouts the would-be Colossus production as well. As we mentioned before, this is a little bit old school considering the NG overcharge. I mean, we've seen a rise in popularity of High Templar and Storm-based follow-ups. Here instead we have Colossus, or Disruptors. There we go, first Colossus is on the way. Meanwhile, Future is getting ready for his eventual push. He has his 3-1-1 setup. Sim is done. Combat shields, concussive shell all on the way. And this is going to be quite committed here for Future. It is quite committed. And we'll see if Creature can keep up. Like, ideally, when you're up against something like this, you would have an earlier third to be able to take advantage of and to take an economic advantage and economic lead. Not quite the case here for Future. For Creature, as Future's going to be moving out. Meanwhile, shout out to Steadfast. Baby guy, I hope you had a great time casting the Massive Coliseum qualifiers. We were casting it ourselves as well, so I hope you had a great time, especially covering some of those other matches that we weren't able to. So hope you had a great time. And likewise, hope to see you tomorrow for the global qualifiers as well. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to Cheeseadelphia. Cheeseadelphia, a big LAN event happening in the Americas. And we are here in the second round of the group stage. We're in round 2. Meanwhile, Future moves out across the map so far. Army not quite in position. Shield Battery gets depowered. And the Immortals are exposed. The Colossus as well. Yeah, Future, he just dives straight to the main. And Creature caught with his pants down, who's not ready for this. Robo gets depowered. Depowers the Robo, depowers the gateways, dives into the mineral line. And it's a brutal trade here for Creature. He's going to try and chase this down. Likewise, did peel off. 5 pros went down in the natural. And Future, he gets away. Doesn't kill Creature, but pretty hefty amount of damage here. And behind this, reinforcements are coming. He's rallying towards the natural. Creature trying to split up. Attempting to repower that Robo. Oh! This might just go off. Catching a sentry. Future rotating over towards the third. I mean, Creature, he is holding on for now. But, I don't know if I can say the same here for the third base, as, yeah, both Stalkers are going to be focused down. Shield Battery gets depowered. They dive into the mineral line. Creature, he does attempt to respond. Colossus, they zone back the army. And Creature holds. Whew. Okay, he does hold on. Does cost him 10 workers, but still hanging in there. Still maintains himself. Meanwhile, across the map, Future taking a massive economic lead. He's got 62 workers, 3 base saturation. Working towards Ghost. Armory's on the way for 2-2. Future, he did enough. Did enough to give himself a nice lead. A nice advantage. While Creature still attempting to stabilize. Getting his third Colossus. Into Temple Archives, working towards Storm. Creature needs a little bit more time, but Future is just so active. Still just rallying across the map. Creator didn't have a match. Oh, Creature, baby, Creature. The other one. Future, he dives into the natural. Likewise, Army's out of position. Creature, he was at the 4th. Again, he had just no vision. No scouting of the main army. Future stimming in. Takes down the cannons. Won't quite get the Nexus, though. Oh my god. As Future is pinned behind the mineral line, the swipes, they go up. Now, the worst trade here from Creature. At the same time, drop towards the third. He's just being pulled apart. Forced to recall. We lose 12 workers. Jobbik comes back in. He wants the base. He wants the Nexus. Can he get it? No shot. Colossus comes in. Nah, he won't be able to get it. Not this time. Ooh, probes they come back a little bit too soon. Nova goes up. Future is going to have to get the hell out of here. Picks up. Pulls out. Behind this reinforcing. Now with Ghost. Now with EMPs. Once again, he does distract Creature. Attempting to sim on forward. Never will zone away. Creature, he's holding on. He's still holding. Let's go. Still holding on back. Future is just gearing up his production. 4 CCs on the way. He scans, he likes what he sees, dives in, gets a massive EMP up, takes down the first, the second Colossus, and the Disruptor as well. Aye, aye, aye. Storm will connect though. Storm is good, but it's going to cost him every single Colossus. All 3 Colossi crumble. And over time, Future is just breaking the back of Creature. And the EMPs are brutal once again. There's no more storms. Might just go up. With those Warpins, Creature is holding the line once again. Is holding on. We do also see the map working against Future here because the rush distance by ground is so long. It takes so long for reinforcements to arrive. That's really what's keeping Creature in this. It's just how delayed the reinforcements are. And despite that, 15 probes go down. The natural is still broken. Future rotates over towards that third. Oh, Future, he does catch a ghost. Not bad. Gets one, but GG gets called, and Future will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Future will claim the series, will advance on into the third round, I believe, of the Swiss group format. Creature taking a loss here, but as a reminder for those that are curious, for those that are now tuning in, we are in the group stage, and these players, they still have plenty more matches ahead of them, plenty more matches to come. Again, Future is one of the favored players to have a deep performance, a deep run in this tournament, but we'll see if anyone can stop him. So far, Creature did have some nice moments both in game 1 and game 2, but overall did have a really hard time keeping up with the army movement of Future. He was so aggressive and so assertive. Even here on Abyssal Reef, we spoke about it, about how large the map is. That did not stop Future from opening up 2-Rax Reaper into drop play. So again, Future just being very active, very aggressive, and did overwhelm. And with that, we'll take the 2-0. GG. GG, well played. We can switch our scenes over here and have a look at the group itself and catch up on some of these other matches. Oh boy. So again, round 1 has concluded. We're now diving into round 2. We have some updates. We have Holden. Holden takes down his opponent 2-0. Gloopglor does take him down 2-0. Likewise, Caleb Arakas takes down Rob 2-0. That's a big win for Caleb. I do rate Rob quite highly. So for Caleb to get the 2-0, I'm very impressed. That was a short series as well, bear that in mind, but impressive performance nonetheless from Caleb. Likewise, we do have Gyagatin taking down Paradessa 2-0. And so far, those are the only updates we have so far. Looks like Dolan and Jehefe, they're still mid-series. We likewise also have Chelsea Fan and Zesty, Starkiller versus Zen, and Staggerdash versus Wofly Kai. Still mid-series. For those that are curious, again, this is a Swiss format group stage. So we have 6 rounds, I believe, like 5 to 6 rounds of the group stage. That'll lead into the playoff bracket itself. Oh boy. And yeah, when it comes to this tournament, some of the heavier hitters here are players like Future, like Creature, Dolan. I would say Starkiller has a bit of an X factor to him as well. Holden has been a rising star for quite some time. He's one of the younger players out there. He's on Berserker, and yeah, he's been investing quite a lot of time and effort into StarCraft. I want to say that Holden did take some time off, especially post EWC, did take a bit of a break from the game, so I'm still not certain what the state of play is for Holden at the moment. So I'm curious. I definitely do want to cast and catch some Holden matches eventually. We'll get there. We'll get there. So C's exactly. I keep confusing Creature with Creator. I mean, they're very distinctly different players. Creator is a Korean Protoss player and Creature is an American Protoss. But fun fact, it was last week when we were casting I think it was the Pigosaur Monday, Pigosaur Monday number 9 or number 8. We casted both Creature and Creator in the same tournament, and it was very confusing. Like, like we were casting, thankfully we didn't cast them against each other, but we casted like one in one round and the other in the next round as well, and I was a little bit sleep deprived, so it did not help. Might I say, did not help when it came to saying the correct name at the correct time. Catching up. Oh, there's multiple Mats in the chat. Oh no. Not like this. Creator. Oh no. But for now, it looks like the round is still ongoing. Likewise, we can spy on the players a little bit. Hold on. Bam. Shout out to those at Cheeseadelphia, by the way. We have a sneak peek into the player area. Beautiful. You can see Future in the background. I believe Future is the one standing at the moment. I mean, he just finished his series. Star Killer already finished his series, I believe, right? He's not at his seat. Is that Max Packs confirmed? Oh no. It could be. You don't know. I don't know. Could be Max Packs. Oh. But yeah, we're just waiting for all the remaining matches to wrap up before we start round 3. As we still have a couple more matches underway. Why are we streaming this, man? Oh, because they're competing, Papi. They're playing. What do you mean? Who do we have left? Okay, we still have half of the matches still ongoing. We might be able to jump in mid-series into some of these. I've got my eyes on Dolan versus Jehefe. Or Hefe. My eyes are on them. Same with Star Killer as well. We'll ask him. Otherwise, we might just go on a short break. Yeah, otherwise we're going to be going on a short break here, and when we come back, we will have the remainder of round 3. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon, Papi. See you soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for a night of StarCraft to come. Plenty more StarCraft here ahead of us. Oh my god. All night long, Papi. All night long. Let's go. And, well, oh God, never mind. Aye, aye, aye. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are still here in the second round. I apologize for the delay. I apologize for the downtime here, but I hope you've been enjoying the brutal OSC as we have returned with round 2 of the 2024 Cheeseadelphia Grand Finals. We're still in the group stage. We're still in round 2. There's one series left. I did post in the chat, but Zesty versus Chelsea fan is still ongoing. They are just now getting into the ace match. They've had a very long series, very back and forth. Missed out on game 1, missed out on game 2, but we are here to determine who will make it through, who will take the series here in the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So this is the final game of the round. Once this wraps up, round 3 will be seeded and round 3 will be prepared. So we're all jumping into this PVZ. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Chelsea fan. Chelsea fan? Chelsea fan? And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is OP Zesty. He's Zesty, man. He's Zesty. Oh my god. Here we go. We are going to be settling in, going for a 15 hatch opener. Interesting choice. It will allow him, of course, to expand a little bit earlier to make sure it doesn't get pylon blocked. But going for a 15 hatch opener on a large map like Neon Violet Square, just some safety precautions here to make sure he's able to expand. And we'll see if Zesty does open up gasless. Now, that would make a lot more sense. Gasless openers on Neon Violet Square, because of how defendable this map is on 3 and even 4 bases, you can get away with purely Queen and Slowling defense into roaches. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case here. Meanwhile, welcome back everyone, one and all, to the Cheeseadelphia, to the offline event happening in the Americas. As we see, Zesty did open 15 but is not going gasless. Oh, okay, I see. So just a very safe opener here by Zesty, just getting his expansion a little bit earlier, but going for a standard follow-up. So nothing too crazy here by Zesty. Meanwhile, across the map, Chelsea fan going to be opening up with a gate expand into Cybercore. Everything looking as it should. Oh, also my apologies. There we go. We are tied up. We are 1-1. Predictions? Yeah, okay. Okay. Predictions are open. Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets. As a reminder, one game. There's only one game left in this series, so you can place your bets on who you think will take the game. I mean, clearly they do seem to be evenly matched. I will say, coming into this, I was favoring a Chelsea fan, but the fact that Zesty has forced the ace match is impressive and clearly does show that he definitely can take it here to the best of them, to Chelsea, at least Chelsea's fan. We'll see how this series does turn out. Link speed is on the way. Zesty pulling out of gas. From here, can take a third base, can macro, can expand, can drone on up, and we'll see what tech of choice Chelsea fan does embrace. Based on the pylon placement, yep, it's going to be a Stargate opener. Will be the Stargate initially here. Now, Neon Violet Square is a map that we don't really get to see too often. It is very often vetoed. The reason for this is because of how large it is, one, but also how securely you can take your 3, 4, and even 5 bases. Very similar to Abyssal Reef in that sense, but there is a pocket expansion, so you can very easily take this base, even just for gases. As a result, we have seen multiple Protoss players rush into Skytoss, open up Stargate into a Fleet Beacon, into a second Stargate, into a Tempest Rush, or even Carrier Rush. We have seen that from time to time. That is viable here. That is going to be an option to Chelsea fan. We'll see if he embraces it or if he goes into something more standard, something more normal. Oh, hello. As we open up Phoenix. Okay, you have my attention. It's going to be a Phoenix opener here out of Chelsea fan. With this, going to be hunting down the Overlords. We'll be keeping Zesty in the dark, and this can lead into a second Stargate and into a Fleet Beacon. We'll see if that's the direction that Chelsea fan goes in. As Zesty fan does get supply blocked. Get supply blocked. It's going to be Phoenix into Oracle. Okay, no second Phoenix, no second Stargate yet. Chelsea Fan going straight into a third. Is cutting corners. Goes straight for the third Nexus. But outside of that, nothing too crazy yet. As Lings poke in, as Zesty opening up with a very fast lair. That was a 4-minute lair, if not even earlier than that. Curious here. So with a fast lair, we have a couple of options available to us. Eva Chambers on the way for +1, second gas, getting into a third gas, and Zesty's thinking of going 2-base Muta. I mean, it does have a third, but off of 2-base saturation, it could go for a fast Spire. As I say that though, we have range on the way. All gases are being taken. I'm still leaning towards something very tech heavy. Is it going to be the Spire or is it going to be the Hydrogen? What's it going to be? The drone is in position. Oh, show us the tech. 2 drones? Wait, what? Infestation bit 2? What are we going for? What's going on? What's it going to be? That's we have the money for it. There it is. Infestation bit alongside the Hydrogen. I would imagine both. Very greedy though. Yeah, Hydrogen and Infestation bit quite greedy, very tech heavy here for Zesty. He's cutting a lot of corners. He's gonna be cutting a lot of corners here. Now with the fast Infestation bit, this can lead into a fast Hive. Yeah, we'll see if he can get away with it. Meanwhile, Lings, they do collapse on the Adepts. We'll shut 2 of them down, even the third. Nicely done. Chelsea Fan, ooh, is going to be a move in. The Oracle's going to go down. Brutal loss there for the Protoss. Oracle does fall, and checking the vision, did Chelsea Fan see the tech? He barely did. Saw the gases, the lair, and at least the Hydrogen. That should be enough of a tell as to what's going on. Meanwhile, there's the fast Hive on the way. I'm still on the fence about the fast Hive. Jesus, this is so greedy. Oh my god. So Zesty is cutting so many corners. He's rushing into lurkers and lurker upgrades. So the lurker den is lined up with the Hive to rush into lurker range and lurker and the talons, of course. Very greedy here from Zesty. And he's going to be vulnerable to the eventual Storm timing. Storm is on the way. Charge is on the way. Immortals are building up. If Chelsea Van moves out with Storm, he's going to hit like a truck. And I don't know if Zesty will have enough to defend. We'll see. As Zesty shuts down the Oracle. Oracle dives in. Gets 3 drones, but does go down. Rough losses here for Chelsea Fan. Getting away. Second Robo? Jesus, we're popping off. Oh my god. Double Robo, double Immortal production, I would imagine here for the Protoss. Meanwhile, Gateway Explosion as well. Throwing down 5 gates, getting up to 7. So 7 gates set up on 2 bases. 4th base alongside it. I don't think Chelsea Fan has necessarily realized how exactly greedy Zesty's been. If Chelsea fans saw the infestation bit, I think that should have been a sign to just commit on 3 bases. Just move out on 3 bases, but double forge. Double forge and a 4th base. This tells us that the Protoss player is not going for a timing, is planning to just tech up, embrace upgrades, and embrace another expansion, and chill back at home. And that is concerning to me. That means that Zesty has gone away with this. You know, droning up to, what is it, 68 so far? We could drone a little bit more. There we go. 72 up to 80 workers, taking extra gases, taking another expansion. This is the army. 1 lurker. Like, there's nothing here. Like, there's nothing to defend. If there was any kind of move out, Zesty would just fold, would just crumble over, but has gotten away with murder here. Has gone away with everything. And can now focus on making an army. And it's going to be quite difficult here for the Protoss to soon be active. Is going for a very heavy Immortal army, true, but still will take a while to really get going. The supplies may look similar now, but again, Zesty can now focus on purely army production. Purely Hydras, Lurkers, and ideally Vipers as well. Oh, Zesty does get supply block quite heavily though. Oh, that's 7 Overlords on the way. Is quite a brutal supply block. We'll slow him down. We'll give Chelsea Fan more time. High Templar morphing in. More Storms available. It's going to be a lot of High Templar. Unfortunately, we don't have any Hallucination Scouts, so we haven't seen the main base in quite some time. Chelsea Fan doesn't exactly know what he's up against. I mean, the Hydras should lead into Lurkers eventually, but the Lurkers are already here. Chelsea Fan, there we go. Does get eyes on this. We'll confirm. Lurkers are in position. Chelsea Fan does move forward. As how many High Templar? 9 High Templar. Soon each with 1 Storm. He dives in. Protection, thankfully, is available. Oh! Has to be careful with the Observer. Gets the revelation up. Spread here from the Protoss. But the race is going to be cancelled. There's no saving it. Oh! Let's cancel the fourth. Zesty moving out with the Ling run by here towards the third, but towards the fourth base, but there is detection. There are cannons, I should say. Cannons, shield battery, stasis traps as well. So far, so good. Zesty does commit though, does rotate. Over towards the fourth base. Chelsea fan a little bit late to respond, but we'll be okay. Does respond in time. Things they collapse in. Lurks within range. We get some decent storms, but there's not enough immortals here. Storms are going up. The massive storms of lurkers. Oh my god. It looks like there are enough immortals. Chelsea fan will clean this up. Will cost him 14 probes, but does hold. Does hold on. Chelsea fan also lost how many? 8 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. That was a brutal trade for the Protoss. Chelsea fan going for the gold. Alas, Zesty does get eyes on this. Will force a cancel. At least it's trying to. Hold on to it though. Chelsea fan does hold. Gearing up for a counterattack. Back at home, soon to be 5 lurkers. Yeah, ready. Duper in time. No War Prism here for Chelsea fan. So he can't reinforce. Likewise, Zealots, they do get caught out. Oh, the lunge. Let's go. Zesty does hold. Where's Zesty moving out, collapsing on top of the Immortals. And should shut them down, going for the Observer. Observer goes down as well, no detection. Revelations are available. Chelsea fan otherwise distracted. Immortals, they get cleaned up. Revelation a little bit too late. Looks like Zesty has been missing injects though. Yeah, no injects back at home. There's an inject here at the main base and at the natural, but not at the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. So Larva is an issue here for Zesty. Has a bank, has 1k, but again, having a hard time spending those resources. So that is slowing him down, but still has a massive supply lead. And Chelsea fan not quite ready here. Needs a little bit more time for those storms. Oh. Goes up. So is down the army. With that engage, there's not that much support here for Zesty. Meanwhile, attempts to run by the gold, but there's so many cannons, so many shield batteries. As Zesty not quite breaking through. Has to pull back. Do we have any Vipers? We do not. 12 Lurkers, 9 Hydras, and Ling reinforcements. Zesty's just trying to brute force the issue here. I mean, it can work. That's still 9 High Templar though. Zesty collapses on top of the gold. This time with lurkers, and they should break through. Yeah, Chelsea fan is not going to be able to recall on top of this. Not on top of all those lurkers. So Rambai does hit the southern expansion. The base on the left hand side. Nice storms though. The lurkers that didn't burrow. Uh-oh. The lurkers did not burrow in time. They will go down, but they do get the gold. So Chelsea fan's still stuck on 4 bases. But likewise, so is Zesty. Also stuck on a 4 base economy. Chelsea fan maxing out. Okay. I believe. we have a death pool of an army. This one we're up to 7 Immortals, 13 High Templar. Jesus, that's a lot of High Templar. That's a lot of storms. Zesty still needs more time to max out. There we go. Lurkers now morphing in. Chelsea fan is still very much so in this. And once again, if you can engage with these lurkers, the lurkers don't have supports, then they are vulnerable. Especially to this kind of army. Hey, who needs Sky Toss when you have massive Mortal Arc on Storm? As Chelsea Van attempts to double expand, is going to be denied. Is denied. Zesty finishing up his Greater Spire, working towards Broodlords. That will be a problem. The anti-air is quite limited for Chelsea Fan, as that's where Skytos is going to need to come into play. More so than against Hydra Lurker Viper. Considering there are no Vipers, I mean, that also does help out this ground-based army of Chelsea Fan. Fleet Beacons, let's go. Fleet Beacons on the way, +1 air attack, already halfway done. And the game is slowing down. Calming things down here. Zesty has eyes on the expansion. Headed towards the natural. Storm's going up in the Lings. So far, Chelsea Van is holding on. Likewise, the armies, they do spot each other. He knows. Zesty attempts a split push. Oh. Storm connects. We're diving in. And again, it's all about the engage for Chelsea Fan. Like, when it comes to a grand army like this, you need to spread out. You need to minimize that splash damage from the lurkers. One Night Templar goes down. Decent spread with the Immortals. Mass Storms. Yeah, the Immortals able to clean this up. They will break through. As, yeah, there's only one lurker left. 0 lurkers remaining. Chelsea Fan takes the fight, but here come the Lings. Do we have a Storm? We do. Oh my god. Just barely won. Reinforcements are coming from behind it. Chelsea Van gets surrounded. The Immortals, they go down. Chelsea Van late to respond. We need the rest of the army. It's a nice rotation by Zesty. Takes down the expansion. Gets the Nexus. Meanwhile, going for a massive warp into the main. No, the Greater Spire. He worked so hard for it. Greater Spire is denied. Massive pickup. Massive DT warping into the main. Let's go. Going for the Hive. Lurker Den goes down. Greater Spire goes down. Hive as well. The DTs, they pop up. Hive is going to fall. Clutch transfuse on the Greater Spire, trying to keep it alive. But all the tech is falling, and he does not save the Spire. Both Spires fall. The spawning, everything. Oh my god. The spawning pool. The Hydra Den. Zesty races back home. And he lost everything. The Hive, the Lurker Den, both Spires, a spawning pool as well. Zelta popping off, getting 31 drone kills. Chelsea Fan, calm down. Oh my god. The Prism was the MVP. And with that, Zesty is down to 58 workers. Has the gold though. The gold will make up for an otherwise worker deficit. Does have the gold. Likewise, so Chelsea Fan double expanding. Still building up his immortal count. High Templar as well. Zesty stuck with what he has. It's going to be 4 lurkers, only 4. And he can't make any more for quite some time. He has to rebuild the lair. The lair is about to finish. He has to rebuild the Hydra Den, then the Lurker Den. Ay, ay, ay. GT gets eyes on the gold. Yo, let's go. We have the 1 Tempest. Tempest has arrived. Zesty still rebuilding all his tech. Spawning pool, Hydra Den, Spire as well. Most of it is here at the linear third. Chelsea still being denied his expansion. May not get spotted. I mean, both players are still hurting. Actually, Zesty, he has so many resources. He just can't spend it. 7k minerals, but ay, ay, ay. Corruptors, they dive in, limited anti-air, they kill the Tempest. The Tempest goes down. And now that the tech is done, now Zesty can max out. Again, with this massive bank, even if he's been missing injects, he has plenty of larva. Should be able to rebuild. And what's been killing Chelsea Fan is the lack of 5th base. Now the 5th has gotten up and running, but It's taken so long. I just get caught out. I do think the longer this goes on, the better it is for Zesty. Like, Chelsea fan is on a bit of a timer. Again, I don't think he realized how much damage he dealt, and this passivity, it's better for the Zerg. Like, when the supplies are this close, like, the Protoss army is more efficient. But we can see Zesty working towards a greater spot. He wants Broodlords. And again, there's no answer. What's the answer to Broodlords right now? What, like Storm? One Archon? There's nothing in the sky. There's no Mass Blink Stalker, for example, which would be like an alternative answer. So we gotta send it. We need to send it, Pappy. Greater Spire is almost halfway done. Chelsea fan going for the gold. Will bring it down. Well, he needs more than just the gold base. So run into the Hydras. Storm's popping up. 16 drones going down. That is nice, but that's still not good enough. Because yeah, it's gonna be too late. The Greater Spire is finishing, and soon here come the Broodlords. Broodlords are on the horizon. Chelsea fans still doubling down on Immortal Archon. Now, there is a situation here. If the Archon count is high enough, then against a low amount of Broodlords, there are 8 Broodlords, which can be manageable. If you have enough Archons, you can try to break through and force your way through the Broodlings and get under the Broodlords. But it's not easy, and you do need a lot of Archons for that, and that's an Archon count that we don't have. Don't currently have. Chelsea fan once again denies the gold. Broodlords are building up. The ideal army here for Zesty would be Broodlord Lurker. If we can get both with each other, I mean, there's no shot for a ground-based army. Fester's on the way for Fungals. Potential Neural. Down the line. The race is going to be denied. Chelsea fan rotating over. Oh, shout out to the defensive DTs. Zesty going for a counterattack. That's a kill, not a cancel on the expansion. But again, there are these Broodlords to defend. And they're now being revealed. Now Chelsea fan knows. And he has to get out of here. Is there a recall? Broodlords, they dive in. He gets 1 Eye Templar. He gets 2. Yeah, and again, this army just cannot touch the Broodlords. It's not going to happen. Tempest production now begins, but it's just a late realization here for Chelsea fan. Chelsea, he needs you. He's your biggest fan. Gold base is gonna go down. Chelsea fan getting cornered. Yeah, forced to recall. And unfortunately, Chelsea fan never researched Blink. So again, there's no like Blink answer to this either. There's no Stalker answer. Wait. What just happened? Did he cancel the recall? What? Am I crazy? Did we not see a recall in the main army? Meanwhile, the Infestors, oh my god! Infestors go down, nice pickups. Did he recall towards the gold? And because the gold died, then it canceled the recall? Am I losing my mind? Maybe. It is 5 a.m. As Immortals, they're getting shut down. See Zesty just double expanding, taking more bases. And oh no, the Immortals, they don't make it back home either. Ay, ay, ay. They get caught in the Pachinko machine. Not like this. 4 or 5 Immortals go down. Chelsea fan plummets in supply. Again, attempting to respond with Archons. With Tempest. Oh my god, the first Archon goes down. It's brutal here. Unscattered Broodlords. Terrifying. We do have 3 Tempests, though. Okay. Oh, we can pop off. I say that 1 Tempest goes down. Not like this. And Zesty can afford to take some inefficient fights. It might not be pretty, but he can just commit to try to break this expansion. It'll be worth it. If he can just deny bases. DT gets across the map. Chelsea fan not going down without a fight. That one DT. Let's go. He's going to get everything. We'll get the entire mineral line. Broodlord's pushing forward. Chelsea fan still making 1 Tempest at a time. When it comes in, Corruptor's now coming into the mix. Takes on the Tempest. And Zesty is breaking through this forward expansion. Again, the one mining base that Chelsea fan has. Storm on the Broods. Archon does get under some of them. Doing what he can. Will clean this up, actually. The hero Archon up. Gets a Broodlord. Stalkers, they come in. Okay, not bad. We'll clean up the final Broodlord. Gets under the Corruptors as well. Mate, who needs Blink? Just waddle in. Mate. Just waddle under the army. True. Chelsea, and he's holding on. He has a Storm. Storm pops up. There's another behind this. Forcing Zesty back. Zesty burning through a lot of his bank. But he did double expand. He's got a gold base. He has the left-hand base as well. Getting operational. Chelsea Van diving in. Gets a Storm off. Hydras are going to be cleaned up. No shot. What's happening right now? What's the Hydras go down, so the Lings, sure, the Corruptors, they can bring down a Tempest. We need some more Broodlords. Where are the Broodlords, Pappy? Meanwhile, at least they bust into the mineral line. Oof. Yeah, rough losses here for Chelsea fan. Losing his Stalkers as well. Losses at Chelsea fan he cannot afford. And this may just be it. It's been a messy game. Very messy, very scrappy. The Lings, they have won the mineral line. Expansion's going to fall at the same time. Zelta get across the map. Sorry, DT gets across the map. All we need to just make Broodlords again, man. Just go back home. Make Broods. Chelsea, man, he's holding on. No shot. Okay, there we go. They're racing back. For good reason. We're going to remake Broodlords, right? Yeah. I hope so. Both players going to be losing what little economy they have left. More bases going to be falling. This gold base is the last mining base for Zesty. He's out of money everywhere else. No shot. Wait, did he lose the Greater Spire? No, it's still there. Where are the Broods? Bappy, you can still pull this off. With the Corruptors, they're just chilling. Morph them in. No, the Greater Spire. No, transfuse. Save it. The Greater Spire. It goes down. There's no Broodlords. We can't make any. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. I mean, Chelsea fan can still pull this off. Zesty can make Lings? No, he can't. Spawning pool's being rebuilt. He actually can't make Lings. Pool went down. No shot. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. Lings to get the Nexus. Hatchery goes down. Came to the production. Okay. Spawning pool's been rebuilt. Lings are on the way. But very limited larva here for Zesty. Very limited. Catching in more Hydras. There are 2 Storms. Bear that in mind. Yo, with these Storms, I actually kind of like Chelsea fans' army. Ah, but they're Lurkers. Lurkers, they just morphed in. The 3 Lurkers. They're here. Oh. Oh, the High Templar. No, the High Templar. No. He left them behind. Protect your High Templars. One goes down. The other almost falls. Aye. Lings, they bust into the 4th. They bring it down. Zesty has 0 economy. He's long distance mining. He's long distance mining, trying to get another expansion. It's off center. God no. Meanwhile, Chelsea Van, he has 1 High Templar and likewise 0 economy. 0 economy here for Chelsea Fan. He has no mining, no saturation. He has idle workers. Zesty. He's about to have a base. Chelsea Fan, we need to stop this. Does he even have detection? There is no observer, no oracle. There's a Phoenix? Jesus. How long has he been there? Yo, shout out to Chelsea Fan for not using F2. Like, that's the Phoenix from the start of the game. He's just been chilling off in the corner of the map. Oh my god. He's crazy. The discipline. As Zessie's chasing down that War Prism. Will hunt it down with the lunge. At the same time, Chelsea Van going for a counterattack. High Templar lagging behind. Zessie's gonna have to turn around. He's also trade well. There's 4 infestors! The infestors! Oh, he fungles! He gets them! Gets a couple of fungles. Oh my god, the panic fungles, Jesus. And Zessie's racing back home. He's racing back home. The High Templar, no! The High Templar once again! He gets caught out. No storms! No storms, papi. Ay, ay, ay. And as long as the lurkers engage, remember, no detection. There is no detection. As long as the lurkers they're able to burrow, he should win this fight. Lurkers pushing, sorry, infestors pushing in. They fungal the zealots. Lurkers burrow. This is the final army here of Chelsea Fan. He's fighting his heart out, but the fungals ain't brutal. GG, well played, and Zesty will take the series 2-1. We'll take down Chelsea Fan. GG. The hell did we just watch? What just happened? What? GG, well played. Zesty takes it. Oh my god. There was so, like, for the most part, Zesty was in control of this game. Remember, Zesty, he was able to rush into his lurker den, into his hive really early on, rush into Hydra. I was gonna say Hydra Lurker Viper, really just Hydra Lurker, really more than anything. And Zesty was in control. He had a massive bank. At one point, he had like a 7k, 5k bank as well. Despite that, had some really rough engagements. We saw that Chelsea Van was able to collapse on top of the lurkers multiple times, able to take some better engagements and just fight more efficiently, especially with storms. But in the end, what killed Chelsea Van was the lack of economy. I mean, to be fair, neither player really had an economy yet towards the end, but Zesty was mining, Chelsea Fan was not. Could never really establish a 5th base or a 6th expansion. Just ran out of steam towards the end. GG. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Zesty takes the series 2-1, and now we are getting ready for round 3. Let's go. Getting ready for the 3rd round has now been seeded in. Oh my god. And we have our matchup here. Oh. As we have our 3rd round that has been seeded, we'll try to show it on screen. One moment. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. Okay, from the top, we have Future versus Starkiller in a TVZ. That's going to be a spicy Terran versus Zerg, definitely. Likewise, we have Dolan versus Caleb Arrakos as well. That is going to be our next series. Let me just slip into some DMs and let them know. Just letting them know, but Dolan versus Caleb will be up next. Meanwhile, we have Zesty versus Stagadish, likewise in round 3. We have Gloopglorp versus Pardessa, Creature versus Holden in a PvP, Zen versus Chelsea Fan. I still have not casted Zen. Still curious what they have to offer here. As we did see Zen take down Holden earlier. We have Rob versus God. Gilgatine? That's it, Gilgatine. Gilgatine. And Jehefe versus Woflag Kai. Here we go. So we have the 3rd round underway. And again, we have our next match getting ready for us. Here we go. What a game. Meanwhile, shout out to Nanman, as I believe he is going to be covering Future versus Starkiller. Again, both of those matches are very high profile, and we expect all 4 of those players to make it into the playoff brackets, but we have our series, and Nanman will have his. Just catching up. This is peak NA, and I'm all for it. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Future greater than everyone. I'm pretty sure we've casted Dolan defeat Future before. Like in a TVT, I believe. I believe in our boy, man. I believe in the Danger Dolan. Is Zesty Zest's younger brother? Ah, confirmed. Confirmed. Catching up. What's going on? It was crazy. It was crazy. This game was so intense. It was. That bank is wild. It was. Sorry, just catching up. Somewhere classic is smiling. When's Future versus Dolan? So I actually assumed that Future would be facing Dolan in round 3, but they're actually avoiding each other. They are either going to face off in round 4 or in the playoffs. We'll see. Classic Dolan. Yeah, of course, of course. Who's next on stream? Dolan versus Caleb. Dolan versus Caleb. Should be a Terran versus Zerg. Terran versus Zerg. They do need some time to get sorted and to get set up. So we will have a little bit of downtime. We're going to be having a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next series. Again, that was a really long game, even a really long match that was kind of holding everything else up. So I think some of the players went to get some food. Let's spy on them. What's going on? Yeah, I see Zesty in the background as well. I think like after that series, they're calming down, getting some food before jumping in. I think that's Starkiller talking to Future in the background as well. Hello. I'd love to know who everyone is. If anyone is there, let us know. Introduce us back. I think I know who Chelsea fan is. But there's a lot of them that I'm unfamiliar with. Spy cam is Light's favorite thing. Yeah, we get to spy on them. I'm beefy in front of the camera. Oh, that's beefy. Oh my god, you're so beefy, Pappy. This is Chelsea fan. Yeah. Hello, Chelsea fan. I remember Chelsea fan from the last Cheeseadelphia. I remember. Shout out to Beefy. Looking after us on cams. Who's next to you? In white. Okay. He'll let us know next time. Put those guns down. Oh no. It's getting ready. Oh my god, we're double. Gee, how cold is it in Philadelphia? Mate, it's the opposite here. He's got layers, mate. Here in Australia, it's so hot. I mean, it's summer here in Australia. It's summer. I know it's getting cold in other areas of the world. Take it off. Stop putting it on. Take it off, Taffy. Oh my god. Anyway, as we're getting rowdy in the chat, we're going to be going on a short break. Oh. Jesus, sorry. I was terrified. Don't want to be missing the game. Don't want to miss the lobbying game. But we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. It just needs some time. All right, we'll see you guys soon. We'll keep spying on them. back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with round 3 of the Swiss group stage of Cheeseadelphia Grand Finals. And here we go. We're diving into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is Caleb Arrakos. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing currently himself, but he is an ex-CranKy Duckling and near and dear to our hearts. It is Dolan. The Danger Dolan. Let's go. And if you're in the chats, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. As looks like we do have some hotkey issues. All good. More than happy to pause and fix them. Again, this is an offline event, and sometimes we do have these issues, whether it's peripherals, whether it's some software issues. Earlier we had some sound issues for one of our players, but it's all good. More than happy to wait and to fix them. As we are jumping back in. And as we dive back in, Dolan's sitting up at the low ground, looking to dive into a 2-Rax opener. I would imagine 2-Rax Reaper. Dolan is quite fond of it, just to gain momentum early on, throwing down his second Rax further back behind the natural. That I was not expecting. Wait, are we 3-Raxing? Is that the plan? Potentially. So far, 2-Rax Reaper. We'll see if a 3rd Rax gets thrown down. Back at home, and Caleb opening up with a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of Caleb. And Dolan, he's setting up for his Reaper aggression. I'm assuming Reaper. I know that there is a build that Future did embrace, which was 2-Rax Marine into an earlier 2-1-1 timing or like a 3-Rax push. Yeah, he's going Marine. Okay. Interesting. Dolan, what have you been cooking? Meanwhile, shout out to Tater Tutor in the chat. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. God, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And hope you enjoy the tournament. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft, as we are going to be embracing more and more Marines. This looks like a one-way all-in. We're massing on Marines. I'm curious if Dolan expands or not. Okay. SV's in position. Looks like he will be throwing down the CC at some point. At least I would imagine. Overlord's being hunted down. And the command center is going to be placed. Now, this can lead into a 2-1-1. This can also lead into a 3 or even 4-Rax if extra Raxes get placed. We'll see how committed and how aggressive this is going to be as he attempts to hunt down the Overlord. Get out of here. The Overlord is on the run. The Rax is coming. Alas, there's no pillar. There's no more pillars out here. It's out in the open, so the Marines should hunt it down and the Overlord will fall. Full. That will supply block Caleb. Ooh, that's a pretty hefty supply block here. The 3rd base likewise being delayed due to the additional overlords. Spine Crawler gets thrown down, and we have confirmation. We were curious. Was this the beginning of a 2-1-1 or something more scary, something more dedicated here? 3rd and 4th Rax. It's going to be a 4-Rax sim timing. This is going to hit like a truck. It's going to hit quite hard. Lings they get across the map. So far, the Marines are out of position, but the wall will hold. And the scary thing here is that Caleb, yeah, there we go. He does cancel the Spine Crawler, did overreact, but Caleb needs to get into the main. He needs to confirm whether or not this is more macro-oriented, whether we're headed towards drop play or more Marines. Does need to get in soon. But now Dolan's still building up, massing up more Marines. Dolan might pull the boys with this. That is an option. We might just go for a 4-Rax sim timing and pull the boys and just commit. Whenever Bjorn goes for a 4-Rax build, he does often transition afterwards into a 3rd CC. Bjorn does do this from time to time, or at least he did do this last year, I should say, in 2023. But I think Dolan is typically more of a dedicated player. He's a lot more all-in, or willing to embrace all-ins. So we'll see. We'll see if he does pull the boys. Meanwhile, back at home, Caleb going for a roach response. Very safe follow-up. Overlord dives in. He confirms. Yeah, he does confirm. The Raxes does get eyes on the factory follow-up, which means Dolan, he is going to be taking up further from here into a starport. But that's a lot of Marines, and Dolan should move out. He's moving out across the map. By the time he gets across the map, Sim will be done. Caleb did somewhat saturate that third base. But is the Roach Warren too late? Uh-oh, Roach Warren's not done. Here comes the army, and Caleb, he needs an army here and now. He's massing up Lings, massing up Queens, no Spine Cooler to defend. Oh, this is going to be brutal. This is brutal. The Roach Warren is too late, just now finishing. And Dolan, he's about to pull the trigger. That is how many Marines? 25. 25 Marines. The Roaches are still in production. Caleb, he evacuates the natural. He's not ready for this. One overload goes down. So will a second, and potentially a third. Oh my god, Lings, they cannot get us around. Not on the choke point, not on the ramp. The Lings melts, Queens as well, and Dolan, he breaks it. He just snowballs out of control. He breaks on through, busts into the main. Oh, he gets 5 drone kills, gets up to 6. Gets up to 9. 10 drones go down, all the Lings, 2 Queens. Caleb does hold, but remember, behind this, we're building up and getting ready for that next step. We have tank production behind this. Oh my god, getting to tanks, into medevacs. Dolan did do a crippling amount of damage. Dolan, he is ahead in workers. He has a greater economy. And Caleb has to redrone. He has to redrone. He has to resaturate. His Roach is moving out for a counterattack. But he's not going to do much here against the tanks, as the first tank has arrived. But what I will say is that right now the correct thing to do is to drone. Like Caleb, he needs to drone up, he needs to saturate at least on a 2.5 base economy, take extra gases to be able to afford an army to be able to fight back. Speaking of, there we go, gases being taken, double Evo chamber, I mean, to catch up in upgrades. Third TC's on the way for Dolan. And now we can calm down. We can just calm things down and embrace a longer game. Dolan is being active with his medevacs, but he's keeping the tanks at home. He's keeping the tanks back at home. Only going to be drop play. The Ling does confirm. Caleb, he spots this. He may not have seen the drops though himself. Not quite in position. Drops going for the Queens. He gets 1. 1 Queen goes down. Going for the second. Second Queen falls as well. But he can trade against the Roaches. Here picks up. Drops towards the natural. Gets eyes on the tech. Caleb just having a hard time keeping up. Does split up his Roaches. Somewhat ready for this. You know, Dolan, he wants some. Medevac taking hits. Up. Under fire. Roaches go down. Dolan, he goes further. Goes to the mineral line. And again, despite the droning that Caleb went for, he is now even on workers, which means he's behind. Dolan has mules. Still has the greater economy. As he's now getting his third. And he may not over. And now here comes the push. That was merely only a taste, merely only a drop here from Dolan. Now here comes the main army. What does he have? He's got 4 tanks. +1, stim, combat shields, concussive shell. Pushing on to creep, and Caleb, unfortunately not quite ready for this. No Ravagers. Okay, stims in, he breaks through the Queen, gets on top of the Ravagers, will deny them. We'll shut down the third. Caleb attempting to set up a flank, even going for a counterattack. Doing what he can, hoping to force Dolan back home. We'll get some counter damage. But Dolan's not stopping. He's not stopping. And plenty of reinforcements back at home as well. Ravagers, 2 of them barely morph in, 1 of them survives. But the tank bullies, they're brutal. They're so brutal. GG, and Dolan will take game number 1. We'll take a lead in the series. Again, a very aggressive, very assertive start from Dolan, going for a 4-axe. Again, Caleb just had a really hard time reading what was going on. Eventually, he did scout the 4-axe. Eventually, he was aware. But remember, by the time he did, the Roach one was already late. It was in production, but it was already a little bit late there. And as a result, he wasn't ready with the Roaches in time. Didn't really have much of an army, just stopped the initial move out. And Dolan, he took a lead from there. Did take a lead. If you remember, he killed 10 workers. It was 10 drones, 2 queens, all the Lings, and he forced out all the Roaches as well. And that was enough to, yeah, give Dolan a comfortable lead to get into the third, to snowball out of control. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting ready for game number 2. And we'll see if Caleb can bounce back. We'll see if he can actually get into a more comfortable game state here against Dolan. Again, Dolan is typically a more aggressive player. Very aggressive. Whether it's on 1 base or 2 base. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Okay. Jumping into ley lines. Ley lines likewise has a similar rush distance by ground compared to Ultra Love. The bases aren't as defendable though. So we'll see. We'll see if Dolan goes for another quirky opener. I imagine he will. I'll be honest. Oh boy. Here we go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Caleb Aracos. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Dolan. When was the last time Caleb played SE2, right? It's been so long. It's been so long since I've seen Caleb play. Again, I think the last time I casted Caleb was like in 2020, maybe 2021. I think the last time I casted Caleb was the Spicy Team League. If you remember, that was a team league that showed... Oh my god. Gas first. Jesus. It's going to be a gas pool opener here out of Caleb. Much more aggressive, much more assertive. This can lead into a fast link speed, a Bane Bust, or even a Roach Rush. But the Spicy League was a team league hosted by Sugar. It was like an NA like team league that I think Caleb was a captain in. I remember casting that. That was like quite a number of years ago. So, it's been a while. I do miss the Spicy Team League though. It was great. A lot of banter, a lot of nods, a lot of NA. Now they're Dolan going for a much more standard opener. Just racks expand. This time there's no low ground setup. Going for a standard opener. Meanwhile, the question becomes, what is the gas going to be spent on? As we have our initial 100 gas, link speed is on the way, and Caleb pulls out. Okay, he pulls out of gas, there's no Bailey Nest, no Roach Warren, just fast link speed for Caleb. Is going to allow him to have quite a bit of control early on, true. SCV confirms how late the expansion is, he gets eyes on the links as well. Dolan knows. He's aware of what's going on. Will pull out. Reaper likewise attempting to engage. SCV does get surrounded, but he will find the links. We'll shut at least one down. Trying to hunt down the others. And he will find them. I do appreciate that Caleb, he's peeling for Ling every time, just trying to buy time for Ling speed and preserve his Lings as best he can. Gets across the map, can threaten the CC. Oh, the kiting out of Dolan. Oh god. Knocks up the Marine, but hey, does keep it alive. Marine does survive. Ling gets a full scout of the main, confirms the 1-1-1. Once again, a much more aggressive build here by Dolan. As Ling speed is revealed. But with a 1-1-1, it's going to be a faster starport, more dedicated Hellion production. This can lead into something like a Hellbat push, and we're delaying the third CC. Third CC is delayed with this. So a much more aggressive start. Back at home, Caleb, still just droning up, is making some Lings, but isn't really making too much use of Ling speed. Not yet. As he has 6 Lings back at home. Reaper Scouts is thrown away, but does confirm no extra gases at the natural. Does confirm at least a lack of gas. As Caleb is just now pulling back in. Just now saturating. You see Dolan embracing a Banshee opener initially, and I was curious, what was this 1-1-1 leading into? Part of me was thinking maybe Hellbats, but no, it's going to be a Fusion Core. BCs are on the way. Oh boy. So Dolan opening up Banshee into BC. This most likely will lead into Mech, by the way. Let's go. We saw some bio out of Dolan in game 1, but we're leading towards Mech here in game 2. Third CC has been placed here as a part of the wall. Dolan will move out. I love Spicy League. Yes, it was beautiful. Oh, shout out to Disrespect. Hope you're doing well. I was sad to see that you weren't here this time, Disrespect, but hope you're doing well nonetheless. Aliens, they do get across the map. Lings, they try to collapse in. Ooh. So far, the volleys are brutal. Lings go down. And he gets into a mineral line. And drones are getting roasted. Getting up to 4, 5, almost 6, 7 drone kills. 6 drones even. Clutch sport trick there out of Caleb, saving whatever he can. Still 6 workers go down, and that was merely only the first wave of aggression because Dolan is getting to his BC. First BC is on the way. More Hellions are amassing. Of course, now with the new old Cyclone, something like Battle Mech is more viable, and there are the factories. We have confirmation, it is Mech. As it often is, post-BC. Not always, but often. So we are embracing the Mech. Third CC being taken. Caleb back at home, still trying to saturate, getting into double Evo chambers. Roach Warren is done. Caleb hasn't seen too much across the map, and thankfully at least has spores. He's got a spore in each mineral line. Looking at the units tab, he's got 6 queens. That's not a lot, but it could be enough, depending on how the army dives in. Meanwhile, the first BC has arrived, teleports across the map, and he's going for the main. He's going for the main base. Drones are being targeted. We get 4 drone kills. 5. From here he can get away. The Queen should be able to zone. At the same time, Hellions, they dive into the third. Lings are somewhat in position, but they're going to get roasted. And once again, more economic damage. Oh god, getting up to 13. 14 drone kills. 50. 15, 16 drones get roasted. The entire mineral line goes down. And the BC is still wreaking havoc, just catching more overlords. One after the other. And Caleb, he just can't sustain these losses. He's forced to just resaturate, redroning. Meanwhile, more BCs are on the way. Caleb is going to have to respond with a Spire at some point. Still no extra queens. Still only 6. Oh, he's supply blocked. He's supply blocked as well. And Dolan's looking great. He's looking quite comfortable. Looking quite comfortable here. Now with 2 battle cruisers. Not actually embracing the new Cyclone yet. Getting to tank production instead. Something a little bit more old school. Just tank Hellion. I mean, Cyclones, they can pop off. But Dolan's not using them. Oh, he's honorable, Pat. He's crazy. Not making the new Cyclone. Has been patched, by the way, for those who are curious. Was bugged for like a week, I want to say. Did last a week or just under a week. But has been fixed on the ladder. As species, they arrive, they pop up with their Yamatos. They shut down the queens. And the Spire is still on the way, and it's such a delayed Spire as well. And without the Spire, what's the answer? There is none. There's no answer as the BCs have free reign. They just waddle towards the natural. Focusing down more drones. Oh, God, God. Going for the roaches. Spire does complete. We have 6 Corruptors on the way. Meanwhile, here comes Macville Accelerators. Here come the Cyclones. They're coming. The Cyclones, but they're coming. Stolen. He's just having a really hard time figuring out what he wants to do with this army. I mean, he knows that across the map there should be tanks, there should be a setup. BC still wreaking havoc. They deny +2. Corruptors are revealed and they just teleport back home. Just teleport back. 16 drone kills again. And Dolan's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. So it's one of the things where Caleb, if you look at his worker count, it's looking quite healthy, but he's been forced to just rejoin. He's been forced to spend all of his lava just making workers and remaking workers, which means his main army is lacking. He barely has a main army. A couple of Ravagers, a couple of Roaches, 6 Corruptors. And that's where Dolan can soon move out. Soon be able to move out. Caleb trying to keep up. He's focusing on remaxing himself. Hive is on the way. Dolan going for a split push, moving out with at least his Hellion Cyclone, keeping his tanks back at home instead. He has backfield. Scans the main army, playing it safe. Playing it safe instead. Dolan working on 2-2. I mean, technically, Dolan doesn't have to push, doesn't have to commit. Oh, we do have the surround though. Blings, they come in from behind. Where are the Hellions? Well, not enough. And so far, this is going to be a nice catch for Caleb. Shuts down the Cyclones, cleans up all the Hellions. Very nice surround here from the Zerg. At the same time, BCs, they hit another expansion. But Caleb, he's keeping up. He's holding on. Stolen wandering too far on creep. The Armada's popping up. They shut down the Corruptors. There's only 4 Corruptors left. 3 even. And Dolan can break through. He can't just keep pushing at the same time. Caleb, he does counterattack. Where are the tanks? Tanks not here. And just Hellion Cyclone. BC's forced back home. On the wilds. Oh my god, they shut down one of the BCs. Nicely done here from Caleb. Shuts down the battlecruiser. Dolan making more tanks. He has a lot of tanks. He has 14. Soon to be 20. 20 tanks. Ay, ay, ay. If Caleb can somehow get to Broodlords, then he can try to hold on, but without them. We'll see if we can hold on here. We'll see if we can survive. Buy time, chip away at the army. Pop over the vials. Oh. We crazy Hellions. We'll slow this down. Forcing the army to siege ahead of time. 3 more starports on the way. Tank boys will be popping off. And the Roaches, they melt. He cannot fight this head on. Not like this. The army melts completely. The BCs are reset, but again, the ground armies will popping off. Zolan, he breaks through, takes down the expansion. Corruptors going for a counterattack. They cause X-Ray. Planetary will fall. From here, I wouldn't even be opposed to Dolan remaxing with Thor. It's going Cyclone. Can still help. Oh no, the drones as they line up. Oh my god, 18 workers go down. 20 drone kills. That was brutal. Oh my god. As Caleb does plummet in supply. Dolan is max. Nice Blinding Cloud. Let's go. Catching out 2, 3. Oh my god, the Blinding Clouds once again. Caleb catching out Dolan. It's probably the best trade he could have hoped for. Still down in supply, but catches the BC. Unfortunately, the Corruptors, they have limited uses here. And they're going to be cleaned up as well. They're left idle over the army. Oof. Brutal losses there for Caleb. He's had some good moments though, don't get me wrong. But he will lose every single Corruptor. The potential Greater Spire Broodlord transition isn't quite there anymore. Caleb rotating over. Catching out the Unsieged tanks. At least trying to. Attempting to. Yeah, and he does try to engage. GG gets called as Dolan. He overwhelms, and Dolan will take the series 2-0. And so far, going undefeated in the group stage. GG. GG, well played. Dolan does take it. It did come in as the favorite play, but a shout out to Caleb again. He had his own moments here. Unfortunately, he was unable to scout the initial BC follow-up, and as a result, did catch him off guard. The BCs did a lot of damage early on. Likewise, so did the Hellions. With that, Dolan did have a very nice advantage coming into the early to mid-game, and Caleb, he had to try to bounce back from there. And again, he was able to at least catch out the Cyclone army, catch out the BCs. There were definitely some nice moments, but overall, he did fall behind economically, and as a result, production-wise, army-wise, was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, round 3 is concluding, and oh my god, that's a lot of updates here. We have a lot of updates to catch up on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves from the top. Here we go. We have round 3. We have Future versus Starkiller still ongoing, still mid-series. Meanwhile, we have Creature vs. Holden, also still mid-series as well, in a PvP. Dolan takes down Caleb Barakos 2-0. Zen takes down Chelsea Fan 2-0. I haven't casted much of Zen, but for Zen to take down Holden, for Zen to take down Chelsea Fan, I mean, pretty good results. Very nicely done. Zessie takes down Staggerdish 2-0. Rob takes down Gyalgatine as well. We have Pardessa taking down Gloopglorp, and we have Jehefe taking down Woflag Kai. So most of these series are wrapping up. We just got an update. Creature took down Holden 2-0. Again, Creature, in my mind at least, is the strongest Protoss player amongst those at Cheeseadelphia. Is one to keep an eye on. And we just got another update. Future taking down Starkiller 2-0. Round 3 has concluded, and round 4 is upon us. Here we go. We have the 4th round. We have some of these winners facing off at Future and Dolan. They have both been undefeated so far. They will both face off here in the group stage. I feel like we have to jump onto that series here to determine who comes out as the #1 seed and who comes out as the 2nd seed instead. So we have Future versus Dolan. Likewise, we have Caleb versus Creature in a PvZ, Starkiller versus Holden in a ZVP as well, Rob versus Zen. Another interesting one. Again, like, Rob in my mind is, I mean, historically has been a very strong player here in the American region, but I know he's been taking some time off. He's not as active as he used to be. Zen, a player that I'm not a little bit less familiar with. Jehefe versus Gyal, Zesty versus Gloop, Chelsea Fan versus Staggerdish, and Wofai Kai versus Pardessa. Okay, so we know what we want. We know what we want. We will be jumping into Dolan and Future. Here we go. Until then, though, we're catching up. Catching up, Pat. When is Holden playing? I do want to cast some Holden, true. I do want to catch him at some point. The old Cyclone. Yeah, the old Cyclone. Yeah. Is Holden Heaven SC? Holden is Holden. Different player. Different player. Zen is a 2v2 player. Hardwell, if you're familiar with. Oh, I think I have seen Hardwell before. Have I casted him? Maybe on that one. But okay, thanks for letting us know. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thanks for letting us know. That's a name I haven't seen in a while, though. I'll be honest. Oh, okay. We're just being notified that apparently Gloop isn't at the event. So there's gonna be a walkover. Those have been walkovers. Do they do an FFA match at this lane? They should, like, you know, before the finals or something. Like a fun, like, 4v4 FFA. That'd be good. It feels bad, man. Feels bad. Kawaiian, where's Kawaiian? I think I saw you in the chat at the last Cheeseadelphia, during the last Cheeseadelphia. Vappy, where do we see you at one of these events? Ay. He's around 5.6k. Nice. I'm feeling sick. No. Look after yourself. What's going on in the player area? What's happening? No. Teacher. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Take care. Next time. Yo, I see Dolan. On the left. I see you. But looks like we're just still getting ready for that 4th round. And I believe there's going to be one final round after this, I think. A final 5th round before seeding the playoffs. As a reminder, top 8 players do make it to the playoffs. And I've yet to really look at the standings to see what the math is looking like, to see who is confirmed and who isn't. At the top of the standings, though, we have Dolan, Future, Starkiller, Caleb. All looking quite strong. Jehefe as well. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have our TBT. We're getting there. So, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to almost a finale. It's round number 5 here of the group stage, of the Swiss bracket group stage of Cheeseadelphia. The grand final, sorry, round 4 is what I meant to say. As we are diving into our fresh best of 3, both these players are undefeated so far. One will rise and the other will fall. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the number 1 seed coming into the playoffs? So spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other American Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Match Arena Esports. It is Future. And if you're in the chat, get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as we are already popping off, and Future moves out with not just 1, with 2 SCVs. Let's go. You know what? Coming into this, I was getting ready for a longer series. getting ready for something more macro-oriented. I was like, okay, I'm ready for the TBT. Wasn't quite ready for this one, though. Let's go. The 2 Raxes have been placed. Meanwhile, Dolan opening up double gas. Oh, my God. Okay, rolling the dice a little bit here. Rolling well with a double gas opener. What does this mean? This means a faster factory here for Dolan. So far, going for a much safer opener is going to pay off against a more aggressive build of Future. As we do have our gas back at home, it's going to be 2x Reaper here from our Terran player. Likewise, Reaper Cliff right into the main base. And it's going to come down to the control of Dolan as he does open up Reactor first. Okay, Reactor first here. So you won't have the initial Reaper, which means we're going to have to rely quite a bit here on unit control to minimize losses and preserve SCVs. Likewise, I say that. This is going to be a rough start. It's going to be a very rough start here for Dolan, as the first Reaper is going to arrive. And again, going Reactor first is a brutal choice here. The Reaper has arrived, and he's going to go straight for the factory. And if he can stop the factory, he can stop the Hellions. Boys being pulled. Ooh, first SCV goes down. He gets 1. Gets 1 SCV so far. Oh, we'll get a second. Oh, the repairs. Let's go. Repairs just in time. Does preserve his SCVs. And the factory is going to finish up. We have to buy a little bit more time, though. The rest of the Reapers are still on the way. Losing up to 2, losing up to 3. 3 SCV kills. Factory does complete. 4 SCVs. It is stacking up. And Dolan is falling behind. The damage is building up here. The rest of the Reapers have arrived. Diving in the army. But Future, he will overwhelm. He shuts down the Reapers. GG gets called. And Future will take game number 1. GG. Was a rough start there for Dolan. Again, opening up Reactor did mean that he had nothing to defend early on. He just lost too many SCVs there. Likewise, by the time he got his Reapers as well, was overwhelmed. GG, well played. Just like that, bam! Future with a 1-0 lead. Does start with a 1-0 advantage. Strong start here for Future, and the question becomes, is it Dolan's turn to proxy Reaper? Could be. Let's go. As we're getting ready for that second game. And it's going to be on what map exactly? We're going to be loading into Frostline here as game number 2. Ooh, a much larger map, might I say. Much larger map compared to, of course, Amygdala, compared to Whispers of Gold, or some of these other newer maps. And we'll see if Dolan can reciprocate. I'm just ready for nothing but cheese here. Let's go. Oh, wait, what? Wait. What's... Oh my god. Have I passed out? What time is it? It's 6:21 a.m. You know, the sun is rising. Have I fallen asleep? Am I dreaming? What's going on? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have no longer the American Terran player, but he has converted. He has seen the light. The American Zerg player. It is Dolan. The Reapers broke his brain. They are, no? Spawning in the top right-hand corner. Once again, proxy Jurax. Once again, 2 SCVs move out across the map. And I'll be honest, I've never seen Dolan off-race. But in the top right-hand corner and also proxying, we have the American Terran player representing Match Arena Esports. 1 game away from making it out in first place in this group. It is Future. Oh boy, here we go. Rax is being set up. Gas is being taken. Do you think Future knows that Dolan picked Zerg, by the way? Do you think Dolan's like trying to pull a fast one on him? I mean, the 2x can set up for 2x Marine into a bunker rush, but 2x Reaper is something you rarely see in this matchup, especially with Dolan going for an earlier gas and earlier spawning pool. So here we go. We have an earlier setup here from Dolan, a delayed expansion. With this, he can rush into link speed. Yep, proxy Reaper here out of Dolan. That's right, out of Future. I wonder if when he sees like the hatchery, is he gonna say something in chat? Is oh, God. Because the game started real quick, by the way. Like Dolan, he was being cheeky. We'll see as the Reapers are going to be amassing, headed towards the natural. Likewise, Link speed is on the way. Dolan staying in gas, might I add. That can be for a Baling Nest, for a Bane Bust. That most likely will be for a Baling Nest. Could be for an earlier Roach Warren, though. As gas is still mining, Reaper does a double take. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. But like, Proxy 2x Reaper is the thing here. Let's go. He had no idea. He's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Dolan, he subbed in Caleb. Caleb, he stepped into the ring. He's sitting at Dolan's chair. Let's go. Rotating over here towards the gas mining. Does spot the additional gas mining, of course. Bear that in mind. The Reapers don't get much done. And so far, Dolan, he's holding on. He's massing up Lings. Link speed is almost complete. And with Link speed, he can chase out those Reapers. Can chase him down. Yo, Bobby, true, mate. What's our, look, we're not here at like, we're not at Macroadelphia, okay? We're at Cheeseadelphia, Bobby. Let's go. This is what we're here for. A fast lair? That was not what I was expecting. Okay. I was expecting a Bailey Nest, but no, we're rushing into a lair instead. Into potentially Link Queen Nidus all in. True. Could be Link Queen Nidus. Could be Dropper Lords. That's speaking of, there it is. We have Overlord speed on the way, and we are setting up for a German taxi. I mean, can I really call this a German taxi? I mean, are there taxis in Philadelphia? Is that a thing? Oh, no. As Dolan, he's being active, but he does not catch the Reapers. Reapers, they get away. To get away, Future, picking up. Has taken off. So far, the Reapers, they're holding their own. Oh, nice KDA charge. Lings, they come in for this round, they get one. They do catch one Reaper. More Lings are amassing. Again, we're going for the Link Queen Drop Lord all in. Future threatening a drive towards the main. He gets in. He does get past. One Reaper gets caught, and the Reapers are going to full scout. They get eyes on the lair. Now he knows. Now he knows to be ready. It is mined. I mean, it could still be Nidus. Could still be a Nidus setup. Those Reapers are being hunted down. And there's no way out of this. Not anymore. The Lings are ready. And Future will lose everything, but back at home, what does he have? He has Hellions. Hellions are amassing. Viking as well. That'll help. But is it enough? Because here comes the army. Here come the Dropper Lords. Let's go. 3 queens. 3 queens. 4 Dropper Lords. 5th Dropper Lord on the way. The Viking is moving out, and the Viking will spot this. We'll spot the army. Up. Bypass the Viking. Get out of here. No. I mean, he can go for the queens. True, he can just drop. Can drop the queens. Can drop the queen. Can. Okay, wait. We'll unload the queens. It's fine. He will zone away. He's going to be delayed, though. We'll delay the push. We have Burrow being researched. What's... Okay. Oh, as the Overlords are quite low already. They will get in, though. They will unload. We'll get something running. Drop Lords, they dive into the main. Armory is done. Hellbats morph in. They shut down the Lings. Oof, the Lings do melt. But is there enough? They do unload over the Hellbats. Boys are being pulled to repair, to buffer, and the Lings melt. Yeah, the Lings, they do nothing. The Lings do nothing. They get 6 SCVs, and Future holds, beating up every single Overlord. Landing the Vikings as well, and there's no escaping this. We'll try to, but the Vikings, they can just lift. They can lift. They shut down the queens, and Dolan, he's got nothing else behind this, going for a Bane bust. Follow up. Let's go. He's going for the bust. He's supply blocked quite heavily, actually. Lost every single Overlord. Ay. Can't make anything. Overlord's on the way. Bailing's waddling in. They try to, they get scouted. Future knows he can just make some bunkers. He even has a liberator. He has freedom. The Burrowed Banes. Okay, true. I forgot about that, I'll be honest. I forgot about the burrow that was researched. Unfortunately, the Hellions don't quite walk upon them. They do bypass the Bailings. Uh-oh. Do we turn around? Ah, Future is paying attention. Oh, the burrow! Ah, he saw. He noticed. Oh no. GG gets called, and Future, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Future. He will take the series, will advance on as first place as #1 seed through the group stage, undefeated. But a shout out to Dolan for flexing not just his Terran, but his Zerg as well. And almost pulled a fast one on Future. I have no idea what the hell I just watched. I think this is the first time I've seen Dolan off race. But GG. GG, well played. Made a show of it, of course. And congratulations to Future. Congratulations. As we are setting up for our next match here. I believe our series should have been the fastest one. The fastest series. So let's head on over and catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's go. Okay. Oh my god, it was nuts. Looks like there's some other results coming in. Cheeseadelphia takes down Yal 2-0. Likewise, Zessie got the walkover over Gloopglorp even. Chelsea Van takes down his opponent. Takes down Staggerdish 2-0 as well. And of course, Future takes down Dolan. Looks like we still have 4 matches remaining. We have Starkiller versus Holden, Rob versus Zen, Caleb versus Creature, and Woflag Kai versus Hardessa. Okay, so plenty more matches still ahead of us, and we might be able to catch one of them mid-series. My eyes are definitely going to be on Caleb versus Creature, Starkiller versus Holden, looks like a little fun, and Rob versus Zen. But I do know that we have another caster covering some of these matches. I mentioned before that we have Nanman. Is also casting. And let's quickly see what match he's covering here. He's in Caleb versus Creature. Okay. I'll post a link in the chat. If you guys want to tune into Caleb versus Creature, do check out the other stream. Beautiful. So you can tune into Caleb versus Creature. Hold on. I did notice all the copy passes. I have a lot of catching up to do. Let's go. I hated Cheeseadelphia at first. But he really grows on you, you know? Like a rat you find in your kitchen one day and you try to get rid of. But he keeps coming back until you get attached to him and you start feeding him rat food. I had to... God. What is happening in the chat? Ay. I agree, though. I like Cheeseadelphia now. Kappa. I hated Future. God. Hello, Foxer. Yo! Shout out to Foxer in the chat as well. Good to see so many old schools, like NA players, whether it's ex-Kawaiian, Foxer, Silky, of course. So Silky. Disrespect. So Maples. Jon Snow. Yo. The Jon Snow. He knows nothing. Haha. Yeah, good to see you all. Good to see you all. And again, assuming there's another Cheeseadelphia next year, it'd be great to see you all there as well. I know that it can be difficult to like travel. Like just because like you're in America doesn't mean that it's like easy to go to an American event. I know that it's quite a large country and can sometimes cost quite a bit of money traveling from, you know, one coast to the other, especially. So yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Get the boys together. The Philly Uber. Hold up, links are trash. think it was unlucky the Viking was going across the map to snipe overlords. That was really unfortunate because it did soften up all the overlords, so it made it easier to shut them down as well. Was unfortunate. The Jon Snow, first of his name. Ah, let's go. For now though, I guess we have some downtime. We have a bit of downtime here. Looks like. Looks like the real Nanman has concluded Caleb versus Creature. Right? Yeah. Creature takes down Caleb to 0. So we only have 3 matches left. Rob versus Zen, Starkiller versus Holden. Again, I haven't casted Holden yet today. I'd like to at some point. Would like to. I guess for now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. We are almost done with the group stage. I believe there's still 1 round remaining after this, just to finalize seedings, and then we can embrace the playoff bracket. There might be an extended break as the playoff bracket gets seeded and created, and players get food and have a bit of a break. So take this time as well to get some snacks, get some food, get ready for the night to come. See you guys soon after the break with either jumping in mid-series or round 5. See you soon. And welcome back, hope you enjoyed that short break as we are jumping in mid-series into this lovely ZVP. Finally, we can feature some of these players for the first time here, and we are getting into our ace matches. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the American Zerg player, the Teal Zerg. Representing Matcherino Esports, it is Starkiller. And spawning in the bottom right-hand... Oh, he's going for... Okay, he's going for 15. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss, the green Protoss player representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Holden. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. We are jumping into the final game, though. We are tied up 1-1. And oh my god, Starkiller. Wait, what? He went for an extractor trick into Overlord into gas first? Did I miss something? Okay, let's go. Interesting. As he's going to be droning up, is working towards a gas pool opener into a delayed hatchery. So similarly to actually how Dolan opened up, we're going to be able to get into faster link speed, into potentially an earlier Bailey Nest or an earlier Roach Warren. We'll see how aggressive Starkiller is going to be. Meanwhile, Holden, he probe scouts. He does probe scout, does confirm the early gas, confirms the early spawning pool, confirms the late expansion. Holden knows, and Holden should be getting ready. Should be setting up back at home. I see Genghis and Corn, sorry, Genghis Corn and Disrespect setting up in the chat. Best of luck, Genghis, because Disrespect is a semi-pro. Like he's pretty good at the game. So best of luck, Pappy, best of luck. Take care, both of you, take care. As we do embrace link speed. Now it looks like Starkiller, he does pull out. Does pull out a gas, so fast link speed pulls out, and now he's gonna be focusing on saturating his bases. Links are moving out across the map, but back at him, Holden, he does prioritize his Zealot. The Zealot is chronoed, and he's ready. He does fixate here on walling off and setting up. Starkiller now droning up and saturating his natural. That's actually the best opening. I think I see Lambert, not sure how well Starkiller did there. If you're referring to a 15-15, I would agree, but this was a gas pool hatch opener into a third base. I don't think Lambert does this. This is gas pool hatch instead. I could be wrong, like I haven't casted Lambert in a long time. Like Lambert hasn't really been the most active of players recently. But we covered him during Home Story Cup and wasn't quite embracing this here. Regardless, Starkiller is going to be saturating his natural. Going to be a Stargate opener here out of Holden. Oh. Going for the Stargate, alas Starkiller is aware. And Holden should be just entering a more standard opener here into Oracles, into map control, into a third base. We'll see what Starkiller can get done with these things. I'll limit 15. Yeah. Like 15 Overload is more standard. But yes, I agree with what you're saying. 15-15s are much safer, I should say. They're a very safe way to open up. But Starkiller did his own thing. So it's fine. It's fine. As we do have a Holden opening up with the Oracle, soon to move out. And so far Starkiller just setting up back at home. Throwing down his spores, building up his queens. He's going to be droning. Ooh, and Holden does open up Oracle, but goes for a Void Ray follow-up. Interesting. With the initial Oracle, of course, can scout across the map, get eyes on any early gases, any early tech, whether it's a Roach Warren, or a Bailey Nest, or a Lair. All about getting a read on what Starkiller's up to. Speaking of, Starkiller will go Lair first. That is a, what, 425-ish or 420 Lair timing. It's scattered by the Oracle. And I'm curious what's going to be done with this. This can lead into early tech, into an early Hydroden to go laying Hydra. This can lead into a Spire, into early Mutas. We could see Starkiller pop off with something like an Infestation Pit. Gases are being taken, so it's going to be gas heavy regardless. Getting up to 4 gases. And what's it going to be? Hydroden, Infestation Pit, or Spire? Let's go. As Starkiller is amassing more lings, I'm leaning towards Spire Tech. Meanwhile, Holden back at home, securing his third. And getting to his own Twilight Council follow-up. No Forge. Ooh, it's not going to be the Spire, going to be the Hydroden instead. I had, what, like a 33% chance of guessing. Oh, does get scouted though. Oracle dives in, scouts the Hydroden, is aware. It's going to be Ling Hydra from Starkiller. And that's a lot of Lings. He's moving out. Does move out across the map. Starkiller getting supply blocked. Does attempt at the third. Oh, gets us around. Oh, not quite. Shield battery's done. And this is a heavy investment here from Starkiller. He does kind of put his own worker count here in shambles, going for all these things. He doesn't get enough damage, doesn't get anything. And with that, Starkiller is falling behind economically. Has to redrone, has to resaturate, taking more gases. Bracing Hydra upgrades. No fast infestation pit. Just Ling Hydra. Things they rotate back around. Oh! Don't quite find anything. Pulling back. Hydras are building up back at home. Starkiller cutting workers early on at 55. That's less than 3 base saturation. Messing quite heavily. Balin S gets thrown down. No further tech. Oh! And Starkiller, he might just commit with Ling Bane Hydra. Like, he doesn't really have any further tech behind this. Sure, he has a 4th base, but he's lacking drones, no infestation pit, no Evo chambers, no upgrades. It's going to be purely 0-0. It's an all-in. Starkiller is going for an all-in. And we'll see if he can break Holden. Meanwhile, back at home, Holden, unfortunately, no fast storm or anything like that. Does have access to Archons, and Archons will help, don't get me wrong. There's Archon setting up more stasis traps. Holden playing very defensively here. With shield batteries, cannons. Ooh, Hydras get spotted. They shut down the Oracle. And here comes the Bane Bust. Look at this, all or nothing for Starkiller. Force fields would be amazing here, but there are no sentries. No sentries. Storm still on the way. Bailey's going to be waddling in. Archons, they try to cut back. They drag the army into the stasis. Nicely done. Stasis goes up. It is making things a little bit awkward to engage with the Hydras. Zealous, they do charge forward. As charge is done, Hydra's going to be going down. Bailings, they will be able to break out of stasis soon, but the Hydras, they go down. Much better trade here for the Protoss. Bailings, they waddle in. And no major connections. Holden holds. He does hold. Will lose a gateway here or there. Loses a couple of gateway units, but overall does defend. And from here, he can snowball out of control. Meanwhile, Starkiller back across the map. He has droned. He's been droning. He's been saturating. But remember, no upgrades. No Evo chamber. Still no further tech. There we go. Finally, the first Evo chamber gets thrown down. But Holden can outscale him. He can outscale Starkiller. Storm is done. And there's a massive window here where Starkiller is vulnerable to the army of Holden. Starkiller is vulnerable, just now working towards Hydra speed, Bailey speed as well. Holden moves out. He has 6 High Templar, plenty of storms. And as long as he doesn't just run into the Banelings, he should be okay. And these are slow Banes as well. Just has to take care in his approach. Rotating over. Denies the 5th. Pushing towards the natural. Banelings trying to keep up. They will threaten the Zealots at least. But they can't just peel off towards the natural. First one gets revealed. Starkiller, he does get a couple of dips into the main. Bathing speed is done. Decent storm. Raises the army. Massive storms on the Hydras. Oh my god, the storms! The Hydras, they melt! And with that, Holden, he breaks through. He's going to be breaking through. We have more Hydras coming from left-hand side. Holden is running out of gateways, though. Sorry, running out of Zealots, I meant to say. Running out of gateway units. Here goes Zealots, they come in to reinforce, and he breaks into the natural. He has enough. Getting to the mineral line. Lings trickle in. And Starkiller, he has been broken. Again, he was hybrid committed. He was all in. Did fail with his aggression. GG gets called, and Holden will take the series 2-1. Taking down Starkiller. GG. GG, well played. Holden will take it. Again, very impressive defense against the all-in. It was a very unorthodox all-in from Starkiller. Again, it was like just under 3 bases, 55 drones, purely Ling, Bane, Hydra. No further tech, no further upgrades, no further economy. But yeah, unfortunately, or I should say, Holden did handle himself quite well, especially with the stasis traps. With the stasis traps, with the overall engage, he's able to shut Starkiller down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, does that conclude round 4? It does. It does conclude the 4th round, and now we're getting ready for the final round of the Swiss group stage. here we go. Who's up next? As we do need to scroll down. Okay, we have Future versus Staggerdish in the next round. We have Rob versus Gloop. Gloop is not there, so there's gonna be a walkover. Dolan versus Zen, Zesty versus Galgatine, Jehefe versus Chelsea Fan, Caleb Arrakis versus Holden, Creature versus Pardessa, and Starkiller versus Woe Flag Kai. Okay, what do we jump into? There are two series that really stand out to me. One of them is Dolan versus Zen. I haven't been able to cast Zen today, and I do want to give him some love. Hardwell, that's it. The other series is Caleb versus Holden. Likewise, we just casted Holden true, but I've yet to embrace a full series of Holden. So both of them feel tempting. Both of them are tempting. Dolan v Zen and Caleb versus Holden. Looking at the standings here, Zen is currently in 8th place. And it is top 8 that make it through. But potentially, depending on how some of these matches go, he could be knocked down. I'm torn, Pappy. I'm torn. Knowing Starkiller, whatever he did is not optimal at all. That's why we love Starkiller. That's why we love it. Yes, there are taxes that are sketchy. Okay. I see. You know, we've been casting a lot of Dolan today, so I think embracing Holden versus Caleb, I'm all for that. I'm all for it. We'll sip onto some of those DMs. Beautiful. What's happening in the player area? Players are setting up. And again, I believe this should be the final round of the group stage. Wait, Future already 2-0'd Staggerdish? Oh my god. Was there a walkover? Maybe. But we have some results coming in already. Has been an intense group stage. When it comes to the overall standings, currently we have Future at number 1, followed by Jehefe at number 2, Dolan and Creature alongside. Jesus, we have a massive kind of like tie here. Jesus. Okay. But yeah, Jehefe, Dolan, Creature, and Rob, have they all only lost one series? No shot. What's been happening? Yeah, Jehefe lost against Dolan. Creature lost earlier. Creature, he only lost against Future, so yeah. There's a bunch of players that have only taken one loss. Ay. That's crazy. So it's actually quite close. We have a tie between Caleb, Starkiller, Holden, and Zen. It's very close between them. Wait, is this really the final round? No shot. We have to have more after this, right? We'll see. Who's the guy in the blue shirt? The blue shirt is Beefy, right? Beefy. So big. It's huge. I think it's Paradisa, yes. Shucks. Oh no. But looks like vetoes are underway. So for now we're gonna be going, I guess, on a short break. Gonna be going on a short break. I have a snack myself. I did open up some yogurt. Powering through. Let's go. And we'll be back soon with our next series. We'll be back with most likely Caleb versus Holden. That's our next match. Our next match. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to apparently the final round of the group stage, and we are here with a spicy ZVP featuring some of these players that we haven't been able to feature too much here. Finally, we have a full series with our Protoss, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is Caleb Arrakos. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Holden. And if you're in the chats, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. When it comes to the greater story here and looking at the current standings, Holden is currently placed at number 9. Caleb Arrakos is currently placed at number 7. And remember, it is top 8. Top 8 will advance through the group stage. So this is actually quite an important series for them. If Caleb loses, if Holden wins, then Holden will advance over Caleb. I say that Caleb is 7th and Holden is 9th. They're actually tied at the moment when it comes to overall series score lines. They are tied up, but that tie is about to be broken. As Caleb does open 12 pool. Yeah. Let's go. It's going to be a 12 opener here. Out of Caleb, Probe Scout comes in. The probe does confirm the pool is already done. Links are on the way. That's going to be 8 links from now here. Moving out across the map for Caleb. Will expand behind this. Not all in, but a very aggressive start from the Zerg. Back at home, Holden. He will chrono out that for a Zealot. And wall up and wall off. So far, good response here by Holden. He's going to be walling off. Setting up a second gateway just in case. Zealot should arrive in time as links are funneling. Oh, they're filing in across map. From across the map. Zealot has arrived. Second Zealot on the way as well. This will delay the expansion of Holden. True. It is going to be a delayed setup. But Holden should hold as long as he doesn't get surrounded. So far, so good. Does maintain himself. Links, they do head over towards the Cyber Core. Second Zealot has arrived, and Holden, he holds. He does hold, does defend, can now expand, and now can settle into his own two-base game state here. Now head towards the mid-game. Lings, they try to collapse in. They get us around on one Zealot, but the shuffling. Let's go. Very nice movement, very nice control. Does shuffle his units around, and Holden, he will be secure here. Now getting to double adept follow-up. Now, because Holden, even though he has been forced to delay his expansion and his tech is going to be late as well, he at least has a 2-gate setup, and he can move out across the map with his adepts and with his zealots. Back at home, it's going to be on Caleb to defend. He's got his first 2 queens. You have a 3rd queen on the way. Is droning up, and we should soon see the counterattack. And here we go. 2 adepts and 2 zealots are moving on out. And we'll see if Caleb can minimize losses. Again, he kind of forced this kind of setup here. He forced this counterattack. He forced this response out of Holden. And Caleb, he's fully walling off. I mean, I guess that's an answer. Sure, I guess so. Does fully wall up with 2 Evo chambers and a Roach Warren. Adepts, they confirm the wall. Quite an expensive wall as well this early on. And behind this Holden is going for a Stargate. Is going for a Stargate opener. Roach Warren gets cancelled. Red chamber under fire. Snibbling away at the wall. Oh, sorry, Roach Warren even. Snibbling away at the Roach Warren. It's going to be a Robo follow behind this on 2 bases. Holden, he does not expand. Forcing just continual Evo chambers. They keep being remade. Behind this, Caleb is still droning. He has yet to invest into too many roaches that have stayed shaded. They do shade past. They kill the drone. 1 drone goes down. Holden pulling back. He's going for the queens. Trades nicely against the Lings. What's the Zealot? They barely escape. They barely pull away. 1 HP Zealot. Let's go. Adepts, they shade into the main. They can one-shot drones. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. 3 drones go down. He gets a full scout. He gets eyes on the lair as well, on the gases. And what exactly is Caleb going for here? Are we going for a Nidus Worm? Are we going for a Spire? Does have 2 gases, getting a 3rd and almost a 4th. It's going to be roaches. Okay, just 3 gases cancel the 4th gas. taking his third and embracing a +1 range and roach speed. Void Ray has arrived. Can he snipe the Roach Warren? No shot. It's gonna be close. Void Ray under fire. It's so close to going down. So is the Roach Warren. Oh no! He pulls away. He fails the game of chicken. I think he could have gotten it as well. Like, I mean, it would have been close. Would have been very close. Hi. In the end, Caleb, he holds. Does save the Roach Warren. Void Ray rotates around. Holden will expand. Gonna be again a delayed third. It's a delayed third base. Oh no, the Zealot! Zealot finally goes down. So does the second. I'll say will fall. Behind this, Holden building on more Immortals, working towards the Twilight Council, and towards either Charge or Blink. No Forge yet. It's honestly it is an awkward setup here on 3 bases. And the Roach Worm went down? Wait. What? Yo, did the Void Ray snipe it? No shot. It happened off screen there, but the Void Ray did go down. I'm assuming he did snipe the Roach Warren. Okay. Not bad. Caleb is committed, but he can't make any more roaches. Can't make any more. Ravager's being targeted down. He gets one. He's going for the other. He has plenty of energy as well. And he will get it. Snipes both Ravagers. Caleb rotating. Getting a second Roach Warren. And he will back up. Behind this, Caleb, I believe he teched into a Hydra Den, or did he cancel? Okay, I'm assuming he did. So sticking with Roaches, going for an Infestation Pit. From here, he can rush into Hive, taking extra gases. Could even just go into Swarm Host. That is an option for Caleb. Could embrace Swarm Host play. As Oracle gets a Revelation, gets eyes on all the gases. And there it is. As the answer, it is indeed Swarm Host. Again, that makes the most sense considering the setup that we have. Swarm Host can be very efficient over time, assuming they can get across the map unscattered. Then he rotates. Overseer scattered to the main. 7 Swarm Hosts on the way. Before he can really embrace them, though, we do see Holden moving out. And the ideal would be Holden forcing the defensive Locust Wave, as he has yet to really confirm what's going on. He's pushing in, and now he knows. Now he spots the Swarm Host. Locust Wave on the way. Holden, he has to get the hell out of here. Nice force fields. Very nice force fields. Setting back the army. Takes up some sentries. One sentry goes down. Holden pulling back. Let's pull back. Preserving most of his army. You want Caleb committing it to more Lings, more Swarm Host. Up to how many? 8, soon to be 9. Swarm Host here from Caleb. Likewise, Holden going for his counterattack. Racing back home. Does race back. Taking into his splash damage of choice. Going to be Storm. Not Colossus. Getting into Storm production. At the same time, Prison dives into the main. Caleb is distracted. Holden going for the warp in. And it will catch the Queen. The Queen slips into the mineral line. Will force a recall. The Immortals! Up! Does he get one? He gets one. Barely. One Immortal goes down. Zelda wreaking havoc. Still denying mining time in the main. Locust Wave hits the Nexus. And it will force a cancel. Army not quite in position. And Holden's not getting much done. He could have tried to chase this into the natural, but no, still in the main. Killing gas geysers, not much more than that. Caleb will defend. Going for a Spire. building up to how many? 17 Swarm Hosts. Jesus. That's a lot of supply in Swarm Host. So Local Save once again, going for the 4th. Should force a cancel. Up. Oh, that's going to be a cancel just in time. Olin chasing down the army, catches all the queens. Queens do full. Caleb going for the production. At the same time, though, Caleb doesn't really have much of them to defend. And the army's diving into the 3rd. 30 High Templar, there's just the 1. So no storms. Behind this, natural base goes down, massive pickup. But Caleb, he can't defend against the main army. Holden is breaking through, takes down 25 drones, Zealous in the main, wreaking havoc, just pulling Caleb apart. The only thing that Caleb has are the Swarm Hosts. So he really has to work with. Holden pushing in. Swarm Hosts, they're going for the 3rd. There's that 1 High Templar to defend. Zealous, they go down to the main. Here comes that Locust Wave. Distracted by the production. But it will kill the Nexus. Likewise, Holden is banking up energy. Takes down the mineral line. He can push into the main. And from here, he can't commit. With 4 immortals like roaches, they're not going to touch him. Oh my god. Aqua gets pulled away. Getting guys in the army. Swarmhurst, they race back home. He's standing up for the surround. And GG gets called. Doesn't attempt it. Holden, he will take game number 1. GG. Again, Holden back at home. He was on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Caleb, he had nothing. He had nothing left. He was losing all his expansions, all of his mineral lines. He was down to mainly 17 Swarmhosts. And alas, they were on cooldown. GG. GG, well played. Holden takes game 1. Does take lead in the series. And now we're getting into game number 2. Here we go. So we're getting ready for here for that second game. Doesn't say why the Zerg didn't expand earlier. He was able to, and now is disadvantaged. If you're referring to his opener, if you remember, it was a 12 pool, and he was contained on 2 bases for a long time, so his 3rd was delayed because he couldn't take a 3rd. If you're referring to his 4th base, sure, but he was a little bit more dedicated to his Swarm Host. Like, he opted, instead of getting up to like a 70 drone count or an 80 drone count earlier on, he did stay on 3 bases and did commit to the Swarm Host instead. Made that decision. Here we go. We have game 2. It's going to be on Frostline. Getting into Frostline. Much larger map of the map pool. Exposed fringe bases as well. And we'll see if we open up aggressively once again. Here we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, he's making let's go, this time making drones. We have the blue Zerg player, the American Zerg, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Caleb Arrakos. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss for Bing Bong Exports. It is Holden. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. This time Caleb going to be joining up, looking to go for a more standard opener. It makes sense on a larger map like Frostline. Rush distance by ground is far longer as well compared to ley lines. So we're done with the 12 pools. We're going hatch gas pool instead. Let's go. Standard opener out of Caleb. Likewise, we should be seeing a standard opener out of Holden as well. For the first time, we might see Holden embrace a standard game. As a reminder, the only games that we've casted from Holden are game 1 of this series and his last game against Starkiller. And he was forced to be defensive. Like, both Starkiller and Caleb were animals. They were more aggressive, or at least hyper aggressive against Holden, forcing more defensive openers and defensive starts. Now we can settle into a normal game, a standard game. At least for now. At least for now. So we have our hatch gas full out of Caleb. And we'll hold him just being as annoying as possible, tasing away those drones. Forcing a bit of inefficient mining. Slightly. From here we can settle into towards the mid game even. We have our pylon being thrown down, set up for, I would imagine, a Stargate opener. Push towards the edge of the main. We can settle in. I see you still online. Always, Fabi, always. Of course. How long have we been live? 8 hours. Jesus, time flies. And I would imagine we're going to be here for at least another 3, maybe 4 hours. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. We thought the marathon streams were over with Home Story Cup. No. They've only just begun. As we're getting towards the halfway mark, as a reminder, after this round, we will have the playoff bracket. Let's go. Oh, thank you, TI Beats. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Oh, it gets us up to Foxter even. Oh my god. To appreciate it. Meanwhile, oh my god, that's a 3-minute lair. 3-minute lair here out of Caleb. Sorry, my apologies, I was distracted, but he did pull back into gas, or never pulled out. So Caleb, he's going for aggression here now with a 3-minute lair. We have a couple of options. We could attempt to go for... I'm pretty sure you need a second gas to afford a Nidus Worm if this was to be a Link Queen Nidus all-in. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Evo Chamber as well. Interesting. Is throwing down additional tech. So Caleb might be he might just be rushing into fast roach speed. But again, it's just such an early lair. It's not actually lined up. We'll see. So now Caleb, he's setting up on 2 bases. No third in sight, by the way. It's all 2-base play. Is getting +1 range. Lair is now done. And the Roach Warren soon thereafter. Oracle will confirm the lack of expansion. Holden, he's looking for a third. There is none. And Caleb is rushing Roach speed. Okay, so this looks like a 2-base Roach all-in. Again, saying all in just because there's just such a late 3rd base here for Caleb. Saturating his bases. Saturating his gases. Holden behind this, following up with the Twilight Council. Extra gateways as well. Very safe response. This should be leading into Blink. Blink would be the ideal here for Holden, as he does get eyes on the tech. And we'll see it researching as well, once he dips in. There we go. Does spot the researching. So he knows it's going to be a commitment into roaches. Safety Void Ray on the way. I mean, that'll help. Shows the blink. As Holden, he's warping in Zealots to defend. Interesting. Be a sign of charge. Caleb taking up further, going for a Hydrogen. That tells us that Caleb intends on macroing out of this. But again, his economy is just really lackluster here. He's just now getting his 3rd. Just now droning. On the flip side, I mean, Holden was forced to respond and, I mean, is making more Void Rays, throwing down extra gateways. Is terrified about what the hell Caleb's doing. I don't blame him. It is scary. So we don't know what the hell's going on. Does he drone? Does he not? Does he make Hydras? I guess so. I'm concerned about the lack of Blink, though, or the lack of upgrade for the Twilight Council. So that is going to hurt Holden in the long run. As Holden does have the money for it. So I do think this is a bit of an oversight from Holden. Don't think it's intentional. As he's securing himself. Oracle's getting across the map. 8 turns so far, not bad. Eliminate workers. Caleb rushing into lurkers? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Getting up to 3 bases. Being active with some of his roaches, but mainly, again, taking up. Roaches get scattered. And still no Twilight Council upgrade. Getting to Archons. Temple Archives gets thrown down. See Holden trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Does get the revelation, scouts the Hydra. And does he see? He does see the tag. Does spot the lurker den. Is aware. There we go. Blink finally on the way. Let's go. Blink is being researched. Gases are being taken. Without Blink, Holden has no map control. He can't really be too active with this kind of army. So he's going to be stuck being defensive, but Holden has a better economy. Against 65 probes, 3 base saturation. Caleb Baracos just now saturating his 3rd base, and even then still down in workers. Late saturation. Coming in towards the mid-game, Caleb, he's kind of stumbling his way there, but he does have lurkers. True. Lurkers. The lair tech lurkers are morphing in. Yo, shout out to SC2 Full. God, baby God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a good time. And welcome. Welcome to Cheeseadelphia. Ah. We need you at the next cheese spot. As lurkers are slowly pushing forward. Storm is not yet done. Roaches, they take down the gases. First gas does full. Lurkers moving in. Need that revelation. Revelation goes off. Does connect. Boys are being pulled. Observers with the army. And Holden, he will shut this down. He will clean this up. But in the process, we'll lose 12 probes. 12 workers go down. Observer got sniped. Revelation will miss the lurkers. But in the end, Holden, he holds. And even though he lost a lot of probes in the process, he's still looking quite healthy worker-wise. 54 probes to 57 drones. Again, Caleb hasn't been droning. He's not been droning whatsoever. His saturation is lackluster. Holden takes a supply lead, and soon he can counterattack. The only thing stopping him is lack of detection. His lack of detection. If Caleb can snipe the oracles and the observers, then he could try to buy some time and build up a greater army. True. So there is still a chance, there's still like a win condition here for Caleb. But it is looking a little bit bleak here for him. As he is taking a 4th. Still not droning up. Not yet. I mean, he is mining efficiently at least. True. Building on more lurkers. Infestation pit's still on the way. Working towards Hive. Jesus, how many High Templar? 8. That's a lot of Storm. It's got 8 High Templar. Observer has arrived. Now we have detection. Revelation on the lurkers. Holden does rotate. He's trying to. He's going for a counterattack. Oh, 4th base is going to be denied. Force to cancel. In a head-on fight, I do favor Holden, but he's not being given that fight. Caleb going for a lurker counterattack. Ooh, busting down that wall. Holden, he has to respond. He has to race back home. Lings, they bust into the main. Well, lurkers get caught out though. Nice catch by Holden. At the same time, Caleb rotating over towards the 3rd. Lings are being cleaned up. Main army pushing in. Oh, the spine shots. The detection. No detection. Lurker shots going off. They take down 1, 2, 3 High Templar. Oh my god. Yeah, lurkers, they do free damage. Despite that Holden, he just ignores them. He just keeps going. Pushing into a concave, up a ramp. Yeah, the best fight. That's it. Holden, sorry, that Caleb can go for. That he can hope for. And yeah, some miscontrol here from Holden. Had revelations available. Army's going to be cleaned up, and Caleb, he will take the fight. Finally, we get some storms, but it's too late. Zell's taking it across the map. GG gets called, and Caleb, he will tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Unfortunately, the Observer did go down, or the Observer, I should say, wasn't with the main army. There were some oracles, there were revelations available, but Holden, he was distracted by the Ling run by, and alas, did not get the revelation off. He did lose so much to those lurkers. If it wasn't for that, I was favoring Holden, not gonna lie. With his higher immortal count, with his storms, had a lot of potential, but alas, no detection. GG. GG, well played. We are getting into the ace match. Here we go. Getting into game 3. Here to taste the cheese. Oh, let's go. Good to hear, Pappy. Good to hear. Home Story Cup. Just the beginning of our debauchery. Oh, no. Here we go. So we're getting into Whispers of Gold. And again, this series has been so uneasy. Like, Caleb has been so chaotic in his play. Whether it's going for the 12-4, whether it was like the 2-base setup that he had last game. Crazy, man. But here we go. We find ourselves in the ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, tying up the series in that last game. Can he take it all? Can he advance on? It is Caleb Arrakos. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the green Protoss, representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Holden. Here we go. Once again, gas first. I mean, I say once again, last game we did have a more standard opener out of Caleb for the first time, but here in the ace match we have a gas pool opener instead. Caleb will be able to rush into Link speed and potentially into a Bane Bust, into a Roach Rush. He has opportunities to be aggressive here. Once again, Holden comes in with the Probe Scouts, and Holden will confirm how late the expansion is and how early the gases are. So Holden, he will block the hatchery. Will block, will delay. Even going for the pylon block. He should also recognize that, again, the hatchery is later than normal, and even going to be blocking the third. Let's go. Blocks the third expansion. Do we have a pylon? We do. The double pylon block. Aye, aye, aye. Drone comes back down. Can he block again? Up. Oh my god, he barely can. Just barely. Not like he just wants to expand, Pat. Another pylon. Not like this back at home, of course. We're staying in gas. We're staying in gas. It's going to be Link speed into a Roach Rush. Probe comes in for the scout. The probe confirms. Massive moment here for Holden. Also, I think he's listening to White I think that was the announcer, but he does scout. He does confirm. Back at home. Should be going for a delayed expansion. Links are revealed. And we'll see how Holden sets up. I mean, now that he knows about the early Roaches, oh, it gets cancelled. Caleb. Okay, does cancel the Roach Warren, still keeping one drone in gas. But Caleb does shift gears. Holden overreacting. Oh my god, it throws down 2 more shield batteries. No expansion. So Holden, he delays his base here, preparing for a Roach Rush that is not coming. The mind games are real. Let's go. I'm hoping that Holden doesn't delay his expansion for too much longer, as it's going to be a Stargate before Nexus. Again, Holden, he's terrified. With a Stargate, he can open Void Ray. Another shield battery! Oh my god! Holden! Okay, cancels. He does cancel. He thinks better of it. No second pylon. Oh god. Throws down the second pylon. Or the third pylon, even. And eventually he will expand. But again, it is a very late natural base for Holden. And with that, Caleb, I mean, the canceled Roach one has done well for himself, rushing into a fast lair, 3-minute 30 lair timing. Okay. Now, if you remember, last game we were theorizing, okay, this could be for like a Link Queen Nidus all in, or this could be for, if we take extra gases, it could be like 2 base Muta. Last game, this led into Roaches, and yet they're, once again, Roach Warren out of Caleb. Now, he's not rushing into it as early as before, which means all this setup was a little bit wasted. Based on what we saw last game, I imagine that Caleb, he's rushing into Roach speed, into +1, into the mid game. I don't necessarily think he's going to go for like an all-in or some kind of timing, but we'll see. Keep an eye on Caleb. So Overlord is going to be denied. Yo, shout out to Hydra in the chat as well. Good evening. No, it's quite late in Europa. Good to see you. Meanwhile, I was getting ready to see what the lair was for, but no, we are rushing into Hydras. Okay. It's going to be a fast hydrogen. Gases are being taken as well. Caleb, he's cooking. He's cooking something. Oracle will get behind the middle line. Does confirm. Does get eyes on the hydrogen. Oh, will reconfirm with the revelation. So hydrogen does complete. And Holden has some catching up to do. He's down in workers. Responds to the Twilight Council. Third gateway. No third expansion yet. Likewise, Caleb doesn't have a third either. Like, it's such an awkward game. Like, the economies are just not really there for either player. Oh. Oracle takes a lot of hits. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Acer313. God, Papi, thank you so much for the gifted subs in the chats. Oh my god, the 5 gifted subs. To Artemis Fowl, Phoenix, Battlemech, Gid, and Saihu. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the event. Hope you're enjoying Cheeseadelphia. Hope you're enjoying the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. So Oracles, they dip in between the bases. They confirm the Hydra production. Again, it's still just really awkward. We're on 38 drones. Like, we're on under 2 base saturation, by the way. Like, we're not even fully saturated at the natural. So we're cutting workers early on, building up more roaches, more hydras. It's just a very awkward game state. Caleb, he has supply block, 4 overlords on the way. And hold him behind this. He's macroing up. Playing very safe. He's terrified, by the way. I don't blame him. He doesn't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm sure Caleb doesn't know what's going on either. It's crazy. He's preparing. I see Kashim in the chat. Anyone know War Flag Kai's race? I can try to find out. But if anyone knows, we'd appreciate it in the chat. Or the Wikipedia page. Appreciate. I can try to check after the series though. As we have Caleb, he's taking it to lurkers. Okay. Gearing up towards lurker tech. Establishing his third, at least trying to. Still no saturation, just now droning. Main army gets revealed. Hold it, pulls back. Should be able to dive in. Yeah, with his charges, he can chase this. He can chase this army down. Likewise, Oracle's one of them does fall. Nice pickup. Even going for the High Templar. Oh, High Templar gets sniped. No storm. Oh, Holden's in trouble. Holden, he's in a lot of trouble here. As Roach Ravager as Roach Hydra tries to push in, gets caught out by the stasis. Yeah, strong moment here for Holden. And now he can hold. Whew. That was scary there. that was an intense moment. Stasis goes off. Holden, he holds. Behind this, more roaches on the way. Barely 3 base saturation. Oh my god, he gets another stasis. Another stasis to the face. And Storm is now done. Storm is not done. Likewise, so is the Lurker Den. Technically, Caleb can rush into Lair Tech Lurkers. True. Also, shout to Beefy in the chat, letting us know that he is Protoss. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Roaches, they push in. They attempt to dive on the High Templar. Rolling into the main. Holden so far. Cleans up at least most of the army. Roaches, they head towards the mineral line. As Holden is now able to focus on the main fights. Comes in with the storms. Zones back the army. He's holding on. But still just trying to build up his forces. Caleb, he just keeps pushing in. Denies the static defense. Ooh. Takes another storm to the face. Building up moldings behind this. The first wave of lurkers are in production. Caleb doesn't have much gas, so he can't afford too much, but he's got 3 lurkers on the way. And do you see what I see? I see one observer. Okay, there's one observer with the army. He has some detection. Let's go. Second observer's on the way. Lurkers slowly pushing forward. They do land the storms. Storms do connect. Caleb is crazy. He's droning up. Getting infestation bit. Towards the hive. Storms once again starting back. Army dives in. Gets an immortal. Nice pickup. Trying to force a fight within range of the lurkers. But not quite breaking through. Doesn't quite break through. Caleb, he backs the hell up. He's up to how many lurkers? He's on 6. Lurkers are set up. Caleb now joining up to 3 base saturation, 64 drones, a decent economy. It's okay. Not ideal, but could be worse. Hives in production. That should be for the lurker upgrades. Speaking of, building up and trickling in with more lurkers. And Holden, does he move out? Does he try to break the third? So I'll take it into the mineral line. And now we're pushing in into lurkers. Spy shots going up. Holden, he needs to respect the army. And he will expand. Likewise, I mean, we saw this dynamic in the last game as well, but Holden, it's interesting that he hasn't thrown down a forge. No, I mean, my apologies. There is a forge, but no upgrades. There's no +1. No upgrades whatsoever for the Protoss. Is concerning. That is going to factor in as Caleb, he's soon to max out. Again, he got here in a really awkward fashion, but I mean, so he's almost there. Almost max. Sparkle is finishing up. He's up to, so far, still 9 lurkers. Still manageable. Things they get across the map. Catching up the immortal. Taking up reinforcements. And he's also attempt to dive. Jesus. Has to be careful there. Hive is done. Lurker range on the way. So run by runs into the swords, into the spines even. And looking for a way in. Has to be so careful not to get surrounded. So careful, so far. Caleb's keeping up. Another Zealot run by towards the right hand side. Lurkers are in position. Now we're pushing in. Zealots are cleaned up. Nice defense here by Caleb. Caleb, he's the first to max out. Holden trying to take up in towards Skytos. I mean, it makes sense now that he's up against a mass lurker army. Is it too late? Speaking of Acer313, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Is Holden? He's still looking for a way in. Storm swapping up. Decent storms on the army. But he can still not push into this. Does rotate, and the lurkers are late to reposition. So Holden, he can try to push into the third. Oh, lands a storm. There's a couple of storms even. Oh my god. Covers the Hydras. So run by Lackbat's catching Hydras on the right hand side as well. These are more efficient trades here from Holden. So far so good. Trading well. Rotating again. Behind this, a carrier production has begun. Holden, he's just buying time for carriers. The economies are still very close between our players and not really ideal. Both players on a 3-race economy. Both players looking to max out. So the runway does hit the 4th, the 5th even. Did you get the Nidus across the map? Holden, he notices, does recall. Recall's over. Main army breaking out. We'll take some storms to the face. Massive storms even. He stands in the storms. Hydras melt. Nidus finishes. Oh. Does finish up. Lurkers, they bust in. Do manage to borrow. And can they trade against the Immortals? Oh, barely not. Immortals will clean this up. It's going to be a kill in the expansion. That was a big loss for Caleb. He threw away how many? It's been 13 lurkers going down over the course of this game. Now the Knights roam on the way, but there are Immortals on patrol. They should deal with this. There we go. They respond. Knights room is denied. Now Holden can focus on the main army. And he has Skytos. And where is the anti-air for Caleb? He's got 13 Hydras. He has some anti-air, but that's what the storm's for. Speaking of storms, they pop up. Lurkers go down. And Holden looks like he has done it. He's breaking through. It was a shaky game. It's a very shaky game. It started with Holden overreacting to an all-in that never came. Into just very tentative play where neither player really felt comfortable droning. I think Caleb, he likes not droning. He likes it. He was comfortable. Holden less so. Such an awkward game state. But Holden, he's reaching that more ideal army. And he will be outscaling his opponents. Another storm popping up. I get storms. Do catch 2 of those lurkers. From here, Holden making his way over towards the 3rd. Lurkers are in position. Caleb going for a roach counterattack. And these are the only lurkers left for Caleb. So he forced a recall. Again, Holden, he had the potential to try to knock down the 3rd. Alas, forced to race back home. Caleb does catch a High Templar. It's back around. Nidus storm into the main. Still try to pull his opponent apart. This does finish. Hydras, they bust in. Only Hydras though. No lurkers this time. And again, there's just not much anti-air. The carry army will overwhelm. Hydras are cleaned up. Nidoswarm goes down. Here, Holden, he can just push forward. There's only 2 lurkers on top of the ramp. The storms are brutal. The final lurker falls. And now there is 0 lurkers left. GG gets pulled. Well played. And Holden, he will take the series 2-1. He will take down Caleb, and I believe will make it into the playoffs. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played, Holden. He will take the series, will take down Caleb 2-1, and will make it through, I believe, to the playoffs. We'll have to double check the bracket and figure out where exactly we are and what the group stage is going to be looking like here. As was that the final series? Was that the final match? Oh, barely, as it looks like there's still one more match going on. Still one more match to come. Oh, Este Paquito. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. Este Paquito. Infinite storms. I mean, pretty much. There was a lot of storms. A lot of storms. We can switch our scenes over, though. And catch up on the round. Here we go. We have those results coming in, and you can see here we have Future. Future takes down his opponent 2-0. Creature takes down Paradosa 2-0 as well. Just catching up. Pardesa even. Starkiller gets a 2-0. Jehefe takes down Chelsea Fan 2-1. Holden takes down Caleb 2-1. Zen takes down Dolan. Oh my god. Zen. He's crazy. Takes down Dolan 2-0. Very impressive. Rob takes down his opponents, Zesty and Future as well. And I believe that will finalize the top 8? Question mark. We're getting there. Okay. We have our top 8. And who made the cut? Okay, I believe we have Future, Jehefe, Creature, Rob, Zesty, Zen, Starkiller. No shot. No shot, Papi, no shot. Hold on. I'm just trying to find the bracket here. Okay. They haven't made it yet. They haven't made it. But despite the strong start from Dolan, I think he might not make it through into the playoffs. There's a big tie though. It's gonna come down to head-to-head, I think. Looking at the scoreline here, like we have what? Zen, Starkiller, Holden, and Dolan. They all have 3-2 scores. 3 wins, 2 losses. Like it's like a massive tie there. So it might come down to map score differential as well. So we need a moment to really confirm who does make it through. Do you need a moment? Dolan 02. Yeah. I'm shocked. I'm shocked back. Can you cast Zen games? True. Like, we haven't casted any Zen games yet. So, I do want to cast him in the playoffs. If he makes it. If he makes it to the playoffs. Here we go. The solution is 2v2, obviously. True. That's how you do it, mate. That is the answer. But it looks like the final playoff bracket is still being decided, still being seeded, so we have some time, okay? We have some time to ourselves. Players are trying to figure out what's going on. Who makes it, who doesn't. It will come down to the score line, to the map score, to the head-to-head. Best of luck, best of luck. I'm hoping Dolan can make it through, but it's possible he might not. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have an answer. We'll have that playoff bracket. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water. Oh my god, the sun is rising and it's getting hot here in Australia. Again, we're in summer. It's getting hot. Aye. So we'll be opening some windows and be getting ready for the playoffs. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC, and I apologize for stopping everyone fawning over Beefy. Oh my god, Pappy. But he was able to showcase the trophy earlier as well. An amazing hunk of cheese is on full display, and that is what everyone is fighting over. And here we go. We're jumping into the quarterfinals. We are done with the group stage, and we are embracing the playoffs. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Zoun. I'll set up his name. Un momento, papi, un momento. As predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is going to be, the winner, I should say, will advance on to the semifinals. As we calm things down and settle in to, for the first time tonight, King's Cove. Oh, also I apologize. Does look like predictions are a little bit broken. Un momento. We'll get them going. So far, going to be a 2-gate opener here by Zoun. Likewise, 2-gate opener from Creature. So far, both players are mirroring each other as we do embrace those playoffs. Un momento. Boom. There we go. Just paying off the last predictions, and now the new predictions are open. Beautiful. You can place your bets how you please, as we do get to embrace Zoun for the first time here tonight. Again, there are a couple of players that we haven't been able to cast. Zoun is one of them, Jehefe is the other, alongside Rob. So Rob, Jehefe, and Zoun we have yet to embrace. Hopefully we're able to cast them throughout the playoff bracket, but here we go. We're settling into our round of 8. And so far, 2-gate openers into Stalker Sentry. Stalker Sentry here out of Zoun, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Creature as well. We are mirroring each other. And we're working towards that natural base. We'll see if either one throws down tech before expanding. Whether it's a Stargate, Twilight Council, or Robo. We shall see. As we have gotten into our initial setup. Playoffs best of 5. The quarterfinals are best of 3s. The semifinals are best of 5s. So we're still in the best of 3s. It is going to be the next round, which is best of 5, and the grand finals will be a best of 7. Just adds a heads up. So still in a shorter series. Meanwhile, we have our take of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Creature. Meanwhile, Hunter just going for his own Twilight Council as well. So far, so good. Both players are keeping up, taking our natural bases as we load into King's Cove. I mean, we have yet to really embrace this map here tonight, but the natural and third base are very secure, very defendable. There are ramps coming into them. It is really the fourth bases that are more exposed. The fourth and the fifth base are a little bit more out in the open and can be abused, can be threatened. Until then, though, the early game can be relatively stable and standard. Ooh, but Hunter... Zoun does set up a proxy pylon across the map. Are we going for the Dark Shrine? We are. It's going to be a DT opener here out of Zoun. Bold move. That was the purpose of the Twilight Council. I assumed it was going to be for Blink, and it still can be, but it's going to be a Dark Shrine alongside it. Now, if there's no detection, the game could just end. Straight up. We've seen it before. We've seen Max Pax die to this. We've seen Hero die to this, where a DT waddles in. There's no Robo, there's no Stargate, there's no detection, and the game straight up ends then and there. The longer this goes on without a Robo, the more I'm concerned for Creature. Oh boy. Again, it's one of those things that happens every now and then in PvP where, you know, it's just a bit of a hard counter, and you do get punished for just not having any detection early on. And the Dark Shrine is about to finish. And, oh, Creature, he goes for the third before the Robo. Ay, ay, ay. He's cutting corners. Okay, the Robo just now has begun. The Robo is on the way. Dark Shrine's about to finish. There's going to be a window in time, though, before there is an observer. And we'll see how many probes go down. Likewise, potentially, if Creature sees the Shimmer on the ground, he can force field. He can force field the ramp. He can lock the DTs down to the low ground instead. As the Robo, it's still on the way. And here come the DTs. Just one morphing input. There we go. The second DT. One for each mineral line. The Robo is about to finish, and we should be chronoing out that first observer. And these DTs, they are a little bit delayed here in moving out. Every second counts. Robo's done. No observer yet. Observer, Gip. DTs are whirling in. No observer. Still no detection. They get into the mineral lines. Probes are now going down. Oh, observer's now on the way, but how much damage? This is brutal already. Getting up to 6 probes. Observer will pop out. Getting 7. Getting up towards 8. And just like that, Zen behind this will take an economic advantage. 4th base on the way. First CT's cleaned up. In the end, there'll be 8 workers. I mean, that could have been worse. That could have 100%. That could have been so much worse here. Whew. Okay, Creature holds. Creature does hold. He's going to be falling behind in the worker count, though. And, ooh, Zen going to be embracing Glaive Adepts. We've seen this before. We should be building up Glaives alongside Immortals, alongside a big 2-base push or even 2.5 base move out. Assuming we build up Immortals. Again, this is quite aggressive. Doesn't scale as well as Chargeless, but can do amazingly when it comes to harassing across the map. As both those are calming things down. Yep, there we go. Immortal production has now begun for Zen. And Creature is attempting to stabilize. Working towards charge. Unfortunately, no Forge, no upgrades, so upgrades going to be lacking here for the Red Protoss player. Oh, no, never mind. My apologies. Just that has begun. It's being chronoed as we speak. Zen is being active. It's hitting over. Does hit the natural. Shield battery is done, though. Yeah, and the Creature does buy enough time. 1 Stalker, 2 Stalkers go down. Zen will barely get out. Doesn't lose much of anything. DTs, they waddle back in. Ay. They come back into the 3rd. Getting 4 more probes. Not bad. And Zen maintains his economic advantage. Taking his gases, getting his 3rd base fully saturated. Do see Creature going for his own counter Dark Shrine. Do love to see it. DT's on the horizon. Creature is still holding on. Still holding his own even. Spares are calming down. Again, the size of the map as well is also coming into play. So Dark Shrine is finally found, and the DTs will be denied. CZ warping in 3 final Dark Templar. So we can be somewhat active. And moving out. Main army gets spotted. We're getting in position. Observer here at the 4th. Again, this 4th base is a little more exposed, is a little more accessible for the opposing player. Army gets spotted. Okay, Stalker will distract at the natural. Army's going to be flashing. DTs they can now waddle in. Nice force fields. Then just buying time, distracting the army. DTs, they go for the Nexus. Oh, they don't go for the mineral line. Creature holds. DTs don't do much damage. Creature is now aware that our Templar as well, throwing down cannons. Bay's on the way, so Creature is going to be skipping Archons and going straight into Disruptors. Bold move. So is Zen. Jesus. Interesting. You don't often see that. Both players taking the same direction. Creature going for the dive. Does control the Immortal. First Immortal goes down. But the Adepts are breaking through. And the Adepts do a great job at dealing with Zealots. Getting on top of the army. Tanking shots. Zealots go down. At the same time, 13 probes going to be falling here. DT's every everything. Get in! DT's has sipped into the mineral line. Creature, he was distracted. 16 probes do fall. And Zen, might just have too much. I say that though. Here come the reinforcing stalkers. DT's to get the base. Oh, they get the expansion. 16 probes and a Nexus. Oh my god. Very nice damage here from Zen. Cripples the economy. From here, Zen can just back off and build up. Now, what I will say though is we have the great equalizer for both players, which means this can still go either way. What am I referring to? Disruptors. Disruptor production here is available to Creature. No disruptors yet though. That's what we're waiting for. And as you can imagine, you can be up in supply. You can be up 20, 30, 40 army supply. It will not matter. It will not matter if an over goes on. But I'm still waiting for those disruptors. Creature, what followed? As we do see Zen getting into a zone. First disruptor has arrived. Second is on the way. Creature moves out. Does move out. Engage with the army. Still no disruptors. Where are the disruptors? We need them. Charge now finishing up for Zen. Creature threatening a dive. Working more Zealot reinforcements. Disruptors arrive. No, it goes up. Massive connection. It takes out most of the Zealots. Nice target firing here out of Creature, but it takes an over to the face. Stalkers, they dive in, they take down both Immortals, the Archon as well, the Prism, the everything. As Creature's just been outscaled. The DTs were the MVPs this game, just killing so many workers at the same time. DT gets across the map, gets 5 probes. Is some damage, but not enough. As any can't come in, we'll find the Prism. Quest back at home, DT gets cleaned up. Zen did race back home, and now we can focus on this push. There are some defensive DTs. They can buy time. Outside of that, the army is still gaining ground, pushing in towards expansion. Observers are across the map, so these DTs will eventually clean everything up. But not before losing, or without losing, 9 probes. And workers, the rest of the Zealots. Observer is now on the way. Creature, he's holding on. Zen should overwhelm. Zen rotating over, never goes up. Oh my god. Whew, doesn't quite connect. That was close. Very close. But last in the end, another flanking Nova takes out the Zealots. But the Stalkers, they survive. Good reactions here by Zen. GG gets called, and Zen will take game number 1. GG. We'll take the first game. Meanwhile, also a shout out to Acer313, because we didn't just get the initial 5 gifted subs, we got 5 more gifted subs thereafter as well. So thank you so much, Acer. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Letting us know last he is watching and tuning in from the land of Denmark. We do appreciate it. I know it's getting quite late in Europe, but thank you for the support nonetheless. Gracias. Ooh. Likewise, Babylings resubbing. Good morning. Babylings resubbing as well. Thank you, always. As game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. Okay, a much smaller map, smaller compared to King's Cove, of course. Is a much smaller map. Can lead to more aggression, can lead to even more proxies. There we go. So we are getting our lobby ready. Beautiful. So just catching up. Just catching up in the chat. He won by threat of physical violence. Are you referring to Beefy? Oh, no. I mean, who's going to stop him, right? If he takes the trophy, everyone has to unite against him. And even then, it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close fight. Ay, ay, ay. He's an animal. But here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the... Oh, God, they switched places. Hold on. One momento. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our blue Protoss player from Land of the Americas leading the series 1-0. It is Zen. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player for Root Gaming down in this series. I would say one of the favorite players to make a deep run in this tournament. I mean, he's made it to the playoffs, but now he is down and almost out. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is a Creature. Here we go. And by Zen, I mean Hunt. Yeah, I mean... exactly. One and the same. It's like Beefy and Max Packs. One and the same. Go. So now we do have our interesting 2-gate opener at a Creature. Meanwhile, we have a gate expand at a Hunter. Now, calming things down and winding things down a little bit. As we load into Ultra Love has a unique feature here that is not, which is now more unique than it used to be. That is the fact that we have a ramp coming into the natural. Now, because of this ramp, it means it is more defendable. It means that it is more viable to go for something more economic, like this, like a gate cyber into expansion. So we do see Zen going for something more economic here. Creature going for a much more standard, or I mean, the same opener we saw last game, 2-gate. Which means Creature has the option to go for a 1-base all-in. Double Adept opener initially here by Creature. Will he move out, or will he stay back at home? Okay, so we're going for a more delayed expansion. Meanwhile, Zen back at home going for a Stargate before Nexus. Creature doing everything he can to delay the expansion, will force out a Zealot. And Creature even opening up Stargate as well. Uh-oh. You know what that means. First things first, Creature, he saw the Stargate, he's aware of the potential Oracle or even Phoenix opener, and Creature should be opening up Phoenix himself. Should be opening up Phoenix to shut down the Oracle. Checking the vision here of Zen. Zen has not scouted the tech, he doesn't know what's going on. So Zen should open Oracle, meanwhile Creature should open Phoenix. And with that, he should be able to shut down the initial Oracle and snowball from there. As the Eps, they poke in, they confirm the Oracle production. And if there it is, there's the Phoenix. So as long as Creature is able to keep eyes on the Oracle, he should shut it down, and it should not get damage done. I will get an Adept. True. We'll get one Adept. Go for the other. Nice stutter stepping. Adept does get away. Second Oracle's in production. And Creature is just lying in wait, banking up more Phoenixes. Ready to collapse on those Oracles and shut them down. The Death does get across the map. Doesn't get much vision, doesn't get much scouting, does not see the tech. And Zen is still in the dark. Oracles are moving out. There's going to be 2 now, soon to be 3 Phoenixes. Now 2 Oracles will one-shot probes. And they will reveal themselves. Into the natural. They get 1 worker, force to recall up. 1 Oracle goes out, massive pickoff. And so far it's not been worth it for Zen. 1 Oracle for 1 probe. And 1 Adept. So far not worth it, forced to throw down Stasis Traps. Is contained from here. Creature can just rush into a 3rd. Can be greedy. He's out, he's hunting whatever he can. Will find a Stalker. Nice pick up here by Creature. Gets a Stalker, gets a Probe. And another. Still just rallying across the map. Now he isn't going Mass Phoenix, he's going into a Blink follow behind this. So Oracle does hit the natural, Stalkers are ready. Get one, we'll get 2 probes, not bad. Here's some damage. Meanwhile, Creature, he does attempt to intercept. It's gonna be close. It looks like the Oracle, yeah, the Oracle will escape. Oracle does get away. Creature will miss it. Okay, get out of here. We'll race back home. Creature will attempt to take a third base with the Stalkers are in position and will delay. Not bad. Creature's being contained. Is still working towards his own blink. Gateway explosion. Creature still has the better economy. But Zen will have the faster expansion. With the faster third. Will help him recover. And recoup those losses. Likewise, Zen, he does have the higher Stalker counts. Blink is now done. Zen, he can push in. He can once again force a cancel. Can't deny the third for a second time. Does come across the army. Blinks in. Gets a Stalker. Gets one. Gets 2. He can go for the kill. He can just keep on going towards that natural. Shield Rider putting in a lot of work. Stalker gets sniped. There's only 3 Stalkers left. Then he backs off for now. Retreats. Threatening the army. Oh, tries to dive in. Gets punished for it. Still a very, very tense moment. Creature holds. Creature is holding on. Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine's on the way. Once again. This time, though, there is a robo and there should be detection. Yeah, there's an observer with the main army. This time, there is plenty of detection. Creature should be fine. I mean, in a sense, it's one of those things where, especially in PvP, if there's no DTs initially that you scout, there's no reason to throw down cannons. So there's no cannons, there's no stack detection. The observers with the main army, but it won't be at home to defend. So DTs, they can wreak havoc, they can still kill probes. Since they get zoned away. Give me Phoenix Wars. Oh no. We were denied it. We're denied it in the end. Dark Shrine also on the way for Creature. Meanwhile, Zen is the player without a robo. Bear that in mind. We'll have to rely on his oracles, and I believe he still has that one. No, never mind. Down to 0 oracles. Both players taking their 4th bases. Dark Shrine is done for Zen. Has yet to use it though. Has yet to embrace it. And now we're just building up hallucination. We'll scout and we'll get eyes on the Dark Shrine. Instantly robo and cannons. So both players throwing down cannons, throwing down robos. Observer's going to be on the horizon here for the blue Protoss. And they have extra cannons finishing up. So finally some of the Phoenixes do fall, but at this point, they've paid for themselves. Done well. Creature's going to be the first to move out, so it does have the supply lead. Does have that advantage. Make his way across the map. The Dark Templar, they actually were used to morph in the Archon. Oh, okay. There you go. Will help. Army's going to be flashing. Mastella does charge in. The Archon not in the best position. They don't fully engage. Zelze trade with each other. And now just mainly Stalkers left here for Zen. I say that these Zelze do catch some of the Stalkers. It's just a really awkward angle of attack for a creature. Not the best trades. Full back. Zenny defends. Does hold on. 3 shield batteries on the way. Creature taking up into disruptors. Phase finishing up. Phase now done, but creature might just be able to overwhelm. Again, unfortunately, Zen he only has pure Blink Stalker. No Zealots, no Archons, no Immortals. Creature does have that more complex army. Still they're backing up. Pull away. Disruptors are amassing. We're calming things down. We're macroing. Okay. We're calming down. Doesn't feel too confident pushing in. I mean, especially with a low immortal count, it's difficult to really break through Mass Stalker like that. I mean, there's still going to be no immortals. Just embracing disruptors. Likewise, so is Zen. Bay, second Robo, double disruptor production. You could argue that, there you go. I was going to say that you could argue that creature could afford a second Robo, and there it is. Second Robo is in production. He's getting there. Getting to mass disruptors, and working towards disruptor wars. So we're getting to the disruptors. That was a kill, not a cancel. Next goes down. Massive pickup. Looking for those DTs, or doesn't quite get them. Do slip away. More disruptors are amassing. Zen setting up a DT counterattack. This one goes down. Nice catch. Nice catch out of Zen. He's being active. He has a more mobile army with almost purely Blink Stalker. Notice they won't connect. DTs, they hit the cannon. They go for it. And the cannon does go down. DPS is too damn high. Oh, main army dives in. Oh, the Nova! Oh my god! The Nova connects! Oh, that was a brutal dive. It wasn't quite worth it. Does kill 10 probes across the map. It's brutal. Creature pushing in. Forcing them back. Now he has his own disruptors. Disruptors are out. So Fire's running away. Never shoots first. Ooh, 2 disruptors. Very nice connection here for Zen. Was the first to shoot. Trading creature. Prism comes back in. Another DT drop into the natural. This is forcing creature back home. He has no observer. He has no observer at home, I should say. It has to race back. With depowering gateways. Sniping pylons. Cannons are denied. The main army doesn't respond. A creature is hunting down the prism as a result. This is actually getting a bit out of hand. 10 probes, more pylons. Creature now responds. That does create an opening. Zen moving in. Nova goes off. Only 1 disruptor with the main army. Nova's also in a way. Taking down cannons, taking down shield batteries. Okay, creature completely out of position. Nova goes up. Just turning back. No big connections, but the base will fall. And from here, creature, he has to commit. He collapses on the main army. Will catch out the disruptors. Not bad. Takes down most disruptors. It was a good pick off here by Zen, but Zen in a head-on fight, he's falling behind. He killed an expansion, but that may not matter. May not matter. Creature is committed. He's got to go. He lost workers, lost bases. Zeddy has 93 probes. That's arguably too many. That is too many, actually. Jesus. That does mean that the army supply is going to be much smaller here for Zen. He's forced to recall, though. But as both armies are maxing out, that means that there's that much more supply here in the probes for the blue Protoss. What's going on? DTs, they get away. They at least try to. Now pushing in. Takes them to the... Oh no! Takes them over to the face. Creature falling behind the supply. Does fall behind. Pushing in from both sides. Nice target firing. Disruptor goes down. And creature... Bit of miscontrol. Takes Novus to the face. Loses disruptors. Massive connections. Oh my god. Now it's going to be Zen's turn. Yeah, Zen, he was otherwise distracted. Was caught out. But Zen, he will still overwhelm. So better trades here for the blue Protoss. And he has a bank. He's got an economy. Got 93 probes. I mean, hey, why not? It works. Hey, who needs an army when you have workers? True. I'll take another Nova. Creature is trying to hold on, but again, Creature is quite far behind here. In supply, in economy, in army. Is making 3 disruptors at a time. That's a lot of disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. Is it going to be enough, though? Can he recoup these losses and make up for this much of a supply difference? As Zen has a 50 supply lead. Taking another expansion, going for bottom right. Creature is somewhat holding on. Zen giving him breathing room, maxing out. Moves out with his main army. He's got 5 disruptors. Creature has 4. Rovers are exposed. It's going up. Creature shoots first this time. Just being sent away. Coming in from the flank. Ooh, takes out the Zealots. Nexus does fall. Better trade here for Zen. Turrets are going down. Meanwhile, Zen going for his own DT counterattack. Not bad. As long as he trades, that's all he has to do. Just trade with the army. And keep creature supply low. But he doesn't know. Doesn't know how little creature has. As creature, he gets a mineral line. It's 11 probes. We do see that he's going to commit. Flanking Nova's going off. Oh, they connect! Massive connections here on the army, on the Stalkers. And Zen, he has too much. He will overwhelm. Breaks through the 4th, takes down the mineral line. You see creature trying to respond, but he just doesn't have enough. Not enough. Not this time, but get some good connections with the Novas, but it's too little too late. At this point, it doesn't matter. As Novas, they keep connecting time and time again. They keep popping up. At the same time, DTs, they break through the natural. They get into the third. GG gets called. Zenny just has far too much, and he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game 2 especially. Game 1 was a little bit more one-sided in a sense, with the DTs doing counter damage, of course, doing crippling economic damage, and giving Zen that edge, that lead, that advantage. Here in game 2, more back and forth, but regardless, we'll take it. Congratulations! We'll advance on to the semifinals, and the question becomes, who is up next? Do we have any results? Do we have any results coming in here? Okay, from the top, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. I believe we have updated our challenge. Oh, one moment. Is the group stage, but now we have the playoff bracket. There it is. Okay. From the top, Future takes on Holden 2-0. In Future, he will advance on to the semifinals. Future is one of the heavy favorites to win the entire tournament. We'll see if he can be stopped, if he can be slowed down. Meanwhile, Rob versus Zesty still mid-series. I believe that is being casted by Nanman. I believe Nanman is covering Rob versus Zesty. He's got you covered there. We were covering, of course, Creature versus Zen. Zen will take the 2-0, will advance on, and Zen is waiting for the winner of Jehefe and Star Killer. As they are locked in a TVZ, they are still mid-series, and we might be able to jump in mid-series into game 2, into game 3, most likely game 3, if there is one. Otherwise, we'll be covering the winner of that series up against Zen in the semifinals. That is the plan. Is going to be the plan here on the channel. And again, Nan the Man is covering the upper matches, the upper quarterfinals, the upper semifinals as well. So we are split up. Danger Dolan did lose. He did lose. I do apologize. We missed out on covering Dolan versus Zen, and that was the decider series, to be honest. Like, losing that series did mean that Dolan could not make it into the playoffs. It was a brutal format. There was a lot of ties in a sense. Dolan only lost 2 series, but let's make it through. Hold on, my apologies. It looks like, wait, we have another game. My apologies here. It's a best of 5. I'm being let know. Just being informed, I should say. Yeah. They are letting us know here that, yeah, never mind. We have best of 5s. Let's go. We keep going. That does mean that we have to fix up the Wikipedia page. I believe the Wikipedia page is outdated. Beautiful. So never mind. Hold on. We are making our lobby here. Well, we're getting there. But yeah, we'll have to update the Wikipedia page, as it does inform us that it's going to be a best of 3 quarterfinals, but it's fine, it's fine. Best of 5s. Hey, that's better for us. Now, that does make the predictions a little bit more awkward. We'll manually set that. All good. But okay, we're jumping into game number 3. Let's go. But I should have noticed here because Future did 3-0. True. Did 3-0. It's all good. The PvP will continue. No wonder the other matches hadn't concluded. I was like, yo, what's going on? But here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. In the top right-hand corner of Leylands, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Root Gaming. Down in the series, but the comeback can be real. The pressure is on. Can he bounce back here in this best of 5 and bring us to the ace match? It is a Creature. and spawning. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have something. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, up in the series 2-0, and 1 game away from making it to the semifinals. It is Zen, aka Hunter. And as we embrace the newly formed best of 5, thank you so much to Nish in the chat. Oh my god, yes, the Nish. It's been far too long. Hope you've been enjoying Path of Exile. Did notice that you were playing some PoE 2, Path of Exile 2, if I recall correctly. I think it just came out, or maybe like it's in the beta or something. Hope you did enjoy, and welcome, Pappy. Welcome to Cheeseadelphia. Let's go. As it gives some subs to Echo Steel, Bobo Shots, Pigeon Wrench, Valos, and BBQ5. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Where's the beef? Fuck. We need more beef in our lives. You're not wrong. Not wrong. But thank you, Nish. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Of course, I didn't know this was going on. No. Maybe for the next one. The next one. But meanwhile, oh my god, Creature is opening up 2 gates, opening up with a proxy, and we are poised to go for a proxy. Do we go for the Stargate? Do we go for the Robo? What's it gonna be? Cybercore is done. Proxy Robo, 1 base all in. Let's go. Oh no. Oh, Zen, he's scouting. Zen, he's on patrol. Is rallied in, and then he will come across the proxy Robo. He scouts, he knows what's going on, he is aware, and of course Creature knows he got scouted, as he does spot the probe himself. And as a result, back at home we should be seeing a Robo response. So Zen has all the information he needs, not like this. No shot, he's still expand. Wait, what? He's crazy. Okay, bold move. Going for the Nexus and delaying the Robo. Very bold move. As the Immortal's on the way, a bit of a supply block here for Creature. Adept shading in. And we're going to try to hold on to the low ground. Okay, let's go. We'll attempt to defend the low ground here. Going for the Robo response on the high ground. We'll see if he can hold. See if he can. As a shield battery is soon to finish. Robo is still on the way. Here comes the first Immortal. And just production-wise, he's not going to have enough. Second shield battery. With the help of the Immortal, I mean, Creature should be able to get on top of them. And if he's slowed down by the force fields. Oh. So far, Creature backing up. Warp isn't still in the way. Zenny's buying time. Zoun Immortals in production. Being chroned as we speak. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Zen, by the way. The better it is for him. Creature has to try to break through. Going for the sentries, but now there's 2 shield batteries. Oh my god. Yeah, there's still 2 shield batteries. It still maintains itself. The Immortal has arrived. And Zen's held. Then he's held onto the natural at least. Army rotates into the main. Can he force with the ramp? Oh, not quite. Doesn't quite get it. Again, Creature, he's on the timer. Second Immortal has arrived. Last of force fields that will slow him down. Sentry falls. Yeah, and some brutal losses here for Creature. He does at least have those 2 Immortals, but he's being forced back. Taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Creature is shut down. And from here, Zen can just counterattack. Wait for his Warp Prism. This is a desperation move here by Creature. He's going for a Bay. He's going 1 base Disruptor, which can sometimes work. It's just a really risky maneuver, and it makes sense considering, I mean, he's all in, right? He's 1 base all in. There's no macroing out of this. It is his 1 chance. has arrived. Force field zone quite locked down the army. Not quite. Do you see creature looking for another way in, dropping in towards the main? Zoun trying to keep up. 1v2, pylon goes down. Pylon. Disruptors on the way, up to 4 immortals. I mean, that's a lot of immortals. Creature can still do this. Still has a massive army. Does juggle forward here. Forcing the prison back. Pressure Disruptors on the way. And Zoun is not out of the woods yet. The flanking Immortals, let's go. Immortals popping up. Getting ready for that Nova. Nova will up, connect. Gets the Sentry and a Stalker. Nice connection. Trying to reinforce. Going to try to break out of trying to break out of 4 immortals. Phoenixes will help. They can lift. They can lift. They can shut this down. That's just 3 Phoenixes. Sorry, he has 2. Once. What was a hallucination? Never mind. Yeah, they don't quite connect. Still quite tense. Creature still up in army supply. Pushing in. Never goes off once again. Oh! Ooh, takes out a Stalker. And a Sentry. Still gearing up. Still threatening a dive. Ooh. Meanwhile, Disruptor gets lifted. Nice pick up. And Disruptor is going to go down. Oh, gets another. I think you just keep lifting. Can just keep lifting up. And it goes to the Immortals, and the ground army should break through. I say that some of the Immortals they were stuck behind. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Zoun, but he will still clean this up. Yeah, lifts the final Immortal. Disruptor is about to reset, but it doesn't matter, as then he will completely shut this down. And I know we called it a little bit early last game, but there it is. GG gets called, and Zoun, he doesn't get the 2-0, he gets the 3-0 over Creature. GG. There we go. GG, well played. Again, Zoun will take the series 3-0. Is a best of 5. We were notified, of course, for the quarterfinals, but will still take it. Congratulations. Actually, a lot of 3-0s here. Oh my god. As we do quickly catch up on the bracket itself. Let's go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. The playoff bracket has been progressing. We have Future. Future gets a 3-0 over Holden. Does advance on, waiting for the winner of Rob and Zesty. Meanwhile, Jehefe takes down Starkiller 3-0. And that means that we have our semifinals. It's going to be Jehefe versus Zoun in a best of 5. I believe. I believe it should be best of 5 semis and best of 7 finals, but we'll let you guys know. GG, well played. But again, it came down to scouting, right? It came down to scouting. If you remember, if you recall, Zoun was able to move out with his probe, was able to rally towards the top side, was able to come across the proxy robo, and from there respond in kind with his own defensive robo. Did still expand, did still take the natural, which was a bold move, but really just puts his opponent on a timer. Did put Creature on a timer there as to how long he had to deal damage. In the end, he was broken. In the end, GG. GG, well played. And you can see there the update on the challenge. We have Jehefe versus Zoun coming up next. Let's go. is going to be coming up next. The vetoes are underway. And again, if you want to tune into Rob versus Zesty, I believe that's being covered by Zan the Man. Let me quickly double check to see where they are in their series. What's going on? Let us see. And we'll post their link in the chat as well. Post them in the chats. But again, he was covering Rob and Zesty. And I imagine we'll be following them into future as well. We'll be following them. Just catching up. The sub trade. Ah, thank you for the subs. Thank you. Surely this was too greedy. I thought it was too greedy, to be honest. I thought it was too greedy, but no, never mind. He was fine. He was perfectly fine. The confidence back. For now, though, we are going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have our next match. We will have those semifinals. See you soon. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I apologize for the delays. We have returned. We have returned with the semifinals of 2024 Cheeseadelphia Grand Finals, the playoffs. Not quite the group stage. We're here in the playoff bracket, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Cheeseadelphia. Even, and sporting in the top right-hand corner, we have the man of the hour himself. Ooh, we'll have to switch over. There we go. Switch over the player names. We have the American Protoss, the red Protoss, not blue. It is Zoun. One moment as we set up the player names. And meanwhile, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As predictions are open, let's go. Now that we are going to be settling in, and again, do apologize for the delays. As was being stated in the chat, it looks like there were some hotkey issues. Both players were setting up on the stage. From what it looks like, I do believe that they do have kind of like a stage set up where they actually get to show the POVs of the players to the people in the audience as well, which is really cool to see. We can't see the players ourselves, but it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it, as we can now embrace our best of 5. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5, not a best of 3, so it's going to be a longer series, at least we do hope so. As was stated earlier as well, both Rob and Future are competing over on Nanman Stream, so you can check that out over on his Twitch channel. There you go. For now, Double Gas open out of Cheeseadelphia is opening up Double Gas into a faster factory into a delayed CC. Meanwhile, Hunter opening up with a Gate Cyber Expand. Standard open out of Hunter, something more tech heavy from our Terran player. Let's go. Is this actually game 1? Yes, this is game 1. This is game 1 from my understanding. Veto's just concluded, and we are jumping into a fresh best of 5. Get it. Hold on, just facing up the in-game title. Bam. There we go. But now we are going to be settling in, and with our initial 1-1 opener, we do have our CC on the high ground. Again, we're not going for any kind of crazy one-base all-in. The CC is being set up as we speak. Cheeseadelphia is building up towards it, and with this faster factory, with faster gas opener, we can go into a faster starport, into a Banshee-based opener. We can go for Widowmine drops, Reacted Reaper Hellion. We'll see how aggressive Cheeseadelphia does want to be. There it is, Reacted Reaper Hellion. Let's go. With this, we should be building up towards 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. We could even go up to 5 Reapers as well. We can double down, we can commit, and the goal here is to bust into the natural, is to get into the mineral line and wreak havoc. Is to get economic damage, ideally. Again, Cheeseadelphia is going to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, Zoun is going to be the defender. Let's go. Let us go. But again, shout out to all those in the chat. Shout out, of course, as well to Beefy as well for keeping us company while we had that downtime. Big shout out to Beefy, of course. He is the architect in the chat. The Iron Architect, even. So modest. Only iron? Nah. Have you seen that body pack? Steel, at least. At least. Crazy. That was a lot of fun. Also, calm down as well, mate. Jesus. Like tearing down walls? Crazy. Hey. But now it is going to be Triple Reaper, Double Hellion diving in towards that middle line. So far, the Dips are keeping up. No shield battery. Oh, no shield battery setting up the first step is going to go down, but the Phoenixes, they will help defend. They lift the first Hellion. They lift one, going for the other, and with this, looks like Zoun, he will hold. He will shut this down, chasing down the final Reaper, up, and doesn't get a single probe. Not a single worker goes down. As a reminder, of course, behind this, it was a Stargate opener into Phoenixes. Phoenixes are moving out, and not a single probe falls. Quite impressive, to be honest. Quite impressive defense here from Zoun. Despite the shield battery being a little bit delayed, Phoenixes were there just in time. With that, it can now counterattack. Likewise, Cheeseadelphia is still moving out across the map. Still just rally. Phoenixes are heading towards the mineral line. They delayed the starport, or delayed the production, I should say. The racks. SCV's going to be falling, and Cheeseadelphia, he does not turn around. He commits. We're losing 3 SCVs. Army moves out. Now with a new old Cyclone. Behind this, we do see a bit of an old school setup here by Zoun, going Phoenixes into a Colossus setup. The Bay is on the way. 2 more gates before the 3rd. This is going to be a delayed 3rd expansion here from Zoun. It's going to be quite late in comparison, but is building up and getting to a mortal potion to be safe. Ooh, as one Phoenix goes down. Nice pick off here by Cheeseadelphia. Nice pick up. Does move out. The base finishing up. Shield batteries being thrown down. Zen taking this very seriously here. Setting up on 2 bases with 3 shield batteries. Did spot the move out, of course, with the Phoenixes. We'll confirm. Second Phoenix falls. A couple of boys are being pulled. And can the Protoss get on top of that tank? As the boys are being pulled back. Turning back around. Racing back home. Cheeseadelphia trying to look for any stray buildings, pylons, gateways. Does snipe the observer, but doesn't get much more than that. Cheeseadelphia, he just backs up, gets out of there, and now finally Zen expands. Now again, this expansion is late. We could have seen this a little bit earlier. Zen, who was just being very safe and being very secure and being a little bit paranoid about how aggressive the Terran player was going to be. In the end, Cheeseadelphia was just still building up SCVs, and I do think this is still a bit of a better state here for the Terran player. Has quite an army to work with, and I mean, the third base isn't even done, which means it's vulnerable. Cheeseadelphia can rotate and can try and deny the third. If only he knew. Right now, he's in the dark. He checked for the triangular third location. He hasn't checked the linear third yet. He's moving out with the Marine, but this is going to be a bit of a later scout for the Terran, which means this army isn't going to be as useful or as effective. As Marines, they do fan out. And Cheeseadelphia will now confirm. Now, does confirm the Nexus, is now aware. He can now respond with the army. But again, this could have been done a little bit sooner here. Because this, it's giving the Protoss player more time to build up. Now he's up to 2 Colossus. Shield battery is now on the way. The Nexus is now finishing up. And now it's more secure. From here, Cheeseadelphia just takes his own third. Takes his own expansion. Hallucination will confirm. Then he does confirm the CC. Is aware. Terran player moves out. Up to 2 tanks. A pretty hefty bio army. Stim is done. Combat shields on the way. Upgrades are finishing up. Just in time for the push. Meanwhile, there isn't really much with the main army. I mean, 2 Colossus can pack quite a punch, but there's not that much support. Cheeseadelphia scans ahead of time. Will siege up his tanks. Getting within range of the army. Takes down a Stalker. Going for the Nexus. Colossus taking a lot of hits. Oh my god. Barely almost does survive. Almost does go down. Does survive though. Third Colossus now popping out. Notice they're doing what they can. Last, they are running out of HP. The medevac as well. Running out of energy. Slowly pushing forward with another tank. And now within range. He's within range of the Nexus. Charge is done, and now we're diving in. Yes, and he does break out. First Colossus goes down. Tank under fire. And he will clean this up. Shuts down the tanks, shuts down the army. Cheeseadelphia has to back off. He cannot engage, not against 2 Colossus like this. At the same time, they're dropping into the main, but there's the recall. As any recalls in time, forces the Terran back. Oh, but the army keeps going. Uh-oh. The army was recalled. Now the Protoss out of position. They're diving into the mineral line, takes out the Zealots, going for the mineral line, going for the probes themselves. Oh, guess Line gets 10. 10 probes go down, Job comes back in. Oh, he comes back in. The Colossus, can he snipe it? Up, up. Barely he can. Barely not even. Yeah, the tank falls. Rotor's diving on the army. One more shot. Up, Urobas. He's so close, he gets it. He gets the Colossus. Was it worth it though? Yet he lost a tank in the process. He lost 3 tanks. And the base survives. Zen, he still holds on. Looking at the install tab here. That was, what, 2 Colossus falling. Most of the Phoenixes. Still got 3 tanks. Forces back the army. He holds on to his economy. He can build up. Cheeseadelphia does reinforce. Now going into Viking production. Especially against a Phoenix Colossus opener, Vikings that have multiple purposes here, not just against the Colossus, against the Vikings, sorry, against the Phoenixes as well. Provide a lot of support. They're backing up, still building up. Ooh, and Zen, he has a moment to breathe. He can take a moment, recover, remax. Now diversifying his splash damage, getting into Storm. Storm is on the way. So is the 4th. Similarly timed with the 4th base of the Terran. Economically, I do give the edge here to Jefe. Again, I mean, he's up in SCVs plus mules. Does have the greater economy. So does move out. He's going to be moving out. He has eyes on the 4th. Zen close by enough to be able to respond. Pylon goes down. But he should save the expansion. Nice EMPs though. EMPs, they cover the army. Vikings in your hand. They get one of the Colossus. Storm isn't done. Heavy doesn't know. He scans. He sees the High Templar. Will chase down the Colossus. Getting on some of the Archons. Yeah, the EMP was brutal earlier. And they go without Storm. Jefe, he can take this fight. Oh, we go for the feedbacks instead. Charge will take coming to reinforce, and Zen holds. Zen does hold on. Saves the 4th expansion. Picks up all the Vikings. They were on A move. And Jefe was quite dedicated. He was quite committed with that push, and now he's stuck back at home. He's forced to turn back around. Bunker on the high ground. Looks like Zen, he doesn't take his chances. Backs off. The biggest problem here for Zen, for the Protoss, is lack of splash damage. He's now working on High Templar, working on Disruptor production, done with Colossus. I would say after resetting the Viking count, Colossus, they're viable once again, so now would not be a bad time to go back into Colossus production, as there are 0 Vikings for Jefe. 0 Vikings back. Also, I'll be honest, yo, maybe old mate Chris can let us know in the chat. I grew up with people calling Jefe, right? Like cause there's a J and a H, but like so much, like every fiber in my being just wants to call him Jefe. But like why is there a J and a H? So, I'm torn, Papi. I'm torn. Regardless, does move out. Just remember, Storm is done. High Templar moving in. 3 Storms available. Storm going up. Ooh, takes down the mineral line. 13 SCVs. Oh my god, 13 SCVs. 21 SCVs do fall. The bunker barely does hold, but I mean, again, the Protoss can commit. He's forced to recall though. Forced to recall back home. Does he have a storm? Not quite. No storms, no novas. The recall won't really achieve too much here. Heavy breaks through. Takes down the Disruptor, the Immortals, takes down the Mineral Line as well. Likewise, he defends back at home. And Zenny's falling apart. It was doing well across the map, but that recall wasn't quite it. Does reinforce, just barely. Heavy rallying across the map. Recall's now on cooldown. It's my first ad last night. Oh, I see. It's J Hefe. Oh, okay. There you go. Now we understand. There you go. As GG gets called. Hefe, he does overwhelm. Again, was able to catch out the army, take down the Disruptors, the Immortals, everything. And he will take a lead in the series. GG. GG. Well played. Will take a lead. Again, Zen, he was keeping up. He was holding zone for most of that game. Barely holding on, barely surviving. There were some stronger moments, though, for the Terran when it came to shutting down the High Templar, catching the Disruptors, and in the end, it was a really hard call to make for the Protoss to recall when he did. We could have either committed to a base trade or, as we saw, recall back home and try to hold on. Unfortunately, with that recall, there were no High Templar with the recall, and the Disruptor didn't have a Nova ready. If there was a Nova available, then sure, then maybe he's able to pop off and maybe able to hold on with a well-placed Purification Nova, but alas, that was not the case. It was not available. GG, well played. Hefe, he defends, he attacks, does it all. And with that, does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Zen can bounce back. I mean, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for... Oh. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4 or game 5, but the pressure is now on Zen. There we go, as we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on Ultra Love. Let's go. Best of 5? Yes, best of 5. As should be stated there on the on the stream. Best of 5. Oh, there's the copy pasta. It's Joseph Hefferon. Oh, okay, okay. I see, I see. There you go. We're learning. We're learning today. Just saying before, because we weren't sure last round. True, true. It's actually a best of 9. Can confirm. Oh, no. Oh, Mr. Sadsack in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Oh, we're learning. Oh, no. Not like this. That's not the learning that I wanted. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our American Terran player, the Blue Terran. Leading the series 1-0, it is J. Hefe. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and tie up the series. It is Zen. Here we go. And again, it did feel like Zen was playing overly safe in the last game. If you remember, it looks like he reacted to Jehefe's opener as if it was an all-in. He was being very secure and very safe on 2 bases, getting 3 shield batteries, getting 4 gates, and a Bay and Colossus production before taking a 3rd. The late 3rd base did mean that, as opposed to typically where we would see a Protoss player taking a lead economically and having a larger army to work with, alas, that wasn't really the case. The dynamic was very different. Instead, we saw Jefe taking an economic lead himself, being even on bases and higher with SCVs instead. Something we don't see too often. So hopefully Zen doesn't get too into his own head here. Is able to play out his own game. Now we're calming things down. Do have once again double gas opener out of our Terran player, which means a faster factory, which means this can lead to something more tech heavy. Last game this led into Reactor Reaper Hellion, if you recall, which didn't actually do too much damage, winding it back as the SCV goes down. That should not have happened. Aye, 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 that one probe gets a kill. Not something you see too often. Probe with 1 kill will pull back. We'll get out of here. Checking the main base. He was not able to confirm the follow-up here. But again, is that factory. And again, last game it was Reactor Reaper Hellion. From here on forward, we could see an early tank into a tank drop. We could see early Cyclone commitment. We could see a Widowmine drop as well. Banshees. There are options. Hefe does have options here. High wants to open up. Last game, of course, we had a Stargate opener into Phoenix, which was quite successful early on. When it came to the early game aggression. But we'll see where our players head this time. As we do see our take of choice on the Protoss, it is going to be not a Stargate, but a Twilight Council. Should be a Blink-based opener here by Zen. We'll see if he goes for a 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalkers instead. Keep an eye on the gateway count. Likewise, back across the map, Jehefe getting into his 1-1-1. Once again, Reactor on the racks. No add-on swap. Do we go for the second Hellion? Do we go for Reactor Reaper Hellion once again? The answer is no. Okay, earlier Widowmine production instead. So this is a setup for a Widowmine drop. First Widowmine's on the way. Much lighter commitment to Reaper Hellion this time. Diving into the main. Likewise, Hellion is natural. Oh, the wall is solid. Hellion is denied. And the Reapers do not get behind the mineral line. Jefe is in the dark. Oh, rotates back around, and he will confirm. There we go. Gets eyes on the tech, spots the Twilight Council. Oh my god. Calm down with the Dark Shrine. Almost thrown down within range. Almost within vision. He calms down. We have Blink on the way instead. Okay. Getting into Blink. So far, 2 gateways. From here, we could either throw down extra gateways or expand. Keep an eye on the Protoss. Meanwhile, you have it back at home. We do have our Widowmines, and he will soon move out with his drop. The drop is designed to rescout as well. I mean, sure, Jehefe saw the opener, but he doesn't know how many gateways there are really going to be. And soon he will. Soon he will find out with the drop. So I'll zoom across the map. Again, it's only 2 wooden mines. This is not really designed to do too much economic damage. You know, killing 2 probes for 2 mines is, you know, the standard. It's what we expect. It's really more about confirming what exactly the Protoss is working with. As that is a 3rd gateway. 3rd gateway is placed. Zen is building up, reinforcing, getting up to 4 Stalkers. Slipping into the main. Widow mines across the map. Zen he does pull away in time. Likewise, Stalkers, they get into the mineral line. Oh! I think he will burrow, and the probes, they don't quite move! Shock herself, 4 probes, not bad. Could have been worse, a lot of workers did stack up. But 4 probes is more than what should have happened. Meanwhile, Reaper Heli diving into the main, likewise across the map, 3 SCV kills, but only 3. So Hefe does come out on top here in the trade. Likewise, Stalkers, they rotate over towards the natural. Getting 3 more SCVs. This is stacking up over time here. Getting up to 5. 5, that's going to be 9 kills in total. Suddenly the trade wasn't as good. Medevac is going to fall. And Heli Reaper, he has to commit. Spots a tech. It's going to be a Templar Archives into Storm. Reapers hit the natural. They get 1 more probe. They get 2 more probes. And they get 3. Oh. They can. 3 more probes going down. At the same time, here come the Stalkers once again. But now we have Vikings. The Viking does attempt to dive in, but is sniped. Nice move served by Zen. Shuts the Viking down. Zen will maintain that prison. Will maintain himself. And now we can take a moment. We can take a moment to breathe. We have Hefe getting into his 3-1-1 setup, into Stim, into +1, into eventually Combat Shields, all the bio upgrades. Likewise, we do see our Protoss player taking a 3rd base. Now, this is a slightly later 3rd. Thankfully, I believe this 3rd base is faster than the 3rd in Game 1, but still a little bit later here, just because of the aggression and the commitment from the Protoss, from Zen. As they do dive on top of the tank, where's the support? Tank is exposed. Late repair. Tank does go down. Massive pickup. Gets his tank and delays the 3rd CC as well. And Hefe out of position. We'll have to pull back. We'll have to repair. Likewise, Storm is almost done for Zen. Storm in charge, finishing up. Now taking a worker lead. It's one of those things where even though his 3rd base was a little bit later, thanks to all of his Stalker harass, did more than make up for that. Scanning the natural. I believe Hefe got a glimpse of those High Templar. Still building up his bio. Thankfully not too committed to Vikings. Speaking of, Prism slipping in with those 3 Stalkers. Threads a medevac. Doesn't quite get it. Medevac survives, so Hefe's 3rd base is now done. He can now land the location and take his 3rd. And again, this is the kind of setup and scenario that we expected, or that we typically try to expect out of TVPs in Game 1, is the Protoss being up in workers. He's up almost, what, 10, 13 probes? Has that worker advantage, does need it, does need to maintain himself. As Hefe takes a 3rd, we should soon be seeing a 4th base from the Protoss. Ideally wants to be up in expansion. Ideally. Meanwhile, there's 3 High Templar, all 3 are in the Prism. They each have at least 1 Storm. Spotted. Ghost production has begun. Sees Zen just taking up. 2nd Robo. Bay is on the way as well for double Colossus or Disruptor production, or both. And Zen is gearing up for the mid game. Oh, even going for the Dark Shrine. Okay, let's go. Throwing down everything. And should soon throw down the 4th as well. And speaking of, there it is. Fourth base on the way. Both players calming down. There's the expansion. Scan does reveal the fourth. And it's going to be on Heavy to deny the expansion. Here we go. Can't try to third it. He's scanning, looking for more bases. Making sure there's no double expand. Colossus production has begun. They're on the way. They're still building up, waiting for extra ghosts. Liberators are on the way as well. The Liberator production has begun. Yeah, we're just macroing up. We're chilling. I do think this is a little bit better here for the Protoss though, as he's now getting up to 4 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi. Likewise, unfortunately, Jehefe is unaware. Otherwise, we would see a more Viking production. Oh, but his supply blocked. That's a brutal supply block actually. 4 CCs just now finishing. Meanwhile, here comes the main army. Zed moves out. Rotating over. Doesn't quite commit yet. And now we get spotted. Now he moves out. Oof, starts running into the drop. Drop will unload. Storm's going to be coming in. Storm's on the main army. First Storm does land. Again, there's still plenty more High Temple where that came from. Same time, DTs they deny the fourth. Zed does rotate. Throw way in. Still, again, no Vikings. And the Colossus, they just wreak havoc on the main army. Busting to the mineral line. Oh! Storm's coming in. The disable on the prism. And brutal disable. Unable to unload. Disable will run out. Army pushing in. Disable on the Colossus. Let's go. Zed in a lot of trouble. Ooh, do you have the storms? Nice one of the High Templar. Oh my god. Another storm connects. Takes down a good chunk of Marauders. And the prism finally goes down. That's still 3 Colossus. And they're pushing forward most of the Biofalls. We have the flanking disruptors. Massive surround. And Zenny will take the fight. Saves the Colossi, the disruptors as well. Barely does. Vikings are coming to reinforce, but Hefe is just bleeding out far too much. And from here, Zen, he can just keep pushing. He can snowball. He can snowball out of control. Headed towards the third base, and there's just not much here. Hold it over. Gets a Widowmine. Oh, the storm is brutal. Nice snipe from Jehefe. Takes down both High Templar. Does bring them down, but behind this is just now retaking his 4th base. Meanwhile, we have a 5th on the way here for the Protoss. It's already on a 4-base economy. Getting a 5th. And the army dives in. There's just not enough support here for Hefe. Not anymore. GG gets called as Zenny snowballs out of control, and we tab the series 1-1. We are going to game 3. Let's go. We are tied up. We have a series here. We're getting into our next game. Meanwhile, again, Future and Rob are currently facing off on Nanman stream. Our mid-series. We have our own. We go. And it looks like Future vs. Rob has concluded already. Oh my god. Okay, we have confirmation. Future took down Rob 3-0. Okay. So Future is already in the finals. He's already waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series. And who's it going to be? Is it going to be a Protoss or a Terran? TVT or TVP? Again, that Future series was fast. Already in the finals. Already waiting for his opponent. We'll have some downtime, get some food, get some snacks. Chill out. He can bask in the glory that is Beefy. True. He can try and siphon his power. But here we go. We're getting into Game 3 to determine who takes the lead in the series. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Terran player. It is Cheeseadelphia. And spawning in the top right. Why did they make the lobby on Australia? Oh no. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Here we go. We'll have to remake. Okay, we're good. But yeah, we are just being put on Australia. I'm bringing them home, Pappy. Oh no, they're coming with me. Go to line. Okay, we're good. All good. So we'll remake. All good. Getting into game 3. Just for you, lad. Exactly. Just for me. We're going home. Okay, beautiful. We have our players. We have our lobby set up. We have a correct server loading into US East. Beautiful. And we are getting back into ley lines. And again, at least we have that back and forth we wanted. Have that back and forth best of 5. Still at least 2 more games ahead of us. Potentially 3. True. Could go all the way. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss, tying up the series 1-1. It is Zoun. We'll set up his name. Hold on. I got you. There we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Cheeseadelphia. Go. Yeah, do apologize for the late start, but we are now back. We're good to go. Back on the NA server. And so far, we've seen a Cheeseadelphia opening up double gas every game. Every game so far, he has opened up double gas. Curious if he will do the same or if he will mix things up and go for something more economic instead. Nah, double gas, okay. Never mind. Now, in the last game, we saw that this led into a Widow Mine drop. It was Reaper, Hellion into Mine drop, which was honestly quite successful. Wasn't too bad, was able to get some worker damage. The downside, though, was that at the same time, we saw our Protoss player here counterattack and get some counter damage, of course, with those Stalkers. Catching at SCVs, shutting them down. So the opener wasn't as worthwhile for Cheeseadelphia. Meanwhile, Cheeseadelphia does wall off. This time the SCV will survive. Last time it did go down. Oh my god. Okay. Does hop over. Does hop over the wall. Factory's on the way. Oh! He wants it. And he spots the factory. Oh, it was thrown down a little bit too close here to the ramp. So without fully scouting, without seeing the gases, at least Zen now knows that there is a factory follow-up. He is now aware. Back at home, soon to be throwing down his tech of choice. We have seen a Stargate in Game 1. We saw a Twilight Council in Game 2. What do you have for us in Game 3? Robo? Oh. Twilight Council once again. Is going to be the Stargate. Okay. Just like in Game 1, Stargate opener here from Zen. From here, we can either open up Phoenix or open up Oracle. Both are viable options. Both do play out things quite differently. But I would imagine a Phoenix opener once again, just to gain map control, to defend, and to get in towards the mid-game. We shall see. You want CC on location. Do open up with 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. Cheeseadelphia moving out. And behind this, going straight into more add-ons. It's going to be an earlier tech lab here on the factory for the Terran. With this, we can go for an add-on solve or even go into an early Cyclone, into early tank production. Okay, there's the add-on solve. Do we open up Banshee? Hellion threatening a dive. So far, so good. We'll take down the Adept. Adept goes down. Going for the other. Cheeseadelphia will have to retreat. Backs up. Meanwhile, there's the add-on swap. Ooh, checking the vision. The add-ons weren't quite seen, and there it is. It is going to be a Banshee-based opener. Now, this shouldn't be a commitment into too many Banshees. Never mind. We saw Tank Banshee, but now we cancel, and it's going to be Cyclone and Medevac instead. So Cheeseadelphia a little bit indecisive, but I believe that is because he scouted the tech of choice. He did see the Stargate. Okay, this makes more sense. Did see the Stargate going into his Cyclone. Oracle dives in. Ooh. 3 SCV kills already. 4 SCV, 5. Jesus. 5 SCVs go down. And again, he's forced to respond here for some additional anti-air and supports, as we're getting up to 7 SCVs. 7, 8 workers falling. A very successful Oracle. Finally, it goes down, but he gets 8 workers. That is worth it here for the Protoss. I mean, ideally, he does want even more, but ideally wants to keep it alive. Still 8 SCVs. Likewise, did also disrupt the initial build of the Terran. And from here, now we can embrace Blink and the Twilight Council. No Phoenixes, just Blink. Blink Stalker on the horizon. Cheeseadelphia trying to keep up. Building up his tank count. And with this move, he does even pull some of the boys. So that much more committed here from Cheeseadelphia. Can repair, can throw down bunkers, can help buffer. Making his way towards the natural. Shield batteries are done, at least the first. Second is on the way. Zen just buying time, forcing the siege. Forward, up. Lock on the Stalker. 1, 2 Stalkers go down, nice pickups. 2 Stalkers. Shield batteries do finish. the way. Zen getting his third. Third base is in production. CC is delayed. Sorry, bunker is delayed. Double the second time. We hand try to push in. And Zen, he goes for the dive. Gets one tank. One tank goes down. Still not left over. Nice movement here from Cheeseadelphia. Preserves that tank. The Great Siege is up, starting back the army. Soldiers warping in. And we're getting ready for that surround. And behind the army. Hefe turning back around. And can he get out of here? Runs into the army. Oh no! Medevac does survive. Barely. Oof. I spoke too soon. Medevac does fall. And behind this, Cheeseadelphia is just working his next step. He's taking his gases, working towards stim, working towards combat shields. The question becomes, can he get out of here? Looks likely not. As Zen, he just blinks on in, takes out the tank, takes down the Liberator. He should clean this up. We'll trade out some Stalkers, though. The worst trades from Cheeseadelphia. Takes down a couple Stalkers. We'll lose everything. All said and done, though, getting 11 Stalker kills. Pretty similar trades here when it comes to gas and minerals. Pretty neck and neck. Cheeseadelphia setting up defensively. Third base has been getting saturated the entire time. Unfortunately, I don't believe Cheeseadelphia was aware. Yeah, he did not scout the third base. He didn't know. So Zen's economy looking quite strong. He's looking solid. Working towards charge. And storm. Temple Archives on the way. Robo alongside it. Storm is going to be on the horizon. Cheeseadelphia moving out with the second army. Does have quite a large force to work with. Zen, he will scout. Does confirm. Spots of rotation. Responding with everything else. Cheeseadelphia is looking for the third base. Still doesn't find it. So we'll keep pushing. Get towards the natural. Stalkers are coming from behind. They don't quite get the tank. Clutch pickup. Nice moves here by Cheeseadelphia. Saves the tank. We'll siege in a good position. Zelze coming from behind. Charge is done, and we get the full surround. Both tanks will fall. Cheeseadelphia trying to chase down those Stalkers. He's attempting to. But he will lose everything. Brutal trade. Zelze collapse in. They clean up all the Marines, the Marauders as well. Cheeseadelphia, he falls in supply. So we're just waiting for that splash damage. Storm has just now begun. And just pulling back, reinforcing. Storm still a ways off. Does want the tank, won't quite get it. Oh my god, Jesus. Gets the medevac though. Tank unloads just in time. Nice catch. Gets a Stalker, gets two. Gets three. Gets four even. Concussive shell, too good. Takes down four Stalkers, nice punish. Cheeseadelphia maintaining himself. 1-1 upgrades finishing up. And he will maintain that upgrade lead. 1-1 has yet to begin for the Protoss. There's a double forge, but where are the upgrades? As Zenny does move up the ramp, the tank once again exposed. Ooh, tank does survive though. Barely. Tank does live. Zen rotating around, looking for another way in. still has those storms. Tank shot going up. A lot of free damage on that army. Yeah, and Zenny's had enough. He's going to pull back. Second robo, fourth base, and bang. He's going to back off and get into Colossus. He's not going to risk it. Not going to risk pushing in. And now that Hefe has breathing room, now he can embrace +2. +2 attack on the way. We have forgotten +2 defense. Attack at least is still on the way. Ghost production likewise beginning. Your defense not being researched. Didn't notice. Vamos, Hefe. Este Paquito. Cheering against your own race, papi. Oh my god. Yeah, but from here the game will settle. Zen enjoying a fourth base. Making 2 Colossus at a time. Meanwhile, I believe Hefe is not fully aware, but likewise is embracing his Ghost production and Vikings. Vikings also on the way. Now both players can build up. It was a pretty intense mid-game, but we can calm things down, take fourth bases, embrace something longer. From here, we can soon get into Disruptors as well. Curious to see if we go up to 4 Colossus. There's 3rd Colossus on the way. Scan does confirm. Let's Hefe know to keep investing into more Vikings. So he's gearing up. The next step for the Terran player is going to be to take into Liberators. Take it to Liberators, into Lib range. To turn back the ground-based composition here of Zen. He's not quite there yet. Oh, feedback goes off. 2 feedbacks even, and a storm! Jesus. The value. 2 feedbacks in the hurt, and a storm. Another storm does connect. Massive connection! Oh my god, that is brutal. And the Terran army just melts completely. Ay, ay, ay. From here, we have to back the hell off. Hefe on the run. Zen moving out. Remember, a lot of supply are in Medivacs and Vikings. The rest of the ground army. Hefe has to race all the way back to the ram. Almost gets one of the Colossus. Nova goes off. Doesn't quite connect. So far, Hefe is holding on. Pulls back to the tank. Even sniping a Disruptor, not bad. Disruptor goes down. Where are the storms? I mean, there's no more High Templar. Zell's going to be reinforcing from across the map. Yeah, there's no High Templar left. Doesn't want to back off. Dying mining at the 4th. Getting a 5th. And he does pull away. Out, there we go. Now reinforcing with extra High Templar. Wait, needs more time for those storms. Pushing forward. Surging back. Having setting up drop play. Just going for a Doom drop across the map. Oh, not quite. Turns around, massive EMP. EMP connects, Delta a step into the mineral line. SV's going to be going down. At the same time, Cheeseadelphia commits with his drop. This time he moves out. And Zen not quite in position. Does he recall? Yeah, there it is. There's that recall back home. Does keep up. Oh, the surround comes in. Yeah, the entire army didn't quite recall. Cashes out the army. Cheeseadelphia in trouble. Tank is exposed. And Zenny can just commit here. Moving forward, no storms unfortunately, but the Colossus, they make up for that. Novas go off. Bit of friendly fire. But does he get the planetary? He does. Planetary falls, 13 SCVs as well. From here, Zen has to just back the hell up to get out of here. Oh, the disruptors! Disruptors go down. And Zen, has he overextended? He's going to lose everything. The disruptors, High Templar, the Colossus, there were no storms, no novas either. God, he will lose almost his entire robo composition. Down to only Zealots and Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. He killed the base, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it in the end. The fight was looking good, but he just had nothing to zone the army away. Again, whether it was storms or disruptors, he needed something. He had nothing. He has 81 probes. If given time, he can rebuild, but that's a big if. Jeheve should not give him that time. Fusion core is on the way. Should be for liberated range. Should be for lib range. Jeheve moving out. Are there any storms? There's 8 High Templar. Jesus. 8 High Templar. Spread out. Come in with feedbacks. Oh, EMP connects. And takes down 4 High Templar. There's 4 left. Storm going to be zoning away. But no major connection. And the expansion, it's going to go down. Massive pickup, getting 12 probes as well. And momentum has swung quite heavily here in favor of the Terran. Momentum has swung. Stimming in. Shows it over. Jeheve connects with the tank. But Jeheve can just keep pushing. It's gaining more ground. Has plenty of EMPs. And what connects first? The EMP or the Storm? Oh! Storm grazes the army. Storm goes up. There's 3 storms left. Zen looking for an opportunity to storm. He's looking for it. He slips in. Tanks that are getting within range. Probes going down. And Zen, he has to commit. He tries to break out. Nova's a crazy army. Not the worst connections. Zealots against some of the tanks. And mainly Zealots left. The Zealots go down. Jeheve once again takes another fight. He can chase down the Colossus. 1 disruptor left, 0 left. Oh, the Nova! Not bad. Never connects, but Jeheve has too much momentum. Looks like he will bring down the 4th with the 5th base. He can just keep going from here. The EMPs are brutal. Starter steps forward, takes down the final Colossus. And now there's barely an army. The flanking Storm! The Storm was good, but not good enough. As Zen has been broken. Once again, an intense game and strong moves for both players. But there was that one moment where Zen, he pushed up the ramp into this expansion, where he killed the planetary, but he lost everything. And GG gets called. Jeheve takes a lead 2-1 in the best of 5 semifinals. GG. GG, well played. One more game is all that Jeheve needs to advance onto those finals, to make the TVT finals a reality. We'll see if Zen can fight back and force the ace match, because the pressure is on, and he has 1 game left here. 1 game left to take to force that ace match. Here we go. You know what, Jeheve, uno más is all he needs to take it. Here we go. So we're getting ready here for that game 4. And what map is it going to be on? So we load into another smaller map. We load into something larger. I'm not aware of the vetoes. Oh, and we have the answer. It's going to be Whispers of Gold. Now I was like, what are the chances that they didn't veto Whispers of Gold? I mean, in the best of 5, you do have less vetoes. But this is a much smaller map. Much smaller, short rush distance by ground. Very wide open 3rd and 4th base. Aggressive plays are much more effective here on Whispers of Gold. And here we go, we are loading it. Go. So we can make it. Yo, time flies, Papi. We are reaching the 12-hour mark. I feel like not too long ago I was like, oh, 10 hours. Where did 2 hours go? Oh no, I need to not look at the clock, because it's I look at it and it like strips away energy. We need to calm down. All right, here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing himself. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Zen. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran, leading the series 2-1. No más. One more game is all he needs. It is Cheeseadelphia. El Jefe, pa. Let's go. One more game, and he will be one of our 2 finalists here. But at the same time, do we want to stop the TVT finals? As a reminder, Future is waiting in those grand finals, waiting for either a Terran or a Protoss. At the same time, we have seen Future off race. We even saw Dolan off race against Future earlier. That was crazy. That was that was wild. But of course, should be a Terran. We'll see where this goes. No shot for the first time this series. Rax expand, economic opener on Whispers of Gold of all maps. Okay, bold move. The probe is here to delay. Even pylon block. His zone back, but there it is. Cheeseadelphia is going for a Rax expand. Economic opener for the first time here in this best of 5. And the probe confirms. So Zen, he is aware. He's aware that he can be safe back at home. He can chill. Open up Stargates. Open up Blink Stalker. Where do we go? Once we have that answer, it is going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Zen. Should be a Blink Stalker opener. I say should be. Technically, he could go for a Dark Shrine. DT openers are very niche, very uncommon, but possible. Keep an eye on Zen. Where's Cheeseadelphia? Going for a CC on low ground into his bunker to be safe and secure to make sure the CC isn't delayed. As the Adept does move out. Bunker does finish up. Now we can settle in. Going for a... Okay, Twilight Council into Robo. Eyes are still on that Twilight Council. Waiting for that gas. Oh. Remember when I said, like, oh, you know, DT openers are more of a niche build? Well, I'm glad I brought it up. Because there you go. It's a DT opener. Bold move here, Pappy. Bold move. By Zen is going to be opening up DTs. Again, this is a very risky way to open up in this matchup. The reason why, as you can imagine, one, it is not uncommon for a Terran player to open up Raven. Raven openers, they're not the most uncommon thing. Speaking of a Raven opener, that is a tech lab. Do we add-on swap? Oh, if so, we would have seen there. We go. Add-on swap. Do we open Raven? This should be Banshee, but... Oh. No shot. Look, Zen did gamble, okay? Zen, he gambled quite hard. It is going to be a Raven opener, so detection, we won't even need a scan. What I was going to say earlier is that you do take a risk, and if it isn't a Raven opener, then you have to hope and pray that Cheeseadelphia mules at the wrong moment, and then DTs can slip in. But now there's a Raven, and as long as it stays at home, true. The thing is, when you go for a Raven opener like this, it is not uncommon to move it across the map to go for auto turret harass, right? To harass with auto turrets. As Zen has to kill his own probe. Ooh, to free up supply. Here come the Dark Templar. He can now morph in 2. If he didn't kill that probe, he could only morph in 1. So it was a necessary loss for the Kala. Feels probe, man. Has Jehefe. He's set up back at home. Raven's in position. DT gets deflected. We do get a DT here at the natural. Does get an SCV. Does get 2. 2 SCVs go down. 3 SCVs. Not bad. Some damage is dealt. Better than nothing. Better than nothing, but ideally you want more, right? It's like you're delaying your own blink, you're delaying what should be map control and tech and harassment potential. As these DTs and now Archon need to do more damage. Heading towards the main. Army's here to respond. Under fire, forcing a recall. Archon gets left behind. The Archon will fall. Ah, that was an expensive loss here for Zen. And Jeheve's going to be feeling pretty good. I'm sure he lost 3 SCVs, but all in all, shuts down his opponents. Getting to stim, +1. It's going to take a while for these upgrades to kick in. Once they do, we can move out. Meanwhile, Zen just working on his 3rd. Rushing into Storm. Ult mid. Storm is on the way. The War Prism was gone into a Jehefe. No. I mean, thankfully it survived. It lived. Made it back home. But here comes the Terran. Thankfully, Blink is done. Storm, less so. Does make his way towards the 3rd. Will force a cancel. Yeah, massive pickup. And with that, Zen stuck on 2 bases. Army stims in. There's 3 High Templar in the War Prism. He needs a little bit more time for those storms. The Robo's going to go down as well. Massive pickup of the Stalkers. They move command in. No, it's all going south. It's all going downhill from here. But Storm is done. Show us the storms. Ooh, they do connect. Massive storms. Massive. Oh my god, he runs in. He dives. It wasn't worth it. The army melts. And Zen holds. Zen, he barely holds on. If it wasn't for those storms, I mean, that could have been game. That would have been game then and there. Ay. Does hold on. Jefe, he races back with what little's left with the medevacs. And we calm things down, we expand. Okay. We're good. I'm already at the door. that was awful. That was awful, by the way. I should have... Yeah, that was not good. Shaking my head. No. It's okay. I'm heavily sleep deprived, so it's fine. You won't get banned this time. Kappa. So now we're calming things down with settling in. Both players taking their 3rd bases. Now, because of the denied 3rd base earlier, Jehefe, he has a faster saturation, faster 3rd base, a better economy overall, plus mules. So higher worker count, base count, mule count as well. Jehefe is ahead. Right now, the pressure is on Zen to bounce back, to recover. Either to get some counter damage and get into a mineral line and get some SCV kills, catch out the main army. Something needs to go Zen's way. As the scan does reveal the army. High Templar. Ghost already arrived. If bad puns and wordplays were bannable here, then I would have been gone years ago. It's true, it's true. I stand on a list. He is on the list. No. Meanwhile, how many High Templar? 6. Ooh, 6 High Templar, each with at least soon to be 1 Storm. Army Sims in. EP, oh, massive EPs in the army. But where are the Storms? Where are the High Templar? They're coming in. Oh, you get the pre-split. EMP on the High Templar. Ooh, that's brutal. Couple of Storms, it's not enough. Yeah, nowhere near. And Jehefe, he has nothing. He snowballs out of control, takes out the Prism, takes out the High Templar. He weathers the storm, Bappy. Oh, God. Most of them. GG gets called. And Jehefe will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. It was an impressive run here by Zen. Zen, a player that I'm very unfamiliar with, taking down some bigger names, some heavy hitters coming into this tournament. You know, I have high hopes for players like Dolan, players like Creature, and many others. But alas, who rose up amongst them? Zen. Zen rose up instead, known more for 2v2, known more for 2v2 play, but clearly showing that he has been working on his 1v1 as well. May have gone down here in the semifinals, but still put on a good showing, especially in the group stage and even in the lead up here to the semifinals as well. Did have his own moments here, but alas, Jehefe does come out on top in the end. GG, congratulations! With that, we have our 2 finalists. We have our TVT best of 7. Let's go. Let's go. As we set up for those finals and get things ready. Go. And again, it's been an intense tournament so far already here where I was, to be fair, I mean, I was mentally prepared for a 12-hour cast today. But the problem is we've reached 12 hours. And we still have a best of 7, so we're gonna reach that 13. Do we get to 14 hours? Maybe, depending on the length of games, and if we go all the way to the ace match, it's possible. In a TVT, anything's possible. Let's go. Let us go, Pappy. Let us go. As vetoes are underway. Oh, let's spy on the people. Let's spy on them. What's happening? Beautiful. I see Starkiller. I see Zesty. I see the Beef himself. The Big Beef is what he likes to be called. He's like Big Gabe, but from America. Yes.